Hey everyone, welcome to Simplilearn's YouTube channel. In this session, we will be learning Excel. But before we begin, I would like to take a quick confirmation from our viewers if the audio is clear and the screen is visible. If yes, kindly let us know in the chat section, and if there are any issues, do let us know so that we can resolve the issues prior to beginning. Great. I see a lot of positive responses from our viewers. I think it's clear to get started. So we do have daily updates on multiple technologies, and if you're a tech geek in a continuous hunt for latest technological trends, then consider getting subscribed to our YouTube channel, and don't forget to hit that bell icon to never miss an update from Simplilearn. Now we will get started with the agenda for today's session. So we will learn the Excel fundamentals, where we will get started with some basics of Excel, where we will understand the fundamentals of Excel spreadsheets. Then we will understand filters, slicers, flash fill in Excel, how to identify, highlight and remove duplicates in Excel. Then we will understand how to lock cells or entire workbook for the security purposes, and also how to share the access to our fellow employees or your colleagues. Then we will understand goal seek in Excel. Then we will understand some more fundamentals, where we will cover inserting tick mark, and in case if you have any presentation or reporting, then how to insert an Excel into a PowerPoint presentation. Then we will learn how to modify cell size for Excel. Then we will understand how to group rows and columns in Excel and how to use them as filters. Followed by that, we will learn how to create a drop down list in Excel. Then we will learn how to calculate time in Excel, time and age using date functions. Followed by that, we will understand the time different functions in Excel. Later, we will learn how to calculate average in Excel. Then the round off function in Excel, count colored cells in Excel, add different dates, watermarks, sorting and converting numbers to words. Followed by that, we will learn a few more in-depth fundamentals about rows and columns in Excel. We will learn about autofill in Excel and how to automate spreadsheets in Excel. Then we will learn how to create barcodes in Excel, Excel print page setup, formulas and functions in Excel. Later, we will dive deep into MIS reports in Excel. Next, we will learn some advanced functions in Excel, which include lookup functions, XLOOKUP, VLOOKUP, HLOOKUP. Then we will understand how to create a budget template in Excel. And then we have user forms in Excel. And after user forms in Excel, we will learn about mail and mail merge in Excel. And once we are done with that, we will learn data analysis and regression fundamentals in Excel. Then we have macros in Excel, Excel VBA, data recovery in Excel, and to make things interesting, we will also cover some interesting shortcuts in Excel. Once everything is done, we will also cover some of the latest trending and important updates in Microsoft Excel. Hope I was clear with my agenda. Now without further delay, we will hand over the session to our training experts.
What is Microsoft Excel? So Microsoft Excel is a software product designed and developed by Microsoft for storing data in an organized way, that is, rows and columns. And Microsoft Excel is also capable to manipulate data through some mathematical operations. Followed by that, Microsoft Excel is also used to extract the insights from the data and represent it in the form of visually appealing graphs and charts. Now we have a basic understanding or an overview of what a Microsoft Excel software product is. Now moving ahead, we will understand the fundamentals of Microsoft Excel. So following are some fundamentals that you need to know before getting started with Microsoft Excel. So basically, when you install the Microsoft Office in your computer, you will have various Microsoft products, out of which Microsoft Excel is one of the products. So we will be dealing exactly with that particular product, that is Microsoft Excel. So when you get started with Microsoft Excel, this is what you will see in the first page. So this particular page is called as Microsoft Excel homepage, where you will be having various varieties of sheets. Microsoft Excel will give you some suggestions based on the type of sheet you want to work with. We will see this in a better way through the practical session. So once you get started with the sheet, you will have some more options. So this particular option is called as the toolbar menu. You will have the file, home, insert, draw, page layout, formulas, data, review, view and help. So these are the tools that you will be using to work on your data using Microsoft Excel. Furthermore, we have a toolbar ribbon. So when you select some or the other option from the file, home, insert, draw, page layout, formulas, data, review, view and help buttons, you will have a ribbon. So for example, you can see that I have selected the home tool here. So when I press on the Home tool, this is the ribbon which Microsoft Excel gives me. So this ribbon has some options in it which can perform various operations. Now in a furthermore detailed way, we will have toolbar groups. So when you see in the previous slide, we have a complete toolbar ribbon. So this particular ribbon is segmented into groups. So you can see the first group as paste, cut, copy, format, painter, etc., etc. And the second group is the font, the size of the font, and to increase the size of the font, to decrease the size of the font, bold, italic, underline, etc., etc. And here you can see the text alignment. So each and every group has separate functions. So each set is called as a group. And I think you can see a small arrow option over here. So this arrow option is used into the toolbar groups when the group is not able to fit all the operations or all the functionalities in one single provided section. So when you click on this particular arrow mark, you will have another dialog box. So this is called toolbar more options. So you can see that when I clicked on this icon, you can see a new dialog box which opens me a new set of operations which are not able to be fit in this particular group. So we will also see more about this in a better way in the practical session. Now moving forward, we have cell and address. So when you open a Microsoft Excel sheet, you can find boxes. So each and every box is named as a cell and each cell has its own address. For example, the highlighted cell over here has an address B3. So B is the column name and 3 is the row name. And apart from that, you can have the sheet tracker in the bottom left corner of the Excel sheet where you can navigate through different sheets. And in the bottom right corner, you have an option of increasing or decreasing the sheet size. So these are the basic fundamentals of Microsoft Excel that you need to keep in mind before getting started. So we will have more on this in the practical session.
If getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
So now we enter the demo inventory in Microsoft Excel. So we will be using Microsoft Excel to create a sheet of the employees in a company. So basically an employee in a company has employee ID, name and designation, salary, etc., etc. So we will be trying to create the same table using Microsoft Excel. But before that, let us understand the fundamentals of Microsoft Excel through the practical demo first. So I have started my Microsoft Excel and this is how the home page of Microsoft Excel looks like. So you have a blank workbook over here. If you want to create a new workbook, you can select new option. So Excel will provide you with various variety of sheets. You can see money in Excel, adjustable meeting agenda, streaming show list, small business cash flow, and many more. If you're not able to find what you're looking for, then you always have an option of selecting the particular type of sheet what you're looking for. So you have various options. If it's business, if it's personal, if it's planners and trackers, lists, budgets, charts, etc., etc. So let's imagine that you wanted something from business. So just by clicking at business option, the Excel will load a variety of sheets related to business options. So this might take a while. So you can see that the Excel is loading few types of sheets. So you can see that Excel has provided us with some online varieties of sheets. For example, any calendar, business expenses, channel marketing budget, budget summary report, blue product list, etc., etc. You can see construction proposal, invoice, you name it, Excel has got it. So Excel will provide you with some variety of options based on your requirement. Now for this session, let's get started with a blank workbook, which looks something like this. Since this tutorial is based on the fundamentals, we'll go with the blank workbook. Now over here you can see the toolbar that we discussed earlier that has the file, home, insert, draw, page layout, formulas, data, review, view and help. So this is the toolbar and under the toolbar I have selected home and you can see this is the particular ribbon what we discussed about. This particular ribbon belongs to home page and when you select file option you'll get back to home and if you select insert option you'll have another different ribbon with different groups, etc., etc. So every particular tool has different ribbons in them. And remember the extra options that we discussed when you press over this arrow key. This is it. So when you press the arrow key you'll have few more settings which cannot be fit in this particular section of groups. So you can have some variety of options over here of changing the font, changing some effects to the text, font size and font style, etc., etc. Apart from this, we have also discussed about the cells in every sheet. So this particular cell has an address. So you can see the address over here, which is B3. So B happens to be the column name and 3 happens to be the row name. Now we also had a discussion about the sheet tracker. Right now we just have one sheet. If you want multiple sheets, you can just feel free to select on the plus option, which will always create you some extra sheets, and you can navigate through sheets just by pressing on the sheet name. And when you get back to the bottom right corner, you have an option of increasing and decreasing the cell size or the sheet size. Now let's keep it default with 100%. Now these are the few fundamentals that you need to keep in mind before getting started with Microsoft Excel. Now that we know the fundamentals of Microsoft Excel, let's get started with a practical session which is about the employees details in a company. Now let's select this particular cell and let's type in employee details. Yeah, we have the cell. Now an employee details table will have the information related to employees. So the information will be about name, it will be about employee number, it will be the designation, and maybe salary, and maybe blood group as well. And let's take another one, which is phone number. Yeah, so far so good. And you can see that we have some problem with this particular column. The designation, the name of the designation is practically good, but it is not visible. So when you're not on that particular cell, you can see that the name is incomplete over here. So you can always fix that. You can just manually change the size of the row or cell, or you can also feel free to double click on that cell, which will automatically set the size of that particular cell. And same goes to the blood group. Just let's try to double click on that, and same goes to phone number. Great. So you can see that the employee's details are just confined to the first two cells. It's supposed to be somewhere in the middle, right? So no problem, we can do that as well. We can select all the cells, and we have an option of merging them. You can just select this one, which will help you with merging and centering that particular data to the center part. So that's how we do it. Now let's get started by adding the names of the employees. Let's add the names: Joe, John, Mary, Mark, Susan, and then Jennifer. Let's type in Mike. Let's type in Tim, Jeff, Jeffrey. Yeah, we have a couple of employees. Now let's type in the employee numbers. Yeah, we have the employee numbers now. Let's type in the designation. Okay, let's choose Joe to be the CEO of the company and John as the software developer. And Mary as tester. Mark in finance. Susan also in finance. And Jennifer in testing. And Mike in marketing. Same goes for Tim. And again, Jeffrey into software development. And Morgan into testing again. Now let's click on C so that it gets, resized according to the length of the text. Now it's done. So let's get into salary. $10,000 and $15,000 and $19,000. Let's increase the salary of a CEO. So let's keep it $1 lakh. And finance again, 20,000. So yeah, the salaries are allocated. Again, the blood group. Yeah, we have the blood groups. Now let's type in the mobile numbers. Yeah, now we have typed in some random mobile numbers as well. So yeah, this is how you can add in some data into your table. And now let us imagine that you forgot to add or remove a column. So let's imagine that we wanted to add a serial number as well, but somehow we forgot to add it. Now you can always add a new row or column. For example, here we wanted to add a new column. So we just have to right click on A, select the insert option. Here we have a new row now. Now let's type in serial number. And let's type 1. Now can you see the small box option over here? If you just drag it, you can copy paste all those over here. And now let's right click and fill series. Now we have the employee number starting from 1 to 10. That's how you do it. And apart from this, you can also change the font of the entire row. You can change the font to say Aroni, and you can always also change the font. And same goes to the employee table. You can select it, bold it, and you can also increase the size, and again select a color for the text, maybe a different color. Green would be better. And you can also select the entire cells and align them to the center. Looks more good. And you can select or double click the row names, so you'll have the proper spacing between all the rows and columns. So we have double click on the column, right? Yeah, so basically that's how you make things happen. Now let's save this. So I'd like to go to the save option and AMP data. Let me save this in my local location and just save. It's done. So that's how you work on your Excel file with some basic data. And to learn more, don't forget to get subscribed to Simplilearn's YouTube channel, and don't forget to hit that bell icon to stay updated. So you are the first person to get an update on any technology, not just Excel.
So slices in Excel are software filters used along with Excel tables or Excel pivot tables over a large amount of data. Not just filtering out data, but slices also help you with an easy understanding of the information being extracted and displayed on the screen. Now, Microsoft Excel slices are compatible with Windows and Macintosh operating systems. Now, let us understand how to implement slices in Excel. So for that, we might want to get back to the practical mode, that is, starting our Microsoft Excel. Now, we are on our Excel sheet, and as you can see on my screen, there is some data available on the Excel spreadsheet. And this table is not just any table. This table from Microsoft Excel has been converted into an actual table. As you know, by default, Excel considers all the data which has been inserted into the spreadsheet as a database. And to implement these slices in Excel, we might want to create or convert the format of database into a normal table. For that, you can select all your data and just press Ctrl T, and that will allow you an option called Convert the Data into Table. Now, since this table is already converted as a table, we can directly start implementing or inserting slices into the spreadsheet. Now for that, select all your data. Then go into the Insert option. And in the Insert ribbon, you can see the Filters group. And in the Filters group, select the option called Slicer. Now you will be provided with multiple options. Since we have the columns Employee ID, Employee Name, Zone, Designation, Department, Salary, Employee's Date of Birth, and Employee's Date of Joining. So we can choose any of the options available according to our columns and create the slices. Now let me select the first one, that is Zone, next Designation, Department, and let's also select Employee Name. Now press OK, and there you go, we have our slices. Now let us try to rearrange these slices. All you can do is just select and drag them up. And done. Now let us imagine that we want to see or take a look at the employees who are working in the East Zone. Then we have all the information displayed on the screen who are working in the East Zone. They are Jack, Tony, Banner, Fred, etc. and their department, designation, etc., etc., all on one single screen. So this really helps you while you're presenting your data in a presentation. Now for a change, let's try to select the department. Now if your client wants to select the data from only Analytics department, then you might want to select on the Analytics key on the department slicer, and there you go, you have an employee called Lookup who works in the East Zone, and his department is Analytics and his designation is contract based, and the salary he is getting is 65,000. Now similarly, you can see that we have only selected Analytics, and your client also wants data from IT support. Now you can see that Analytics is gone. But what if you want both Analytics and IT support? Then you have an option called Select Multiple. Then you can select Analytics and IT support, and if you want HR, you can also do that. And in the zone, if you want West along with East, then you can do the same, East and West, and you have all the employee details. And in the designation, let's try to select Senior, Trainee. Okay, select multiple, Senior, Trainee, and Manager. So that's how you do it. So that's how it's done, and that's how you implement slicers in Excel to simplify the filtering options using slicers during a presentation. Excel Flash Fill is a feature of Microsoft Excel where Excel can sense a pattern in a cell and apply the same logic to extract the similar resultant pattern out of the remaining cells in a table. Might be a little confusing, right? So let us simplify it. So let us imagine that you have a text in one of the cells in the Excel sheet, and you wanted to trim a part of that text. For example, let us imagine that there is an assembly where the car parts are assembled together to finish a car. So each and every part has a code the serial number, the product code, and the assembly code, etc. Right? And you wanted to separate all those three. If you wanted to do that, you might want to use the trim function, which might be a little tedious to apply to all the cells. But what if I say there is a simple key format using which you can fill all the columns in the Excel sheet within a fraction of a second? Sounds interesting, right? So that's exactly the flash fill function in Excel does. Now, before we get started, let me tell you guys that we have daily updates on multiple technologies. If you're a tech geek in a continuous hunt for latest technological trends, then consider getting subscribed to our YouTube channel and don't forget to hit that bell icon to never miss an update from Simplilearn. Now, without further ado, let's get started with the flash fill in Excel. For that, we might want to start the Excel to get in the practical mode. Now, we are on the Microsoft Excel, and remember the example we discussed? So this is a similar example. Now, the first column in the sheet is the product detail. So this product detail consists of the product code, that is 112. Next we have the product serial number, that is 1002567, and lastly the assembly code, that is A, S and X. Now we want to separate this product detail into three columns, where we have the first column to be storing the product code, second one to be storing the product serial number, and the last one to be storing the assembly code. So now if you want to do that using trim function, you might want to apply the trim function here and trim out the left part. And again, for the product serial number, you might want to use the trim function again, which might go into a little complicated pattern. So to avoid the complications and decrease the time spent, we might want to use the flash fill in Excel. Now let us help Excel about the pattern that we might want to generate. So the pattern is 112 and the next one is 322. So now you can see that the text was highlighted. That was the intimation from the Excel that it understood the pattern. Now going into the next cell and holding the control key and pressing the E button will help us to fill the remaining cells in the column B. So that's how it is done. And similarly, let's try out for the serial number. For that, the serial number is 10025637. Now in the next cell, we have 10036582. Now we can go to the third cell and press Ctrl E for Windows, and if you're using a Mac operating system, then you have to press Command E and all these serial numbers will be filled. So this will reduce the time in separating the pattern and filling the columns. Now let's try the last column, that is A, S, X, which happens to the assembly code. Next we have F, G and V. Now the shortcut method, that is Ctrl E, and there you go. Now you might be wondering, will it work only for numbers, etc., etc., or the text which is properly aligned or separated using a hyphen? No, it can also be used for some random text which is like this. So let us imagine that we have a text which is of length like 20 or 30, and you wanted to print only a part of it. So here I'm going to print the alphabets from position 4th to position 8th. So I've already tried the first one, that is taking out the alphabets from 4th location to the 8th location, or the pattern of the text, that is I, F, E, R from Jennifer Lopez. And in the next cell we have the numbers starting from the location 4 to 8, so that is 7767. And similarly we have the other cells consisting of the names of few cars, that is Alfa Romeo, Bugatti Veyron, and next we have Superman returns text. So now let's press the shortcut key, that is Ctrl E, and make sure that all the remaining cells are filled. So that's how the flash fill works. So the flash fill in Excel will reduce the time consumed to fill all the columns by separating the text in your main cell, that is the column A, which we have here in this example, and it also reduces the complexity of using a trim function in Excel. So on my screen you can see some data related to students. Now let us try to duplicate some of the rows here. So we have selected the rows 8, 9, 10 and 11. Now we shall copy them and paste them. So now these are the duplicate elements, right? Now there might be possibilities about the duplication of class, because all the students, all the 10 students are in same class, so there might be a duplication, but we are not looking for such kind of duplications, right? we are looking for the duplication of the entire row. For example, we have the details of Mike over here in the 8th row, which has the roll number or serial number as 7, name as Mike, roll number, class, blood group, and subject scores, percentage, round of percentage, and total marks. So the entire 8th row is being copied here, and it is in the row number 12. We have the exact same details. So what if you have the exact same rows duplicated? So that's what we're going to deal with. We're going to eliminate the duplicate rows all completely together. Now to carry over this task, we have to select the data from toolbar. So you have various options, file, home, insert, etc. So you need to select the data, and inside the data toolbar we have the ribbon, and inside ribbon you have got the duplicate values or remove duplicates option in the ribbon. So select all the data, select remove duplicates, and now you can see that we have all our column names over here, and make sure that you have selected my data as headers, and then select OK. And now you can see that Excel has automatically removed 4 duplicate values. So 4 duplicate values are found and removed. 10 unique values remain. Now another type of remove duplicates can also be done. So you can see that here we have another data set which has phone numbers or phone names, that is phone makers, that is Samsung, Huawei, Vivo, Oppo, etc. So there are some duplicate values in this. I've copy pasted them. So now you can also do that. So just select all the data, and now go into home and select conditional formatting, and here select highlight cell rules, and inside that you have duplicate values. Selecting this option will help you identify the duplicate values in your dataset, but not to remove them. So you can select that, and you can see the duplicate values are highlighted over here in the red color. Now again, you can get back to data and select the option of remove duplicates and select OK, and the duplicate values will be automatically eliminated. So that's how you delete or eliminate duplicate values in a dataset. And you can also see that we have another duplicate in this particular row, and if you wanted to select a particular row and eliminate the duplicates, you can also do that. Now for that you need to go to the same process, remove duplicates, and here Microsoft Excel is asking you if you had to expand the selection to the entire dataset, or you want to continue with the selected dataset itself or selected column itself. So for that you need to select the continue with the current selection and remove duplicates, and press OK, and you can see 1 duplicate value was found and it has been removed, and 6 unique values remain. So that's how you use the function of removing duplicates in Excel. Now let's get back into the practical mode and start our Microsoft Excel. Now we are on the Microsoft Excel, and this particular spreadsheet is related to employee details. Yeah, now the screen is visible a bit better. Now let us imagine that this is our confidential data, and you want to edit only 2 columns, that is the designation column and phone number column. Now let us imagine that the company has finished 1 annual year, and now there are some promotions happening in the company, and let us also imagine that the phone numbers of the employees provided by the company have undergone some changes. So now the minor edits that you want to make are related to the designation column and phone number column. Now you can see that all the columns, that is the blood group, new salary, salary hike, current salary, and name of the employee, serial number, employee number, everything is editable. So in such kind of scenarios, when you pass on this data, there might be a possibility where your colleague or subordinate might end up making some mistakes, right? So you want to avoid that. So you can do that by locking the cells. Now let us rename this sheet. Now the sheet has been renamed successfully. So now you can lock the cells by the following process. So in this process, you have 2 major steps. First one is to lock the cells, and the next one is to protect the cells by a password. Now when you select all the cells in this particular sheet, you can just click on this edge here, and you have all the cells selected. And now right click somewhere on the sheet and you can see an option called Format Cells. So in this particular option, you have some options provided, which is number, alignment, font, and you want to go into the protection part. So you can see by default, Excel keeps all the cells locked. Now we want the phone number and designation to be unlocked. Okay, so let's cancel it for now and get back to the sheet and select the columns D and I. And now let's right click and go into Format Cells, and in the protection option, make sure that you uncheck the locked icon. Now select OK, and now okay, so you cannot include the merged cell. Fine, we have a cell here which is merged. Okay, let's remove that. Okay, now again select the entire column, right click, get into Format Cells and uncheck the lock option, select OK. Now we have finished the first part, that is locking all the cells which you don't want to get edit and unlocking the cells where you want to make some edits. Now the second stage is protecting the sheet. Now right click on the sheet name and you can see an option called Protect Sheet. Click that. And now here you can see select locked cells and also select unlocked cells. So let us provide a password here. So let us use some simple password so that we don't forget that. So I'll be selecting 123 and now select OK. Re-enter the password to proceed. Now let us type 123 again. Now select OK and now the sheet is protected. Now we have successfully locked and protected all the cells in Excel. Now let us verify that the cells you wanted to protect are really protected and locked or not. So we have unlocked phone number and designation and everything else is locked. Now let me try and edit the blood group. So when I double click or try to edit this particular sheet, then I'll be receiving a warning from Excel. It says the cell or chart you're trying to change is on a protected sheet. To make a change, unprotect the sheet. You might be requested to enter a password. So it says that this particular cell is locked and you cannot edit it. Now let us try to edit the phone numbers which we kept as unlocked. So you can see I can really edit the unlocked cell here. Now let me try to change this phone number. Let me enter some random phone number. So you can see the cell is editable. Now let us go through the designation column and try to edit this particular column. Now since I said that there's a promotion happening in the company, so the deputy CEO is now the current CEO of the company, and the software developer happens to become the senior software developer, and the tester as well. Let us imagine that he will become the senior, and so on. Okay, so this proves that this particular sheet is editable. Not the entire sheet, but only the cells that we kept in the unlock mode. Okay. Now this is how you lock and protect your cells in Excel. Goal seek in Excel. So for this tutorial, we'll be considering the students database. Now let's get back to the Excel. So now we are on the Excel sheet, and you can see that in this particular Excel sheet we have some student details. We have the serial numbers, names, roll numbers, class, blood group, and some subjects like math, science, computer, statistics, social, GK, and the final marks obtained, percentage, and total marks. Right? So let us imagine that a company has come for an interview. So all these students are going to attend an interview, and the minimum percentage to attend the interview will be like 75%. So you can see that we have 75 here, and all the students have got above 75 except for the one student, which is Mike. Right? So for Mike to attend the interview, he needs 75% or above. So he can make some modifications in one of these subjects, right? So there is always an exam after the exam called as improvement exam. So if you can
like to score some extra marks in the subjects which you have scored less, so that you can make up to the percentage what you're expecting, you can do that. So here in this particular sheet, Mike has 6 subjects, right? And in 6 subjects, you can see he has scored 76, 91, 45, 71, 94 and 62. So out of these, he have scored less in one subject. Compared to all the subjects, one subject is really low, that is computers. So what if he can give an improvement exam and increase his percentage to 75, right? So that can be done. So we can do some brute force methods, like we can change the marks like 55 and then check this particular one, so it's getting 74, right? So using the brute force method will be a little bit lengthy. So you can do this because it is just a small table which has least number of data, and you just have one single cell to modify. So that can be done in small tables. But what if you had some table with hundreds of rows or thousands of rows? That will be time consuming, right? So for that, we have some inbuilt functionality in Excel that is called goal seek in Excel. So for now, let's eliminate the marks here. So we have eliminated the marks and the upgraded percentage is 65. Now we need the target as 75. Okay, so let's write it as Mike's target, right? We need Mike. So Mike's new target as 75. Okay, now to make sure that we need a mark here which can get Mike to 75%, we will use the data operation. So here on the toolbar, which has file, home, insert, etc., we have one other option called as data. So when you click on data from toolbar, you'll have this ribbon, and in this ribbon we have various options. So when you come into forecast group, we have an option called what if analysis. When you click on what if analysis, you'll have a set of options, out of which we have goal seek. Now for goal seek, we need to select a table cell, that is this particular table cell, that is M9. So we need the value 75 here, right? So what is the cell that you need to change here? For that, you need to select this one and select this particular cell here, right? And now you can select OK. Now you can see that Excel has automatically run all the permutations and combinations and has come up with a number, so that the overall percentage of Mike will be 75%, right? So the expected marks that Mike should be getting in his computer's improvement exam should be equal to 56 or greater than 56 to get the final target as 75, so that he can attend the company's interview. So this is how we use goal set or goal seek in Excel.
How to add tick mark in Excel. Now on my spreadsheet, you can see some employee data. So they've been assigned a task and they want to update the task status as done and not done using symbolic statements. That is tick mark and into marks. Now how to do that? It is really simple. We'll discuss 2 different ways. The first way is to do it by conditional formatting. So click a cell on the task status, go to conditional formatting, click on the new rule. Yes, of course, we can use the icon settings, but we want to automate it. So click on the new rule, right? So here, instead of to color scale, select icon sets. Now go to the settings. Here we don't want the third symbol, so select no cell icon. And here, instead of percentage number formula, let's add just a simple number. And the second one as well, just a simple number. Now, in the icon settings, select tick mark. You have various types of them. You know, the circular tick mark. Let's select the generic tick mark without any outer circles. And into here, generic X mark. And now let's set the values. When the value is greater than 0, it will be green. And when the value is less than or equal to 0, it will be X. And the reference value is 0, and here also the reference value is 0. Everything is okay. Click on OK and done. And here you cannot see the logos yet. We need to add some formula here, which is equals to if. Click on tab to select the symbol, and if cell address C2 is equals to done, then the value should be 1. Else the value should be 0. Close the bracket, enter. right? Now you can see this particular logo here. Now drag the same formula, it's done. Now you can see we do have numbers. You can eliminate those numbers as well. Just edit the rules. And here you can see show icon only. Click OK and the numbers will be removed. Also edit the second one and there you go. The numbers are gone and only the symbols remain. Now what is the second technique? The second technique is available in the developer options. You can activate it by going into the options here, go to file and here go to options and here go to advanced customized ribbon, and in here on the right hand side you will get developer options. Click on the tick box and it will be enabled. Now go into developer options and click into insert menu, click on the form controls or active X controls, select the checkbox and now just place it over here. You can edit this particular checkbox, delete everything, drag it as checkbox as well. Now you can drag the same cell across all the functions and you will have the checkbox as well. Now you can click on it and say if it's done or not. How to add Excel document into PowerPoint presentation. Now let us assume that you're giving an important presentation and you're also requested by your manager to add the Excel document that you have used to create that particular report, which would be something like this. When you click on it, it will open a new Excel document or Excel window with all the data in it, right? So how do we do that? Let's look at the demo. Now let's have a blank slide and let's get back to the source where our Excel file is located, that is in My Documents. So we are currently in My Documents and we have the Excel file which we used for creating that particular report. Now if we copy and try to paste it on our Excel document, it would look something like this. And clearly it's not visible and it's not accessible, right? So instead of this, there is another way where you can directly add the Excel document in the form of logo, which is a rather simple idea. All you have to do is just click on the insert option in the toolbar, then navigate to the text group, and here you will find the option called object. Click on the object and it will give you a new window where you can identify which type of document or object you want to add, either create or create from file. So we have the file in our local system, so we'll choose create from file, browse, and from browse we will go into the documents section where we have our Excel file. Click on the Excel file and click on OK. Now if you want the data or Excel file to be displayed in the form of an icon, then click on the display as icon section and here you can change the icon. So you can choose any one of the given options. Let's choose this particular one and click on OK. Another OK, and there you go. The icon will be now displayed on your Microsoft PowerPoint PPT, which is completely clickable as the previous one. Whenever you click on this, the Excel document will be opened. So that's how you add Excel document into Microsoft PowerPoint. How to modify or increase cell size in Excel. Now, most of you might probably want to increase just the cell size or, just to increase the visibility of the text. So one of the easiest way is just to press on the plus icon on the bottom right corner of your Excel spreadsheet. So this will automatically increase the text size and you can see the text more clearly. Now, apart from that, if it's just not that what you want to do, you can also modify by hovering over to the line between two columns and right click, which will give you the option of format cells or column width. So either of these options will help you to maximize or minimize your column width. Similarly, you can apply the same idea for your rows as well. So you can either format the cells or modify the row height of your cell, and this is another way. And another simple way is to just hold that line and drag it so it improves your width of the column. And another way is to just hover onto that line and hold it and drag it to improvise or increase your width of the cell, and same applies to your row. So this is another way. So apart from that, there is another way, that is format cells from this particular option in the home button. You can select this and here you have the row height, auto fit row height, column width, auto fit column width. For example, let us imagine that you wanted to just by mistake you increase the cell size and you wanted to restore it back to the original thing, right? So you can just click on the auto fit height and click on the auto fit column width. There you go, it happens in that way. And now coming back to another simplest way, let us imagine that you are given a lot of data and you are told to auto fit all the rows and columns. Now we have already seen the format cell option where we will auto fit all the columns and width of the column and also the height of the rows, etc., right? But there is also a keyboard shortcut to do this. So all you have to do is select a cell and press Ctrl A to select all the cells in the spreadsheet. And once all the cells are selected, all you have to do is press and hold Alt key and then release it. Then the combination of keys, that is HOI. So your column width has been now adjusted. Now the same formula or the same shortcut key with a small modification. Press and hold and release Alt key. Now H, O and A to adjust the row height. So this is the way where you can increase or decrease or modify or auto fit all the cells in Excel.
How to group rows and columns in Excel. Now on my spreadsheet, you can see some data, which is the sales data of quarterly basis in the 4 different zones, that is north, west, south, east. So you can, make things look better by hiding these columns. And if you hide these columns, it's critical for the end user to identify which columns are exactly hidden, right? To make things a little easier for your end user, you can select the columns and then go to the data option, and in the data option click on the group option. So this will group these columns and you will have the symbol of minimization, which will help you hide these columns automatically and unhide these columns automatically. Now let's also try to group GHIJ columns, and there you go. Now similarly, let's also try to group the rows of north and rows of west. Then you have the rows of south and rows of east. Right now all these rows and columns are been grouped. Now all you can do is just click on the minimize button and those will be minimized. Similarly the rows, right? And to unhide them, all you can do is click on the plus icon and they will be unhidden. You can also try to ungroup the columns and rows. All you have to do is select the columns and click on the ungroup option. Similarly, the rows as well. And that's how you can group and ungroup rows and columns in Excel. How to count colored cells in Excel. Now here on my spreadsheet, you can see some data. So this particular data has some color markings. So we have used color codes to mark the designations of all the employees with different colors. So for example, blue for manager, purple for senior, and so on. Right. Now our duty is to count the total number of employees present in a company based on the color code. This can be done using filters, but let's try with color codes. Now we don't have a readily available function in Excel to count cells based on their colors, but we can make use of macro. Now to make use of macro, you might want to enable the developer options. So by default, these will be disabled in Excel. To enable them, right click on the toolbar and you can see this particular option. Click on the customize ribbon option and you will be provided with various set of options. Now on the right side, you can see developer options. So make sure the checkbox is clicked to enable developer options and press on OK to completely enable developer window. Right. Now when you click on developer options, you can see various options here. Visual Basics, macro, etc. Now click on the macro to create a macro. Now just give a name to the macro function. So I'll give Simplilearn and press on create to create that particular macro function. So we have already created a macro, that is count colored cells, which we will be using in our current spreadsheet for counting the colored cells. Now let us erase the newly created function. Now getting back to the original code. So how does this particular count colored cells works?
So let us understand the function first, then we will try to make use of it in the spreadsheet. So the function name is count colored cells, as you can see, and this particular function will have two parameters, current cell and spreadsheet area. So the current cell will be the cell address where the color you want to count is present, and then the spreadsheet area. So what is the range of cells where you want to locate that particular color and count the number of repetitions? That is the spreadsheet area. And then comes the variables used, colored cell range, color code, and color cell count. So the colored cell, which particular cell is having that particular color and what color code is involved in that colored cell, and colored cell count. So what is the total count? What is the total number of colored cells you have in that particular range? That is colored cell count. Now let us consider color code is equals to current cell interior color, that is current cell dot interior dot color. So this is the function which will identify the interior color of a selected cell. Let us imagine that initially color code is equals to the current cell's color code. Okay. Now we will have the for loop, and that for loop will include colored cell, which is the current cell in the spreadsheet area. And if the colored cell, the currently selected colored cell dot interior dot color is equals to the color code that we have selected, then colored cell count, the variable which is used to count the number of colored cells, is equals to +1. Initially, by default, it will be 0. In case if this particular if condition is true, that is the current cell color and the color code given is equals to same, then the value of colored cell will increase by 1. And this particular if loop will run as many number of times the condition is true. So let us imagine that the condition will remain true for 5 times, then we have obtained 5 similarly colored cells in the given range of cells in a spreadsheet. And once the condition fails, then the latest value present in colored cell count variable will be displayed, which will be a final result. So this is how the macro function works. Now let's close the macro window and get back to our spreadsheet. Now let us try to make use of the macro function that we just created. So that is equals to count colored cells. Press tab to select the macro function. And the first one is the current cell. So this is the current cell where the current color is being provided, comma, this cell range. So our cell range will be from C2 to C31. Right. So this is the range where we want to count the similarly colored cells, that is sky blue colored cells. Close the function and press enter. Now you can see the function has identified 6 repetitions of sky blue color in this particular range of cells. Now you can drag the same formula across all the cells and it will be providing the results of the same. So 6 senior colors, that is pink or purple color, then 2 repetitions of this particular color, 2 repetitions of trainee color, 5 for dark blue and 6 for green, right? So this is how the macro function works. And the key point to remember here is this particular macro will work only for manually colored cells. So there are situations where we have used conditional formatting to color a single cell. Let us imagine that we have used conditional formatting to recognize the employees with salary above 30,000 as green color. And if we try to use that particular green color to be counted by the color count cells function, no, it will not happen. It will not consider that color as a feedback or an input. Now in future, we will also try to design a macro which can recognize the colors made by conditional formatting as well. But this particular function will be exclusively used for manually colored cells only. How to add date in Excel spreadsheet. Now there are multiple ways to add date to Excel spreadsheet. For example, equals to today. This is a shortcut method and you can enter done. You will have today's date. But again, there is some problem with this kind of approach. So today's date is 4th of September 2022. Now, if you open the same spreadsheet after today, that is tomorrow or day after tomorrow, then you will have a concurrent date, that is 5th of September or 6th of September, right? The date will always vary or get updated according to time. Now, you don't want to change that, or you don't want that to be happening with employee's date of joining, right? It should be stagnant. It should not vary, right? So there is another shortcut way apart from using the datetime functions. There is a keyboard shortcut where you can add date to Excel, that is Control semicolon. So this is the shortcut way to add date to your Excel spreadsheet, and this particular date will not change. This will remain the same constant date throughout the time. Now, there is a chance where you might also have to add time to your spreadsheet, that is date of joining and time of joining, right? So there is another simple shortcut where you can add time by just pressing 3 keys, that is holding Control, holding Shift and pressing semicolon. Then you'll have the time. So this is how you can add date to your Excel spreadsheet and add time to your Excel spreadsheet, and this date and time will remain constant. It will not vary like the 3D function that we have used here.
How to add watermark to Excel? Now on my sheet you can see some data. So here we wanted to add some watermark logo to your Excel spreadsheet so that it looks genuine and worked by you, right? So that's the overall idea of adding a watermark. Now go to the insert window, and in the insert window go to the text option, click on that, select header and footer. Once you select header and footer, you can see something on your screen like this. So in this box, which is highlighted by a cursor, is where you're going to add the picture. On my top in the menu bar, you can see header and footer elements. In this, select the picture element and it will navigate to you to a different option window. Since we are adding the image from our local system, select from file, or if you are adding from your Bing or any search window, you can also add that, or OneDrive as well. But now let's go with from file. It will directly navigate you to the pictures folder in your local system. So here is my Simplilearn's logo. Click on it and select insert. Now you can see the image is added in this format, which is ampersand and picture, and you might wonder where is the picture. It is actually present. To view it, click on any cell in the spreadsheet and there you go, you can see it. Now you might be wondering the image is a little towards top and abnormally placed, right? So no worries, you can always format your picture. Just press enter and use enter to move your picture towards the center of your data spreadsheet. And also there is another option of format picture altogether. Here you can adjust the height and width of your image by increasing and decreasing width or increasing and decreasing height. Using the arrow marks also works. And apart from this, there is another option of picture formatting where you can choose your image to be washing out, black and white, grayscale or anything. So currently I'm going with automatic, which will automatically adjust the brightness and everything for your image. It looks perfectly fine. So click on OK and there you go. Right. So now this should be fine. Right. Now everything is done and everything is automatically saved if you are having that autosave option on your spreadsheet. And let's go back to the normal view from the header and footer view. Click on the view and go to normal. You might be confused, right? Where is the logo? It vanished. Did I have to save it? No, it's already saved. Everything is fine. Even the image is there, but you cannot see it in normal view. To see it, click on File, click on Print, then you can see the logo. It will be present only on the printed pages, not on the normal view. How to sort data in Excel? So on my spreadsheet, you can see some employee data, and on the column F and G, you can see employee date of birth and employee date of joining. For example, you wanted to sort the employee data in the form of earliest joining employee and the latest joining employee, right? That is, who is the employee who joined first to this company and who is the employee who joined last to this company. So for that, you just need to select the column of date. So let's select both the columns and go to home and check or verify if the data type is date or not. So generally the data type will be set to general by default by Excel. So we need to make sure that we have the proper data type, which is date. Now that we have the proper data type, select the entire column and go to the data option, and here select the sort option, and in the sort option select the expand selection. Click on sort, and here sort by employee date of joining and oldest to newest. That's what we wanted, the oldest employee, or you can also set it to the newest employee to oldest according to your requirement, but we'll go to oldest to newest according to the case study right now. Just click on OK and that should be done. So Emily, who's a manager, is the oldest employee who joined the company, and Chris, who's a trainee in IT support, is the latest employee who joined the company.
Now that's how you sort date in Excel. It's how to convert numbers to words. Now here on my sheet, you can see we have some numbers, that is $10 or $10.20, $22, $53.12, $12 and $110. Now the task is to convert these numbers into word format, that is representing the numbers alphabetically. Right? This might be a little curious, and we also might end up searching for a predefined method which is not readily available in Excel, but there is a way where you can create a function using Excel VBA or macros. Now again, creating a macro is completely complex. Now identifying the trouble, Microsoft has already come up with a readily available macro code on their official website, which will support the various versions of Microsoft Excel, starting from Microsoft Excel 365 to all the way up to the older Excel version, that is 2010. Now you can scroll down and use this particular macro function which Microsoft has readily made us available, and use this to create our own macro in Excel VBA. Now let's get back to Excel, and you can create a macro using the developer option. Now developer options will not be readily available in Microsoft Excel. To activate developer option, go to Home and go to the Options menu in the last, and here go to Customize ribbon, and here in the second drop down menu you can see developer option. By default it will not be checked. Click on the check option to activate developer options and press OK. Now you have your developer options ready. Click on developer options, click on Visual Basic, and here to insert a new macro, click on the insert button, click on module, and a new macro window is readily available for you. Now Control V to paste your code, and your function is with the name number to text. Right? Now close the macro, and here your function will be readily available. Equals to, and the function name was number to text. Press tab to select the function and select the cell where you have the data. Close the function, press enter. Now drag the same formula across all the cells, and here you have the text converted from numbers. So here we have $10.20 and you have $10.20, $22 and no cents, $53.12, $12 and no cents, and $110 with no cents. Now that's how you can convert numbers to words using the macro which is predefined for Excel in the Microsoft website.
How to add rows in Excel? For that, let's get back to the practical mode. Now we are on the Excel spreadsheet. Now here we have some sales data based on a store. Now what we are going to do is we are going to add some multiple rows or a single row in this particular data. So here you can see the region wise, category wise, state wise, subcategory wise, and there are sales and quantities, right? Now let us imagine that you must start to add a sale data here, right? So let us imagine that on the row 7th, you were supposed to add some detail. For example, some technology related sale happened on that day and you missed out to add it, right? So how do you create a new row now? So for example, if multiple sales happened on the same day, like 3 to 4, and you missed out them, so how do I add 3 to 4 rows in between the existing data, right? So don't worry about it, it's completely simple. All you have to do is select the row and right click and press on the option insert. Now this will insert one single row if you wanted to add one single row or tuple. And if you wanted to add multiple rows, for example, you wanted to add 3 rows altogether, then it's also simple. All you have to do is select 3 rows and right click and press on insert, and then you have 3 rows. So there you go. So that's how you add multiple rows in a Excel spreadsheet, or that's how you add one single row in an Excel spreadsheet.
How to add 2 columns in Excel. So first, let us assume that we are trying to add 2 columns in Excel which has textual kind of data. This type of data can be added using the concat function, which is a string concatenation function in Excel. So type in concat, press tab key to select the function, the first cell, that is A2, and next the second cell, that is B2, separated by comma. Press enter, and there you go. Now you can see we don't have a space, so you can modify the formula add space, double quotes, space, double quotes, comma, press enter. There you go. Now you can drag the same formula across all the cells and you have it. Now coming to the last column where we literally have numbers, right? So you can add two different numbers over here. Either you can select the first cell, that is D2 plus E2, and press enter and you get the number, or you can use the sum function, tab to select, and 1, 2, press enter. Or another simplest way is select all the blank output cells. So these are the cells where you're expecting an output of two cells, that is entire column D and entire column E, right? Now after selecting the blank cells of F column or the resultant column, press the shortcut key, that is Alt equals to. So this is the shortcut method to call the sum function and assign the cell values of individual columns, that is D and E, and get the resultant cell in F column, right? So remember the shortcut key, that is Alt E. Autofill in Excel. Now autofill in Excel is a feature where you can add some series automatically using Excel. For example, let us imagine that you wanted to add index numbers, right? So starting from 1 to 10. So manually you will be typing in the numbers and you'll be doing it, right? So instead of this, what if I said you there was a simple way where Excel will fill all the data for you, right? So just start with 1, 2, and select these two cells, and you can see the flash logo over here, right? So that's the indication that Excel has understood your pattern and it is ready to fill the remaining numbers. So as long as you drag this logo or that ending part where you have a small square box, that will fill all the numbers until where you have dragged it. So that's how autofill works. And you might be wondering, will it work only for numbers? No, it will also work on some logics as well. Okay, this was the first part. Let us also look at some other tricks with autofill. Now, most of the time you might be just adding one number and try to drag that cell, and the result is it will copy the same number all the time, right? So you can change it by clicking on this menu. You can click on fill series and it will change to series. And this was one more trick with numbers. Now getting back to the next type. So let us imagine now the next type of series you want to add is weeks in a day, right? So you'll be having Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, right? So you can also do the series of weekdays using autofill in Excel as well. So drag that cell and it will give you all the days or weekdays in a week. Now let's try January, and this will give you the months in a year in the shortcut way, right? Since you just added the first 3 letters of the month, it will recognize the pattern and it will do the same for you. Now let us try the full names of months, right? And now let's try to drag it. It'll fill all the full names of all the months. Now let's try the dates. So let us imagine that this is the first day of the current year, right? It will now give you all the dates of that current month or until the end of the year as well. There you go. Now let us imagine that your manager tells you to add the dates of working days in the month of January. So how can you do that? It's simple. All you need to do is select the cell, go to the fill option, select series, and here select column wise since you want the dates in columns, and here in the type select date. Date unit should be weekday and the stop value should be the next month, right? Since your manager asked for the weekdays of January, so your stop value will be the 1st of February. Press OK and there you go. So since the 1st of January is Friday, it's selected over here, and the rest too, Saturday and Sunday, are eliminated. Similarly, we have all the dates here of working days only. So that's how you use autofill in Excel.
How to create a barcode in Excel. Now for this, let's get on to the practical mode by starting our Microsoft Excel. Now we're on the practical mode, that is MS Excel. Now you can see that we have the first column, that is A column, and the first set of that is text, and all the other cells are numbers. But as a whole, Excel considers the whole column as a general data format. So why are we discussing about this? So to create a barcode in Excel, you have to make sure that all the elements in the column are of text data type. So the first step is to convert this general data type to text data type. So you can do that by going into the data type and selecting text. And now all the elements in your first column A are type text. Now the next step is to convert these elements into barcode. Now for that, let's create a new column called barcode. Now our new column, that is barcode, has been created. Now the next step would be is to check for the barcode font. So the barcode font looks something like this. But let me remind you, the barcode font in Excel is not available by default. Don't worry if it's not available, we can download it from open source. So let's go back to Google. So on the Google, you want to search for barcode font for Excel. So the one that I would recommend is 3 of 9 barcode font. Now you can download this font by just clicking on the download button over here. Now I've already downloaded this font on my local system. Let's now try to install that. Now the 3 of 9 barcode folder will come in the form of zip folder. You have to unzip that. And after unzipping, you'll get the setup file which looks something like this, which is 3 of 9 new. Select that and you'll be having the installer file over here. You can install by selecting the install button over here. So I have already installed it in my local system, so it is readily available for me on my Microsoft Excel. Now we might want to create the barcode for this particular cell in A2. So let's create that. So to create a barcode, we need to write in a formula that is equals to double quotes, star, double quotes, and ampersand symbol, address of the cell, that is A2, another ampersand symbol, again double quotes, star symbol, and double quotes. So you can either use this, or instead of star, you can use brackets as well. So let's try brackets. Now select enter. Now this will generate another type of code in your resultant cell. Now we will change the font for this particular resultant cell and we will get our barcode. Now you can just drag all these cells so that you can apply the formula to all the codes. Now I got all the codes over here. Now select all the cells, get into the fonts, and here select the barcode font, and there you go. You have the barcode for all the numbers you have in your column A. So that's how you create barcode in Excel. Page setup in MS Excel. So to understand the page setup in MS Excel, we will go through a demo inventory in Excel where we'll be considering some restaurant data. Now without any delay, let's get started with the practical demo. Now we are on the Excel sheet and this is the data I was talking about. The restaurant data where we have the first column, that is rank, and next we have the restaurant name. Followed by that we have the sales happening through that restaurant, and then we have the segment category. That is what kind of service does that particular restaurant offers. Now this is the list what we made, and what if we wanted to represent this data in the form of a printed paper, right? So I guess you can see all the columns and rows here. So you can see that we have almost like 250 rows. So there is no chance, or there is no way to print all those 250 rows in one page. Of course, it is practically possible, but when you try to read the content, it will be so tough to read because all the rows will be clubbed together so closely so that you cannot read it. So you need to print them page by page. So, and you need to also take care of the data is aligned properly according to the page size, everything, and even you need to take care of the margins of your page, right? So that's what page setup basically means. So we had a detailed overview of our data and what actually we're trying to make. Now let us see how page setup is possible in MS Excel. So to go to the page setup menu or go to the page setup options, we have 3 methods. Let's start with the simplest method. So the simplest method is by just clicking on File and go to Print option. and you'll see all the page setup options right over here. And you can also go to print menu by pressing a shortcut method, that is Control P. So you'll directly end up on the page setup options. Now let's look at the second method. So the second method is, you can see the toolbar over here, right? Which has File, Home, Insert, Draw, Page Layout, Formulas, Data, Review, View, and Help. So the second method, we can use Page Layout option from the toolbar. And you can see when you click on the page option from the toolbar, you have a new ribbon over here. So this ribbon is all about page setup options. So it will offer you margins, it will offer you orientation, size, print area, breaks, background, print tiles, etc., etc. Right? So all these options or menus in this ribbon belong to page setup. Now let us look at the third method. So the third method is something similar. You have view option on the toolbar. So just select view, and you can see we have few page setup options over here as well. The normal, page break, page layout, custom views, and we have grid lines, formula bar, heading, zoom in, zoom out, select to zoom, freeze certain panes, right? So all these are also the page setup options. So we have the three methods to enter the page setup options. Now we are familiar with those. Now let's get started with the practical mode on page setup. For that, let me use the simplest method, that is holding the control key and pressing P, which navigates me to the print option. Now we have various set of options here. We have no scaling, normal margins, letter, portrait orientation, collated, print active sheets, and note 1 for Windows. You can see this option is the printer's option. For example, if you are connected to a printer, which is the hardware printer, then your MS Excel will show the printer's name here. So other than printer, you can also make some other arrangements where you can just directly print your complete data in the form of PDF, and then you can export your PDF to your recipient. That's also possible. Okay, now let's get started with the first option, that is print active pages. Okay, to understand this better, we need to create a new sheet. Not a problem. So you can see that we just have one sheet over here. So let us kind of select all the items and create a new sheet and try to paste it over here. Or let's try to paste it over here. Okay, now let's try to extend these. Yeah, this should be fine. Now let's rename this sheet. Or let's rename it as restaurant sheet 2 for our reference. Now let us get back to the print sheet option. So I'll use the shortest method, that is holding the control key and press P. Now you can see that here we have 6 pages in total from the active sheets. So the current active sheet is the top 250 sheet. So this particular sheet is the current active sheet. So if we print the entire data in this particular sheet, then we will end up printing 6 pages. Now let us select the other option where you have to print the entire workbook. Right. So now you can see that there is a change in the number, that is 12 pages. So what is a workbook? So basically workbook is the collection of entire sheets in your Excel homepage. So in this particular Excel homepage, you have the first sheet, that is top 250, and the second sheet, that is the restaurant sheet 2, right? So the combination of these two sheets make up a workbook. So when you select the entire workbook option, you'll have 12 pages. So that's how we use this setting where you select the active sheets, the entire workbook, and there is another option where you can only print a selected item. So if you want to do this, then let's get back here. Now, what if your customer or what if your client wanted the top 10 restaurants only? So you can select the top 10 restaurants by doing this. Now you have the top 10 restaurants. Let's go to print. So you can see Excel has automatically selected the selection only, print the selected content only. So you can see we have only the top 10 restaurants or top 11 restaurants that we have selected in our sheet, and it is ready to get printed. So this is how we use the first option. Now let's get back. Let's not select that and let's make the pages normal. Now get back to the print option again. Now you can see the next option, that is collated. Right. So in collated you have different options. That is 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 and 1, 2, 3. And the next one, which is uncollated, 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, 2, 3, 3, 3. So why are these numbers present here, and what does collated mean anyway? So this is your question, right? Now the answer for this question will be a little similar to your examination hall. Okay. Let us imagine that you are in examination hall and you are the invigilator and you have 10 students in your room. So you wanted to provide question papers to all the 10 students. Okay. So you have your question paper distributed into 3 sheets. That is, you have marked questions and your questions are fit into 3 papers. Right. In this scenario, we have 250 rows and all the data is split into 6 sheets. That is sheet 1 or page 1, page 2, page 3, page 4. Right. Now, if we wanted to print 10 copies, then the arrangement of papers will be page 1, page 2, page 3, page 4, page 5, page 6 in continuous order. Right. That is collated. If you wanted 10 copies of different ways, where you wanted to print the first sheet first, then you wanted to print the second sheet second, and the third sheet third, that is, you'll have 10 copies of first page, 10 copies of second page, 10 copies of third page, and so on. That particular approach is called uncollated approach, and if you're printing the pages in continuous order for 10 times, then that particular approach is called as collated approach. So this is what we had to learn about collated and uncollated. Now let's get back to the third option. Now let's press again print. Now we have our data over here. There's something wrong. Select all the elements, Control P. Yeah, now we have our data back. Now we have the third option, that is the portrait orientation. Okay, so when we click that, we have 2 options, that is portrait and landscape. So you might be having a good idea, like when you try to click a picture in your phone, we have 2 modes as well, that is portrait mode and the landscape mode. So when you click on the portrait mode, this is how your data will be looking. Now to understand the difference, let's click the landscape mode. So when you click the landscape mode, this is how your data representation will change. You'll have a wider page to print. So this is why we use the page orientation. For now, let's keep the page orientation as portrait orientation. And we have now the fourth option. So what is the fourth option? We have various sets of options in here, that is letter and A4 size. There are also some more page options over here where you can select the page types you want to print. So basically you'll be having few more options, that is A4, A5, A3, etc. But here we just have 2, that is A4 and letter. So basically you'll get those options, and followed by that next we have margins. So here you can see we don't have any margins for our data. Okay, so now we can add some margins by setting up this one as an option, like last custom setting, or you can also choose normal, wide, narrow, right? So your page will be changed according to your margin size. Right, so this is how you can change the margins. Now let's keep it as default. Let's set the normal one. Now we have the next option, that is scaling option. So here you can see we are trying to fit the page. So when you're trying to print these sheets using no scaling, then the actual size of the page will be printed. Now you can also modify that. You can fit and print these sizes. So you can Remember the first option that I said of printing all the 250 rows in one single sheet? This is how you can fit it. So fit the sheet on one page, where you can see all the 250 rows are fit into one page, but the data is not readable. So, but we don't want this type of an approach, right? So let's keep it as the default one, which is no scaling. So these are the variety of options in print. Now, if you wanted to print all the 6 pages into the PDF format and mail it to your client, you can also do that. I think I have explained it in the first place. So you can see we can do it by just selecting this option where you can print all the 6 pages and into PDF format, and then you can mail them to your client. And you can also select the number of copies you want. You can increase the copies to 2, 3, and any number of copies you want. For now, I'll keep it as 1 copy. Now let's print this. Now let us select the location, rename it, and publish. Now let's get back to documents and see if the page is printed or not. Here you go. Here we have the restaurant data in the form of PDF. So we have our entire 6 pages of data in the PDF format. Now we are back on the home page. Now we had some limited functions in the print function over here. We had tried to export the data. So you can also export the data or try to print it from the print option over here. You can just select that as well. You can modify PDF to. Yes, the pages are printed now. There you go, we have the restaurant 2 PDF data. So that's how you can print all your data. You can either choose the export option or you can either choose the print option. Now when you see into the print option, we have limited number of page setup options over here. Now let's check out what we missed. So we are in the page layout here. So we had gone through the margins, we had set all the margins, and then we have also gone through the portrait and landscape. Now you can see the size. When we were in the print menu option, we had only A4 and letter. But here you can see there are a wide variety of options. That is, other than letter, we have tabloid, legal, statement, executive, A3, right? We have A5 and many more other options. And if you want some more paper options, you can go to more and you can always select a few more options. That's how you do it. And yeah, we didn't have the break option. So remember when we had been through the print option, we did not have the break option there. Let's select this to normal A4. So you cannot see the break option over here, right? So here we have the break option. So what does break option does? Right? You can actually break the page. Remember we spoke about the top 10 things or the top 10 rows. You can always do that. So you can just keep the top 10 restaurants in your first page and then break the remaining. And to set page breaks, you can select the cell. Now I need the top 10, so I'll select this particular cell, which is in the 11th position. And now I'll try to implement the page break. Insert a page break. And now you can see on my sheet, there is a thin line which is separating the 2 pages. That's how you can see the indication of a page break implemented onto your page. Now, how do you see it? You can see it by selecting Ctrl P, where you can see the first top 10 restaurants being printed on your sheet. So there you go, we have the first top 10 restaurants printed on our sheets. So that's how you use the page break. Now let's try to eliminate all the page breaks. So you can select breaks and reset all page breaks. So the page break has been eliminated. Now you can always choose a background for your data as well. You just, if you want, you can add a picture to your background. I think that's not available for now. Okay, you can work offline as well. Let us select this one. So you can see that we have added a background to our data. we can select all the text files, and then we can change the color so that the text becomes a little visible. Yeah, that's how you do it. Now if you don't want the image to be added on your file, you can also remove that, delete page background, and there you go, all the images are gone. Now the next important part, that is the print titles. Now why do we need print titles? For that, let's try to print this. So now you can see the first page. In the first page we have the title, rank, restaurant, sales, segment, category. But if you go to the second page, you don't have that title, right? You don't have the title, rank, name of the restaurant, sales, and their service category. So if we want that, then we need to add titles. Now for that, let's select the print titles option. Now let's select the rows to repeat on top. Now for that, we need the first row. Select the first row, and this particular row will be repeating into all the pages. Now let's try to print it. So yeah, now you can see the titles are being added to all the sheets. You can see the page 2, page 3, page 4, page 5, and page 6. So you can see the titles added to all the sheets. So that's how you use the print titles option.
Let's look at one more interesting feature of Excel, and that's your conditional formatting. Now, as you see on the screen, conditional formatting has different rules which can be applied on your data, and that allows you to basically differentiate or easily identify data values which are based on certain criteria or rules. So when you talk about conditional formatting, you have different options, such as you can highlight cell rules, you can get top and bottom values, you can apply different rules, apply different color scales, and you can easily manage these rules. So conditional formatting is very useful for people who would want to work on huge amount of data and easily perform some data analysis. It's easy to use as it is shown here, and with your conditional formatting, you can format cells based on a preset condition. You can perform conditional formatting to identify cells. You can highlight a few significant cells, and you can easily perform conditional formatting as shown on the left side. Now, how do we work with conditional formatting? Let's have a quick look. So say, for example, we have our Excel sheet, and if you see here, I am highlighting the salesperson who have generated revenue greater than 10,000. So we can be looking at the values where the revenue generated by a particular salesperson is greater than 10,000. It has a particular color. And how do we get here? So for example, let's select this data, and what I could do is I could go into conditional formatting. Now I could basically highlight cell rules, and we could just say greater than. That's an easier way. I could also go ahead and create a new rule, but then I can use one of this option. I can say greater than, and let's give some value. Might be we would be interested in looking at any value greater than 12,000. So let's choose 12,000. And here it says what color would you want to select. So for example, I would say something like yellow filled with dark yellow text, and let's say okay. So right now what I'm doing is I have all the values where the revenue generated was greater than 10,000, but then I have also selected all the sales people who have made or who have generated revenue greater than 12,000. So I can just do a Control Z to see the previous result. Now here I had the values which were greater than 10,000, and the one which we did just now basically highlighted the values which are greater than 12,000. So this is one simple example. Now we can look at some other examples. Say for example, you want to format cells using 3-color scale. So if you look at the values here, I have a 3-color scale mainly in green, yellow and red. And how do you do this? So for example, I can go in here and I can go to conditional formatting. So I would want to go for color scales, and here you can create different rules. So we can set up a 2-color scale. So we can say format only values that are above and below average. I can format only cells that contain something. I can get the top and bottom value. So these are different ways in which I can have a 3-color based scale. Now what I will do is I will select this, and let me show you the rule which I have. So for example, I can go into manage rules, and if you see here, there are certain rules which have been specified. Now what does that mean? So you would want to specify a 3-grade scale. So for example, if I would want to look at my first rule, it tells me that I'm choosing 3-color scale. I can choose lowest value, percentile and highest value, and that basically will select the cells based on their values. So what we could have done is I can basically use one of these values. I can delete these rules which I have created. So for example, I have all these rules, but you should always carefully remember that the rules will be applied in the order shown. So for example, if I just delete these rules and then say apply and say okay, my data is back. Now it does not have any highlighting. Now I can go in here, I can say conditional formatting. I could go for color scales, or I could basically go into new rule. So I would want the cells to be using 3-color scale. So let's choose 3-color scale. Now when you say 3-color scale, it says what will be the color of lowest value, and we could choose, might be any one of this. Let's choose red. I can say midpoint is percentile 50, and then the highest value is green, and if that looks good, let's say okay. And now if you see, the lowest values have been highlighted as red, you have mid values, and then you have the positive value. So this is the 3-color scale, and that easily helps me in identifying the data based on the cell values. Now in conditional formatting, what you can also do is you can basically color the cells based on their value. So what we are seeing here is if the revenue generated is greater than average, then that shows in green. And if the revenue generated is lesser than average, that shows in orange. Now how do we do that? So we can basically again manage some rules. So I can basically create a new rule. Now here I can select one of the options which says format only values that are above or below average, and that's the option I would want to select. Now I can select this, and it says format values that are above average. So in our case, we had it in green. So for example, I'll say above average, and then here I can go for a particular color. So you can go for a particular size. So let's go and look into the formatting. So for example, let's choose yellow. Say okay. Now I'm saying wherever the cell values are above average, it would be yellow instead of green. And let's go in here, let's go and look into manage rules. So this is basically the rule which we are applying. Now we can also add a new rule, and I need to select the values. So for example, I will say here, so we had gone for above, now we'll go for below. We'll go for format, we will choose red, we'll say okay, we'll say now these are basically the rules which we have created, and here it says applies to your data. So right now it has not been applied. So for example, if I select this and then I could basically choose my area, just hit on enter, and similarly you can go in here and then select your area, hit on enter and say apply, say OK. And now if you see, I have really chosen bright colors, but then I have said wherever my revenue generated is above average, it should be in yellow, and below average should be in red. So we wanted above average to be in green and below average to be in orange. So that's what we have here, right? So you can always color code your cell values based on some rules which you are setting up. Now similarly, you can also find the top 10 and bottom 10 values, and that's pretty easy. So you can just select this and then you can go into conditional formatting. You can go for top and bottom values, top 10 items, bottom 10 items, or you can go in for more rules. So you can say format only top or bottom ranked values. So you have top 10. Now you can choose the color, and for example I'll go for blue and I'll say OK. So now if you see, my top 10 values are blue. Now similarly I can add one more rule. So I can say new rule and I can say let's go for top or bottom. Let's go for bottom. Let's go for format. Let's say orange. Say OK, say OK, and that's it. So now you have your values which are top or bottom 10 values. So you are using conditional formatting where you are basically highlighting your cell values based on different colors, and here easy conditional formatting based on different rules helps us to do that. Now similarly, you can also have the values which is basically showing you how the values are increasing. So what we can do is we can select our columns. Either you could apply this to all the columns. Now here I have applied this only to Jan and April. Now I could apply this for June. So let's say June. So you can go for gradient fill, you can go for solid fill. You can obviously just select the color and that takes care of the things. You can say, for example, select this, and now this is selected. What I would want to might be format this. So I can go in here, I can go into manage rules. Now that will tell me what rule has been applied in the order. So I can just do a edit rule, and that basically says this is a solid fill, which is color. You have no border. This is basically color is black. Now I can go for something like gradient fill, and I can say OK. And now if I say apply and OK, so this basically is like your first column. So you can use conditional formatting for various use cases, and you can highlight the values. So anyone who would look at the value would automatically notice which are the higher values, which are lower values. Might be here the revenue is getting generated or was getting generated but did not grow beyond a particular value, and so on. Now similarly, you can also go in for different options. Say for example, here we would want to see if the revenue was dropping, or if the revenue decreased, or say for example if the revenue was going up for this particular salesperson. So here we are looking at Carol. So in Jan the revenue generation by sales was very high, then in Feb it was falling down, in March it was kind of stable, then in April it went way below. So we can obviously work on this wherein we can grade our cell values. So what we can do is we can go in for highlighting the cell values. Now you can go for color scales, you can go for icon sets, and this is where you can choose your different shapes. So you could choose one of these shapes. So for example, I would be interested in looking at the indicators like directional. I could go using this 3 arrows. I can go in for this color. I can choose directional, and then my values are automatically using directional. Now what we can also do is we can then go into manage rules, and that basically tells me what rules have been applied. So for example, the latest one is the icon set, which I have chosen. It shows the selected columns. I can obviously do a edit rule, and then I can choose. So I'm saying the format style is icon sets. I'm not using a data bar. I'm not using color scale. Now here I have chosen the style of icons, and then here you can basically give some values. So you have icon which is green when the value is greater than or equal to 67%. When I say hyphen or minus, it is less than 67. It's way below 33%, then you give this value. So you can obviously edit and easily highlight your cell values based on this icon set. So I can apply this, and that's how I use conditional formatting. So conditional formatting can be very useful if you would want to use icon set, if you want to use your data bars, if you would want to highlight particular values, if you would want to color code based on some calculation, if you would want to use a 3-color or a 2-color scale, or if you would want to just find out values based on some simple calculation. So conditional formatting is used extensively by data analysts, or people who are working business intelligence teams, or people who would want to use Excel to easily identify the data, easily identify the cells which contain particular value, or finding out less significant or more significant cells to then pull out values and carry out your computations, calculations, or analysis. So let's continue learning on using Excel for various things. Now we have learned on conditional formatting and seen how that can be very helpful. Let's learn one more feature of Excel, and that's basically your data validation. Now this can be very useful when you would want to work on validating the data which is being fed in the cells. So you could limit it to basically a number between a particular value. You could also add some messages to it if you would want, or you could even circle invalid data or clear validation circles. So data validation really helps us in validating the data which is being fed in to particular fields. Now, it's a feature in Excel which is mainly used to control what a user can fill in a cell. You can decide what type of values must be entered. You can also restrict user to enter only valid data, and if any invalid data is entered, an error message will be displayed. Now that's where you can use your data validations. So let's see how that can be done. So for data validation, let's see some exercises here. So for example, you have a name column, and you would want to restrict that the name should accept only 15 characters. Now, how do you do that? So you can basically select the cells, or you can just select a particular cell, and then we can later drag the property to other fields. Now here, once the cell is selected, so for example, let's try this out and let's see if that works. So for example, I will say Peter Johnson, okay, and that is basically 5 and 9 and 12 characters. So let's say junior, and if I do this, it says input length is greater than 15. Do you want to continue? If I say yes, right, so basically it is allowing me to add the value here, but then it has basically violated the rule. Now this is giving a message to the user that the username should be entered less than 15 characters. Now, how do we do that? So for this, we can basically select the column and then we can search for data tab and get into data validation. So this is where you can create or select different kind of rules. So for example, I can go into data validation, I can go into settings, and I can say the text length, and that should be less than 15. Now this is the maximum I'm giving, and it says apply these changes to all other cells within the same settings. So I can do this, or I can just drag and drop. So I can basically apply this formula, and now you can in fact randomly check in any particular cell, is the rule applied. So it says text length less than 15. So we can basically control data validation in this particular column, and that will allow only 15 characters. It will pop up a message if the user really wants to go beyond the particular limit. Now you also have similarly date of birth. So the restriction is date of birth should be between 10 Jan 1990 to 30 December 1998. So this is what we want to restrict. How do we do that? So we can select the field, we can click on data validation, and if you see here, I have selected date, and then date is between, and then obviously you can give a range, that is 10 Jan date 1990, 12/30, 1998. So that's the start and the end filter which has been applied. And once this is done, you can also check your input messages, which says when cell is selected, show this input message, enter a valid date. So if you see here on the left, there is a pop-up which is coming up which says enter a valid date. Now I can also say when user enters invalid data, show this error alert. So I can say stop, I can say invalid entered, and this is how I have set a rule. So for example, if I just do something like this, and that says invalid date entered, I can do a retry. It will take me back here, but unless and until I do not give the right format, the date will not be accepted. And again, the same thing applies to all the cells. Similarly, email. So we are saying the email should have @ present in the value provided. Now for this, we can use a formula and we can select, well, I would want to apply this rule to all these rows starting from C2 to C14. So let's get into data validation. Let's look in settings, and here we are choosing custom. Now within custom, I'm choosing what is the formula. So I'm saying is number, and then I'm saying find @ for the rows C2 to C14. So the only thing we are concerned about here is the value should have an email icon. You can input a particular message. You can say what has to be done for error alert. So for example, we can basically go in here and we can say invalid email. That's the title I'm giving. And we can say email should contain @. So if I do this and if I say OK, now you can test it. So you can say A, B, C, D, and that says email should contain @, and basically that will not allow me to add the values. So now you have the field called salary. It says salary should be greater than 50,000. Now we can limit the values by choosing a whole number. So for example, for salary, I can go into data validation. I can go into settings. So here I can say something like decimal, or I can go for whole number. So both of the things are fine. It depends on what kind of values get into this particular field. So if I say whole number, and if I say it has to be greater than 50,000, so I'm saying the minimum is 50,000. Or I could have given a decimal, and then I can say greater than, less than, equal, or anything, or even between. So I can select greater than, and then I can just say okay. Now for rank, the rule is rank should be between 100 and 200. So again, we can use a whole number. So ranks will generally not be decimal. So this would be whole number. Salary can be a whole number or it could be decimals. So we have chosen decimal here, and in rank, if you click on data validation, I have chosen whole number. I've set data between 100 and 200. Input message, nothing. Error alert, nothing, but that depends. I can give this. So this is how you can just do a simple data validation and control the values which land in the cell. Okay, so now let's also understand how we can restrict the values in a particular cell, which might be based on a list of items. Now, for example, here, if you see, I have two columns. So one column basically has the values of city names, and then you have places within that particular city. So if I would want to implement a data validation based on this, so for example, if you see here city, and that basically shows me only the 4 values which can be entered. And if I go to place, then it tells me for Maharashtra, I can only enter Pune, Mumbai, Nasik. Now, how do I do this? So say for example, you take an empty field and you want to restrict the values of city names. So I could select data validation. I could basically select list, and then it tells me you need to enter the list values, that is the source. So you click here, and then I can just select these fields. Now if I do this and if I say okay, it has implemented a data validation, but if you look into this, it will show me the same thing, but then it shows me some empty cells which did not have any value. So this is fine, but it would be better if we do it in a different way. So I can select this, and I've already given my city names here. So I can just do a data validation, and here in the source, let me get rid of this. Now I can just have my cursor here. I can select these values, and then if I say okay, so now if you see, my city names have been restricted to these values, and that's how you can implement your data validation. So I have this data validation here, but I will get rid of this one by just doing a Control Z. Now I'll come here and say, for example, I would want to implement the same data validation. Now the easiest way would be in doing this for all my 4 cities. Now if you see here, I have data validation. I could choose Bangalore. And if you come and check here, there is no data validation, but we have implemented data validation here. Now, how is that done? So I could select this, or for example, I can go in here. I can select data validation. I can select list, and then here in the source, I will say for Bangalore, the values should be these. And then if I basically say okay, now if we see, these are the values which are fed into Bangalore. So we could do this, or like what we have done here. So if you can check the data validation rule, I have used list, and then I have said indirect F2. So basically I'm giving in a formula which relates to the value which is in for the city Maharashtra. So we could do this, or in a simpler way, we could do this and then just drag and drop here. So we could check for Maharashtra, what are the values? Let's choose a different city. So for example, Kolkata, and here I will choose. Now, since we did a drag and drop, it has basically taken the values of Bangalore. So that's not right. So we select this, we go into data validation, and here I can either feed in the values, that is such as Bangalore. I could basically say something like this, Kolkata, and I could say okay. So now if you see, it shows me the places in Kolkata. Now here we have, let's choose a different city. So for example, let's go for Delhi, and here I can go to data validation, and I can just say tally. So this is an easier way of doing it. Or if you remember the formula, then what you can do is you can just give an indirect and then basically give the value of the cell for which you would want to keep in the values. So this is how you can do list validation. So you can provide a list of values and then you can restrict the values in a cell which should be belonging to a particular list. So this is how you do a simple data validation by restricting the data in the form of a list.
MIS reports in Excel. So first, let's understand what exactly is MIS report in Excel. So MIS stands for Management Information System. MIS reports provide data on different categories for accurate decision making. So MIS in Excel is a procedure to create interactive report using Microsoft Excel. So MIS reports help management to access the performance of organization and allow faster decision making. So if you know to create the MIS reports using various business intelligence tools such as Excel, then you might find a very good job opportunity in a well-established company. Now let us try to learn how to create MIS report using Excel in a practical mode. So let's get back to the Microsoft Excel.
If getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
So here you can see that I've got some sales data of various car manufacturing companies, and I've also got some slices. So using these slices, I can get the real-time information from the dashboard. So I'll select an year from the first slicer and I'll go into the second slicer and I'll select a company. Now I'll select BMW and SUV type. So we have the data of all the SUV types cars manufactured by BMW car manufacturing company in the year 2018. Now let's start and create something similar to this one. So how did I create this MIS report? Let's go through this in a step-by-step way. So on my screen, you can see that we have created a completely new Excel workbook and we have some sample data with 5 rows and 20 columns. So this particular data is based on the manufacturer year and the car manufacturing company and the type of the car manufactured and number of cars manufactured in that particular year and also the price of that particular car. Now, to create MIS reports, we need to play around pivot tables. So we also have tutorials on pivot tables and you can go through that in our Simplilearn YouTube channel, and also we will try to link those in the description box below. Now let's select the entire data and go into the insert ribbon, and there you can see the first option, that is pivot table. So after selecting the pivot table option, it will show this particular dialog box where it will ask you for the range of cells you need to select, and the next one is to create the pivot table in the same sheet or a new sheet. So we'll take a new sheet here. Now select OK, and there you go, you have the pivot table here. So first you have an empty pivot table, and on the right side you can see we have pivot table fields. Now you can either drag these options into the rows and columns, or you can also click it. So now let's drag and drop these. First we will select year and car, followed by that we will take type, quantity and price to columns. So there you go, we have our pivot table now. Let's select all the data in the pivot table, and again let's get back to the insert option, and here you can see an option called pivot chart. Select that and you will have various pivot chart options here. Now you can select any one which you can prefer or which you like, or whichever you think can represent your data in a best way possible. So now let's go with column chart first. Let's select OK, and we have our column chart over here. Now this happens to be our first chart. Now let's create a few more charts. So to create few more charts, we'll go back to the same original data. Select again insert and pivot table. Now again a new worksheet. So here we have another empty pivot table. In the similar way, let's drag the same data into rows and columns. There you go. And again we will select all the data and create a pivot chart. Go to insert option, pivot chart, and now let's try to select pie chart. Select OK, and we have our pie chart over here. Now let's try to create one more. Same procedure, select table, select pivot table, then create new worksheet for the new pivot table, and now drag and drop the data. Now let's go to insert again. Let's select all the data, go to insert option and pivot chart. Now let's try to select the bar chart. Select OK, and there we have our bar chart. Now remember the first chart we created, that is in sheet 2, this one. So we will try to move all the charts to this particular table or this particular worksheet. So let's get back to the sheet number 3, right click, and you can see an option called pivot chart analyze. So from here you can move the chart. Select the option of moving the chart, and don't select the first one, select the object in option and select the sheet number to which you want to move this chart. For now we want to move this chart to sheet number 2, select that, press OK. Now we have the chart moved to the sheet number 2. And in the same way, let's go to the sheet number 4 and let's move this particular chart to sheet number 2. There you go, the chart got moved to sheet number 2. Now you can insert the slices. So we have selected the third sheet or third chart, and inside the pivot chart analyze option we have an option of inserting the slicer. Now we will insert the slicers for year, car and type. Now select OK and you will have all the 3 slices onto your sheet. Now let's rearrange them. So I'm just organizing them in a neat way. There you go. And you can also customize your designs for all the charts so that they look a little more better. Now, if you see, if I make some changes, only one chart will be interacting for this, right? So if I select Ferrari and year 2020 and option as sports, you can see only one chart is interacting to these particular slices. Why? Because all these slices are connected to just one chart here. So you need to make sure that all these slices are connected to all the 3 charts what we created. So let's erase all the filters and select one slicer at a time. Right click and you will see an option of report connections. Select that and you see that the connections are only connected to the pivot table 3. So select the remaining pivot tables as well. Select OK. And in the same way, select the second slicer. Select the report connection option. Connect pivot table 1 and 2 and select OK. And in the same way, the third one. So now all the slices are connected to all the pivot charts. Now if you make some changes here, they will respond automatically in the same way. Now let's select the Ford company, the year 2019 and hatchback option, and you have all the cars which were made in the year 2019 from Ford company in the segment of hatchback. So this was the sample dataset that we worked on. Now you can also work on some complex datasets such as this Superstore dataset. Now, one thing you need to make sure that when you're working with Excel MIS, you need to make sure that all the macros are disabled on your dataset and you convert the entire data into the regular table format of Excel. Right now, Excel is considering this particular data as a database. So for that, you need to select all the data, press Ctrl T, and then convert the entire data in the form of tabular data. And also, don't forget to click this icon which reads my table has headers. So the first row is the headers. Now let's select OK, and your entire data will be converted into tabular form. Now let's reset this to the normal type which has the clear color, not all the fancy colors. Now the entire data is converted from the DBMS to the tabular form, and now you can start implementing the MIS reports in pivot tables. So that's how you work on MIS report in Excel.
Let's look at an example of one more useful function in Excel, and that is VLOOKUP. Now, VLOOKUP is used to see if a value exists in a range of values, and we can create a range of values, which is nothing but a block of cells which has a name and can be referenced. So mainly to use VLOOKUP, we need to create a named range, and that can be referenced anywhere in the workbook. Or the other option is you can always drag and select the range of data in which you would want to search something. Now there is also other functions such as HLOOKUP, which pretty much does the same thing. However, it does it horizontally, that is left to right instead of vertically. There are other functions like lookup and XLOOKUP and so on. So when we talk about VLOOKUP, let's see how we do that. So for example, this is the range of, or this is the data which has been given to you, and here is the question: find the employee name with employee ID 107. Now assume that you might have huge amount of data and you may want to search something. So how do we do it? Now here I have created some column and then some basic formatting. I've given it as employee ID, I've given employee name. Now what I can do is I can create a range of data. Now how do I do that? Or a named range. So what you can do is you can select the data and then you can do a right click. Now here you have something like get data from table range. So you can do that. You can define a name. So you can click on this, and here you can give a name to the range, what you would want to call it. So for example, let's say our search. Now that's the named range I'm creating, and just say okay. So the scope is workbook, and I've created a named range which you can see here. So it shows for search, our search. So you have created a named range. Now how do we do a VLOOKUP here? So for that we can use a formula. So for example, I would want to search for employee name, where employee ID is whatever you would want to search for. So employee ID we can give here 107. Now that's what we would want to search the employee name for, and employee name is what we are interested. Now what we can do is we can use the function option here. I can do a insert function, and that shows me different functions which are here. Now VLOOKUP is showing up because I have recently searched for it, or you can basically just type in here look and you can do a go. So that shows you all the lookup options what you have, like lookup, HLOOKUP, match, VLOOKUP, and so on. So we would be interested in VLOOKUP. So let's select that and click on OK. Now that basically opens up this function arguments, and it shows what does this function do. So it says looks for a value in the leftmost column of a table and then returns a value in the same row from a column you specify. By default, the table must be sorted in an ascending order. Now you can basically say this is what you would want to search for, what is the lookup value. If you place your cursor here, it says what is the table array. That is nothing but the range, which we can use our named range. Here we have the column index number, which basically tells me what is the column number in the range which we want. So what is the value we want from which column, and then basically you have range lookup, which basically is the fourth option. And range lookup is nothing but it can have two values, so true or false. So true basically means closest match, and then false should be an exact match. So let's do that. So for lookup value, we would want to give a particular value, which is nothing but we would be interested in, say, employee name. So I can basically search for a value based on the lookup value. Now, how do we do it? So we are saying we would want to search for employee ID, which is 107. So what I can do is I can select this cell here, which tells that this is the value or employee ID for which I would want to search the employee name. I could actually select the cell here, which is H, so that whatever value you feed in here, you can search for that value. So might be we can select this one, which is H6, and whatever value we key in here, we will be searching for employee name for that employee ID. Now, table array is we would want to give a range. So what we can do is we can give our range. So for example, we had selected something like our search. And if you see here, that already selects or shows me employee ID, employee name, email address. So it gives me the range. Now, column index number. So which column are we interested in? That means what is the value we are searching for? So we are searching for employee name, which is the second column. So I can just say 2, and that basically is the column number. And then you have to give a range lookup, which is a logical value. So either you give an exact match, or you can basically give a closest match. So we can say, for example, do a 0, which basically means false, or you can say 1, which is true. So let's go for 0. Now that's our formula. So it says VLOOKUP. You will search for the value as per H6 in the range, and then you are looking for employee name, which is column number 2, and then true or false. So let's click on OK, and that basically gives me the value, which is Penelope Burge. So here I'm searching for employee name, and you can basically drag this for other columns, and you can do that. So if it finds employee ID here, now say for example, if we had an employee ID, somebody enters an employee ID which is not in the range. For example, let's try 121, and then you see this is basically an error, right? Because it does not have any employee ID with 121. Now, how do I take care of this? So there is a formula which is called iferror, and that can be used to take care of this. So if the value is not found, then it will show whatever I would want to show here. So what I can do is I can still select this, and what I can do is I can search in function. Say for example, this is the function we are looking at, but what we can do is we can test it here. So for example, if I look in function and if I search for error and say, oh, go. So there are lots of functions here, and this is the function we are interested in, if error. So if I say okay, now this takes the value, and what is the value if error? So for value, what I can do is basically I can select the value from here, which is nothing but our VLOOKUP formula, and value if error. So for example, I will basically say, for example, not found. So we can try this, and we can say okay. Now here it says not found. So whenever it is NA, it is not found. Now if we look at the formula here, it says if error, it takes the value of H7, which is nothing but our VLOOKUP, and then it is showing us the value which we have entered. So for example, if I would say 107 like earlier, and then hit on enter, so it says Penelope Cruz, and it shows us the value, right? And if we enter something else, then basically here it shows NA and it shows not found. But what we want to do is we want to merge these two. So what I can do is I can get rid of, or I can basically take this one. Now what I would want is I want this formula to be here. So what I can do is I can say if error, and then basically given your VLOOKUP option or function here, and then say, for example, not found here, not found. Now that basically will take care of any kind of error if the value is not found. So when we say 121, it basically says not found. But if I say 107, which is found, then it shows me the value. So we are using VLOOKUP, but then we are also using if error, which will take care of our error message, or basically the not applicable, pound not applicable, replaced with whatever value we key in. Similarly, we can do the same thing here. So we have the find the job title. So we are interested in finding out the job title once the employee name is given. Now employee name can basically have a value from the cell or whatever value you would want to key in. How do we do it? So we basically start with our VLOOKUP. So that's the function we are interested in. So you can just do a double click. Now you are interested in finding out the value, whichever is given here. So that's the lookup value. And then you are interested in finding out the job title from the range. So I will still give our range, which basically also shows, for example, let's do a double click here, and that basically selects the range. And now I'm interested in finding out the job title, so that's column number 4, and then I can just give 0, which is for false. So now we have given our VLOOKUP, but that shows not applicable because we have not given any employee name. So we can key in the value here, which says Fred Stone. And now if we are basically giving the value, so Fred Stone, now we will have to search if there is any job title which is Fred Stone. So here is the value, so that should be showing up. Let's check what has gone wrong. So we are giving our range, we are interested in finding out the value, but what the mistake what we did here was that when we want to search for a value, say for example, let's take this VLOOKUP and let's replace this value of H12 with the value here, so Fred Stone, and then basically we will give our range, we will say which is the column we are interested in, and then give true or false. So we can also basically take care of this error message. So for example, let's take this complete formula from here and just copy this formula, and now we can put in here the formula. But then this is where we were searching for H6, which was employee ID. Now that's not what we are interested in. We are interested in finding out the value. So let's take this one and replace this with the value given here. And then I give my range. I say which is the column I'm interested in. So I'm interested in looking for job title, and then let's search. So it basically tells me not found. So let's check this. Now the error which we were facing was because when we talk about your VLOOKUP, let's look at the formula again. And here, say for example, I go for function and then I select VLOOKUP, and say for example I say okay. Now just look at the description here. Looks for a value in the leftmost column of a table. Now earlier the range which we had selected had the leftmost column as employee ID, and that's why it was giving an error. So how do we fix that? So for example, let's basically remove this function from here. Now what we want to do is we would want to search for the stockbroker. Now if you see here, I have given a range which is B1 to D21. So we would want the value for what we would want to search, say employee name, that should be the leftmost column. So that's how we have our function. So let's do that. So say for example the name is given here, so we want a range. So either we can create a range like earlier by selecting, say for example, this data. Now am I interested in salary? No, I'm interested in job title, right? So I can basically just select these three columns and then I can define a name. So I can say our search to, and let's give a named range, and that's only because we would want to easily reference or use that named search or named range. Now here we would want to use VLOOKUP, but we would also do an if error. Now within that we can say VLOOKUP, and then you need to select what is the value what your function takes. So basically this is my function. We will say if the value is not found, then we will give this. So you can create an external structure, and then within your VLOOKUP we will say the leftmost column which we are interested in. So that's your employee name. So in employee name we have the value, so either I can directly select the value here in the column B, or I will give the value whichever is fed in here, the employee name. Then I need to give a range, so let's select our range. So that's your our search to, and then you need to select the column number. So we are interested in finding out the job title, so that's the third column. So let's say 3 and then just give a 0 and then hit on enter. So it says not found because you have not given any employee name. Now let's try to find the job title of Fred Stone. So I can just select, or I can say equal, and then I can just give in a value, and that basically shows me the job title. So this is how you use VLOOKUP. We have also used if error, which basically takes care of error message if the value is not found. So for example, we can test this. Here we have Fred Stone. So for example, if I just empty this and I point it to something which does not exist, so that shows me not found. Or if you just select this and then key in a value, it shows you this. Might be we can just type in. So if I say Fred, then basically it says not found because we are looking for exact match. Now if we had changed this to the closest match, something like this, then it would have tried to find something, but then we don't have anything which is just with this. So there are different ways of doing it. So what we can do is we can always go for the exact match, and that's basically the value. And here we can basically key in any value. For example, I would be interested in finding out this one, and let's give this, so you can search in this way. So you can also have statements which can be searching one related to other. Now here the question was to find the job title of Fred Stone. So let's type in Fred Stone, and that basically shows me the job title which we are interested in. So let's search for job title. Let's go for exact match and then search. So it is stockbroker. So
If getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
now that we have looked at VLOOKUP, it would be interesting to see how horizontal lookup or edge lookup works. It basically works on the same lines, but here instead of vertically searching through the columns, the range is more of horizontally defined. So we search in rows rather than in columns. So for example, this is the data which has been given to you, and you have various columns. So you have employee ID, you have your employee name, you have employee email address, you basically have the job title, of different employees, and then basically you have the salary. So this is the data which has been given to you, and you are asked to search, or you're interested in finding out, say, the salary based on employee name or job title based on employee ID. So what we need to do is we need to define the range here. Now, range can depend on what you are searching for. So for example, when I'm searching employee name and salary, so I am interested in these 4 rows. When I'm saying employee ID and job title, then might be this is the range and I don't need salary. So I can create a named range if we are interested in, so that we can easily search for it, or we can straight away give the first cell value, which is basically A1 here, and then the last value here, which is G, and then you can give 5. So you can do that, or you can create a named range, whichever way you would want to do it. So for example, we would want to create a named range for our first question, which is find the salary of Eden Connell using VLOOKUP. So we are interested in this. So let's select these 4 rows all the way for your columns. Now, like we did earlier, we can just define a name. Might be we can call it our search 3, and we can just give OK. So that's the named range which we have created. Now what we would want is we want to search for the salary based on employee name. So here we can insert our function. So let's look up and let's search for look, and just click on go. So here you have VLOOKUP, and basically that's the function I'm interested in. Say OK. So this says what is the lookup value which you are interested in. So we are interested in finding out the value based on the employee name. So for example, let's select this cell. That gives us more dynamism, and you can add in any name and you can search for the salary. Or you can basically give the employee name exactly from the employee name value here, which is D2. So we can give Eden Connell from here. So let's select this. Now table array, so we need to give our range. So let's say our search 3. Then you need to give the row index number. Now this is different than VLOOKUP. In VLOOKUP you have column index number, and here you have row index number. So what are you interested in searching for? So we are interested in searching for salary. Now in our range, that is basically the 4th row. Remember, we created a range from employee name to salary. So let's give the row index number, which is 4, and the range lookup will say 0, which is basically exact match, and that completes our formula. So click on OK, and that basically gives me the salary for Eden Connell. Now that's basically because we have fed in the value here, and that is basically giving me this. So I can again do if error if I would be interested in, to basically take care of error message if the value is not found. For that you can look into the previous example, which is VLOOKUP. Now similarly, we are interested in finding out the job title for employee ID 105. How do we do that? So we need to use VLOOKUP. Well, we could have done with VLOOKUP, but here the data is more arranged in the form of rows. So how do we do that? So we can again use VLOOKUP, and we can give a range or named range, or let's for this time let's basically key in our range manually. So we can do that. So let's go for VLOOKUP. Now what do we want to search for? So we will say this is the value. Then we need to give a range. Now as I said, if you would want to give a range manually, so for example I'll say A, and then I'll say A1 colon, and then I'm interested in G, and then the row will be 4. So salary row is not what we are not interested in. So let's say G, and then we can give 4. So that basically gives me the range, right? Instead of having a named range. So we can do that. And then we need to give the row index number. So we are interested in finding out the job title, which is basically in our range, the 4th row. and then give 0 for true or false. So if you see here, it tells if it is 1, it is an approximate match, false is an exact match, and we can close this bracket. That completes our formula. It takes the value which is given in employee ID, and then it will try to search for the job title. So that basically shows wherever the employee ID is 105, the job title is fabricator. Again, you can use if error, wherein your if error can then be working on HLOOKUP and can take care of error, so that if an employee ID is keyed in for which there is no matching value, then it will not show you a not applicable error. Instead of that, it will replace with the word whatever you have specified. So in this way, you can easily use HLOOKUP to search from the range of data which is horizontally arranged. And in the previous example, we were seeing how you use VLOOKUP when the data is arranged vertically. So we have looked at VLOOKUP and HLOOKUP, and what we have seen is VLOOKUP has a limitation in one way, that we need to basically give a range where the leftmost column is the one which is used. Now, instead of that, we might be interested in searching in specific columns and not all the columns. Well, that can also affect the time taken to search for the data, wherein we can select particular columns or particular ranges rather than selecting all the data which has to be searched for. So for example, we have this question: find the salary of Hank Saunders. Now that's the employee name which we have here, and we would want to find out the salary. So what are the columns we are interested in? So one is your employee name and one is your salary, and these are the only two columns which we are interested in. So instead of using VLOOKUP, now, like I've shown earlier, you can create a named range for these two columns and you can use that, or we can manually give the range here. So let's go for lookup function here, and lookup function will basically help us in searching what we are interested in. So we are interested in finding out the employee name, and we are interested in finding out the salary based on the employee name. So how do we do that? So here in lookup, I can first give the value which is here, employee name. Now whatever employee name is keyed in here, we will be searching for salary of that employee. Now lookup function needs a lookup value, so we are searching based on employee name. Then it says lookup vector. So we will basically then say what is going to be our lookup vector. So here we need to give a range. So what are we interested in? We are interested in finding out the salary based on employee name. So first goes our range based on which we need to search. So that's your employee name. So let's, for example, select this one. So that's our range, B1 to B21. So that will basically have the employee name in which we will be searching for. And then we are interested in searching out the result vector, that is basically the column from which we want the value. That's our salary column. So let's select this, and that completes our lookup function. So now if you hit on enter, it shows that for this employee where the name is Hank Saunders, the salary is 5,400. Now you can test it by basically giving some other name. So for example, if I replace this with, say, Fred Stone, and that basically shows me the value for Fred Stone, we can replace it to the question which we have, that is Hank Saunders, and that shows me the salary. So that's a simple example of lookup which allows you to search by selecting a range of columns rather than having the leftmost column which has to be referenced. Similarly, we have one more question: find the employee ID of this particular email ID. So we need to again use our lookup function. So we'll say lookup. Now what are we interested in? We will search based on this email address. So I will select this. Then I need to give that based on email address, we are searching the employee ID. So email address is in this column. So let's select this range. And then we are interested in employee ID. So then goes our result vector. So select this column. And that basically completes your formula. So close this bracket and hit on enter. So that basically shows me the employee ID for an employee with this email address. So this is how you use lookup. Now, as I've explained earlier, you can be using the if error, and you can basically see how your index match can be used. Now, here is an example of if error. So basically this shows how if error helps. So say for example, as I showed in your sheet 1, so check for employee James Bond. If the value is not present, display not found. And what are we doing? We are basically nesting our VLOOKUP inside if error with a not found option, which basically says if the value given in this cell H is not found, then basically it will display not found. So here you also notice that the range which has been given has been selected, that is B1 to C21. Now we could have used a named range, which basically helps us in searching for multiple functions. We are searching for 2, that is the column number 2 here, that is employee name. So check for employee James Bond if the value is not present or no. So we are basically just searching for employee name here, and then give your 0 or 1. So that's basically usage of your if error, which I've shown earlier, and the same thing can be applied for your edge lookup also. Now, suppose you have been given some additional questions. For example, instead of using your VLOOKUP or HLOOKUP or lookup examples, what we have seen, say for example, you are asked to find the salary of Peter Daniels. Now, we already know how to find that using VLOOKUP, right? So for example, we want to find out the salary for this employee name, which is Peter Daniels. I can use a VLOOKUP. However, sometimes we may also want to use an index match. An index match is also one useful function to do that. So we can basically search based on that. So we have to define the range of data. We have to then say what do we want to match. So that's basically an employee name. And then we are interested in finding out, say for example, based on the range of employees, you would want to find out the value of salary. So we are then giving a range and doing it. How do we do that? So for example, here I can use a function which is called index. And if you see here, it says returns a value or reference of the cell at the intersection of a particular row and column in a given range. So this is where index function can be useful. Now we can start with this function. It says it needs an array, that's nothing but a range. So we can basically select all our data. So I can say A1 all the way to E21. So that basically is my range. Now I would want to find the salary of this employee name, which is Peter Daniels. So I can use internally here, basically you need to give a row number. So what we can do is we can do a match. So we can use an internal function match. Now we need to basically give it correctly. So we need to say match. Now, how does this match function work? So we need to basically match for a value. So for example, we'll select whatever employee name is given here. So that's Peter Daniels. Now that's basically what we would want to match. Now, where do we want to match this? So we want to match in the column B, which has employee names. So we can give a range which is B1 to B21. So that's basically within the employee names, we are looking for a match, which is given here. That's in H6. And we want to do a match. So we want to do a exact match. So let's do a comma 0. And then we are interested in finding out the salary based on this match, and salary is in our fifth column. So let's basically give the column number here and then just close this bracket. So that basically completes your function, and just hit on enter. So that shows me the salary of Peter Daniels, right? So this is an easy way wherein you can use the index function. Remember, first you give the range, and then you need to give your matching condition. So when you say match, I would take the value whatever is given in this cell. I will search in the range of values, which is employee names. I will find an exact match, and what I'm interested in is finding the salary for Peter Daniels. Now similarly, say for example you have been given a question, find the employee ID with salary 10,000. So you want to find out the employee ID wherever the salary is 10,000. So we are obviously looking for an exact match. Now how do we do that? So we can start with our index function, and within index function we need to give a range. So for example, I'm interested in finding out, say for example, our range, which is A1 to E21. So that's what I'm interested in. Or you are actually interested in searching based on, say, your salary. So you are interested in searching the employee ID. So might be if I just do a A21, let's see what happens here. Now then I can just do a match. So match will be now done based on the value which is here, H13. So I will do a match for this one. Now I need to give a range. So let's basically give a range which will be, we are interested in searching employee ID based on the salary column. So that's your E column. So I will say E1 to E21. That's what I'm interested in searching. Finding a match for this salary. We want an exact match. So first let's close this one. Now that's fine. I mean, we are interested in finding out the employee ID based on the match which is within this range. And then what we would want to do is we would want to basically find the employee ID. Employee ID is in my column A. So what I can do is I can additionally give a match here, and then I can say I'm interested in the finding out the value for employee ID, and that basically needs a range. So the range here will be just the column headings. So we will give A1 all the way to E1. So that's the range in which we would want to search, and we would want to find a match for employee ID. We want an exact match. So let's close this one, and that basically closes my match, and we need to close our index function. So now that shows me employee ID where the salary is 10,000. So this is how you can do your index matches, where you can give a range, then you can say what you need to match within which particular column, whether it is an exact match or approximate match, and then the column from where you are interested in finding out the value. So same thing we did here. We basically gave a complete range, and if you closely see, we were only interested in finding out the employee ID. So here I gave a range A1 to A21, which is basically this particular column. So that's where we are interested in finding out. Match basically will give your lookup value, so that's H13. Then we gave a range which is salary, that's what we are interested in. And then we said when we are doing a match, we are only interested in finding out the employee ID, which is in a range of column names, and then doing an exact match. So this is how you can use index match instead of lookup, which can also give you some exceptions in searching for specific columns or specific rows. Now, if error, we have already discussed, where you nest your VLOOKUP or HLOOKUP inside it. So this is how you can use your lookup functions, HLOOKUP, VLOOKUP, lookup, or index match to search for data. some function like this, which shows up xln.xlookup, and then you're trying to search for something. So don't be surprised with that. So xln is basically a prefix added to functions that don't exist in the version of Excel you are using. You have Excel 2013, and say your friend has a newer version of Excel, say Office 365 or Excel 2016, and basically he uses a new cool function and sends the file to you. So that's where you will have this xln prefix as I'm showing up here. So for example, what is the job title of Xavier Power is what you would want to search, and here the function which shows up xln xlookup, and then you're searching. So this is basically something which is the function. Now if I just select what it has selected here, and if I hit on enter, it shows that this does not work in my Excel here, and that's because of the version. But what I can do is I can fix this by removing this details here, and that basically shows lookup. We are searching for job title based on employee name, which is in this field H6, and then we need to give a range. So we need to give a range of names, employee name, and then basically the job title range, which is basically the job title. So now if I just hit on enter, it gives me the value. So it's as simple as that. Similarly here, what is the employee ID of the person with this email? We have already looked at the lookup function. So if it shows your xln xlookup, all you need to do is remove this and then keep the lookup function searching for the value based on the range of values, and then searching for a value within a range of values. So just hit on enter and that gives you the value. And same thing goes for this job title. So what is the job title and salary of employee name? So we have this function. Now what I can do is here I'm interested in finding out the value for this particular function. How do I fix this? I can basically select this and then just do a lookup based on the values, and it basically says you can't change part of an array. So we can fix this. Now what we need to do is we need to basically search based on this particular value. So we will basically say I want to do a lookup. Now lookup should be based on employee name, whatever name is given here. Then you need to find the job title and salary. So for job title, I want to find based on employee name. So I will give a range, and then basically I will say I'm interested in finding out the job title. So I will give a different range and then basically close this. So that basically shows, now this is basically because of the function which we have here. So basically to fix this, what we will have to do is we will have to delete all the columns here which were selected, such as employee name, job title and salary, because that was giving you an error. You cannot delete a part of an array. Now what we want to do is we want to find the job title and salary based on the employee name. So we can do that using lookup as we have done earlier. So we will use a lookup function. Now what we are interested in finding out is the job title based on employee name. So we can select this cell which does not have any value. Then we need to basically say from which range or based on what you want to search. So we want to search based on employee name, and we want to find out the job title. So we can basically give a range of values, and then we will be interested in finding out the job title. So let's select the job title range, and that basically completes our lookup. So let's close this and hit on enter. Now it says obviously error because this does not have any value. We will fix that by giving in a value here. Same thing we can do for salary. So for example, I can just drag and drop it here, and in this one, instead of basically having a range which is your, we will be interested in finding out the salary. So let's see what is the range we give. So the range should be employee name. So we will basically select employee name as the range. And then we are interested in finding out the salary. So we will select this particular range. And what we are interested in finding out is basically employee name, or we are interested in finding out based on employee name. So let's select this particular column and then hit on enter. So both of these are NA values. Now just feed in an employee name. So we will say, for example, Eduardo, and that basically gives me the job title and salary. So that's how you can fix your Excel FN error. So same thing goes here. So it shows you XLN is what you would want to search. Might be if you don't find something, you would want to push in name not found. So first is we will have to fix this part. So we will have to remove this because that's not supported in my Excel. And then I have lookup. I'm searching based on H24, which is basically employee ID. You're giving a range which is A2 to A21 because we would want to find name not found for a particular employee ID. So I'm giving a range which is A2 to A21. I'm trying to search for the name which is from B2 to B21, and then I'm giving name not found. So say for example, we can do this lookup, but then with lookup you don't have this direct option. What we can do is we can use if error, and then basically try to search. So that gives your lookup value, and then you will have to close this one. And then again, if it gives you some error like this, we can obviously go for VLOOKUP and fix this. So here we are searching for a particular range, and then let's search for this value. And basically to fix this, what I did was I just use a VLOOKUP. So we know that employee ID 121 does not exist. So I'm just using if error. I'm doing a VLOOKUP where I'm searching for the value given in H19. And then I'm saying that I would want to search from a range which is basically B1 to C21, that is in employee name and say email address, for example. And we would want to basically search for name not found. So we can, instead of giving B21 or B1 to C21, we can restrict it to just B1 to B21. We are searching in column 2. We are searching for exact value, and if it does not find, then it says name not found, and that's how we do it. So we can always replace and fix this Excel FN errors. If you are using some spreadsheet which was, or an Excel which was sent by someone else who is using a different version. So in this way we can use your different lookup functions, take care of your errors, use an index match.
VLOOKUP is one of the most widely used functions in Microsoft Excel to perform analysis of data, calculation and data manipulation. So in this video, you will learn VLOOKUP in detail. Let's straight jump into learning what is Excel VLOOKUP. VLOOKUP stands for vertical lookup. VLOOKUP lets you search for specific information in your spreadsheet. It allows you to search for a particular value in a column and returns another value from a different column but of the same row. VLOOKUP takes advantage of vertically aligned tables to quickly find data associated with the value the user enters. Now, let's look at the syntax to write a VLOOKUP function. So VLOOKUP takes 4 parameters or arguments. You can see it here. There are 4 arguments in the VLOOKUP function. So the first argument is called the lookup value. The lookup value represents the value that you are searching for. Next is the table array. The table array represents 2 or more columns of information. The third argument is called the column index number. Now this represents the column number in the table from which the value must be returned. The first column is 1, the second column is 2, and so on. And then we have the fourth parameter, which is called the range lookup. Now this parameter is optional. Now range lookup is used to find an exact match. So if you want to find an exact match, you need to enter false or 0. Meanwhile, if you want an approximate match, you need to enter true or 1.
If getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
Now, let me give you a brief overview on what's going to be in our demo. So for our demonstration, we'll use a sales dataset. You can see the dataset on the left. Using this dataset, we'll understand how VLOOKUP performs an exact and approximate match. We'll see how VLOOKUP is case insensitive. Then we'll perform a wildcard character search. We'll understand how to handle errors when a match is not found. And finally, you will look at two-way lookups. Now here is a small example of how VLOOKUP works. So we want to find the units sold by Morgan using the dataset on the left. So here you can see I have the dataset. It has some rows and columns. So these are the columns which are order date, region, there's a representative column, item, units, there's unit cost and total. And from this table I want to find the units that were sold by Morgan. Now if you look at the table, at the bottom you can see the representative name Morgan, and Morgan has sold 30 units. Now I want to find this value using the VLOOKUP function. So here on the right you can see I have my lookup value, which is Morgan, and this is my VLOOKUP formula, and using this formula I am getting the result as 30. Now let's go to our Excel workbook and perform all the demos one by one. So this is my Excel workbook that we are going to use for our demo, and here is the data set we'll be using. Now this is the same data set that you saw a while ago. So this data set has 7 columns. You have the order date, the region, representative's name, item, there's units, unit cost and total, which is basically the total or the amount of sales that was generated. Now we are going to use a chunk of this data set and perform our VLOOKUP analysis. So let's see our first example and the problem we have at hand. Let me go to the exact match tab. Alright, so here I'm going to use this chunk of data which is actually taken from the original data set. So we have taken the first 11 rows from the data set. You can see from row 2 till row 12 is going to be our data set that we'll use. So we have a question here. We want to find the items sold by Thompson. So here Thompson is my lookup value, which means looking at Thompson I want to find the item that he sold. So if you consider our table here, you can see we have the representative's name Thompson right here, and from the table you can see Thompson sold pencil, and I want to get this value which is pencil using my VLOOKUP function. So let's go ahead and write our VLOOKUP function. I'll consider this as my lookup value, and here under item I'm going to write my VLOOKUP formula. To write the VLOOKUP formula, I'll write first equal to, and I'll write VLOOKUP. Now if I hit tab, it will auto-complete. Alright, now let's give the parameters. So first is going to be the lookup value, which is nothing but Thompson. So I'll just select this cell, which is J17, comma. Now it's asking to give the table array. So the table array is the table from which you want to retrieve a value. One thing to keep in mind is that the value you are looking for should be the first column of a table, and you can select the table array till the end of the dataset or till the column which has the value you want to find. So here I'll select my table array starting from the representatives column till the end of the item column, which is going to be my table array. Then I'll select the column index number. So the column index number is based on the table array you have selected. In this case, my column index number is going to be 2 because we have selected just 2 columns, and the value which I am going to find is in the second column. So I'll give 2, comma. Now the range lookup I am going to give is false because I want to find an exact match. So either you can hit tab or you can write 0, which means false. If I close the bracket and hit enter, it will return me the item that Thompson had sold, which is pencil. You can verify from the table that Thompson had sold pencil. Alright. Now let's try to change the table array and see what result are we getting. So this time I'll slightly change the table array. So again we are trying to find the item that Thompson had sold. So I'll write my formula equal to VLOOKUP. I'll hit tab to autocomplete. I'll give my lookup value as Thompson, comma. This time I'm choosing my table array starting from the representatives column till the end of the dataset, which is till P12. Again, my column index number is going to be 2 because if you consider this table array, the item column is the second column in the selected table array. So I'm going to write it as 2, comma. The range lookup I want to give as false because I want to find the exact match. If I close this and hit enter, you can see it has returned me the same result that we saw earlier. Now suppose, let's say this time I want to start my table array from the region column, which is this column. So I want to select my table array starting from the region column. Now this is going to show me an error because your table array should always start from the lookup value column. So if you consider Thompson as the lookup value, my table array should always start from the representatives column. So let's just try this example. So I'll write VLOOKUP. My lookup value I'm going to give it as Thompson, comma. The table array, as I mentioned earlier, I'm going to choose from the region column, and let's say I'll select till the item column, give another comma, and this time my column index number is going to be 3 because since the table array has 3 columns and my item column is the last column, so I'm going to give my column index number as 3, comma. I want to get the exact match, so I'll give 0. If I close the bracket and hit enter, you can see it has given me an error. Okay, now let me just show you another method to use VLOOKUP in Excel. So here on the top you can see there's a formulas tab, and under formulas tab under function library you see we have an option to select lookup and reference. If I click on this and if I scroll down below, you can see there's an option called VLOOKUP. Let's choose this. Alright, now here you can give your lookup value, your table array, column index number, and the range lookup under this function arguments dialog box. So here I want to select my lookup value as Thompson. My table array is going to be from the representatives column till, let's say, the end of the dataset. My column index number is going to be 2. I'll write 2, and range lookup I'll write as false because I want the exact match. Now if I hit OK, you can see it has given us the exact same result. So this is one of the other ways to use VLOOKUP in Excel. Now let's move to the next sheet, which is regarding approximate match. Okay, so sometimes you might have cases where you don't have the lookup value present in the table. In those cases, you can tell VLOOKUP to return an approximate match. Now one thing to keep in mind is that your lookup value column should always be sorted in ascending order while trying to get an approximate match. So here we are going to use this table, and my lookup value column, which is going to be the representatives column, is already sorted in ascending order. And let's see the question we have here. So I want to find the item sold and the unit cost for Matt. So my lookup value is going to be Matt. Now if you see this table, I don't have the representative's name Matt anywhere in the table. Now using an approximate match, I want to find the item and the unit cost. So let's do it. So here under item, I'll write my VLOOKUP formula. So I'll type VLOOKUP, I'll hit tab to complete it. And this time my lookup value is going to be Matt. So I'll select this cell, comma. My table array I'll select from the representatives column till the end of item column because I want to find the item value for Matt. I'll give a comma. My column index number as per the table array is going to be 2, comma. My range lookup this time I'm going to give is true or 1. So I'll write 1, close the bracket, hit enter. Alright, it has returned me binder was the item sold by Matt. Now let's try to figure out why VLOOKUP returned binder as the item. Now let's say you were asked to insert the name Matt to the representative column in alphabetical order. So where would you place it? Ideally, you should place between Kivel and Morgan. Since this column is already sorted, Matt should appear before Morgan and after Kivel. So in an approximate match, VLOOKUP will consider the previous highest value. In this case, the previous highest value before Matt is Kivel, and hence VLOOKUP returned the corresponding item purchased by Kivel, which is binder. Now similarly, if you wanted to find the unit cost for Matt, again VLOOKUP will return the unit cost of Kivel, which is 125. Let's just try it out. So I'll write VLOOKUP. My lookup value is Matt, comma. My table array for this time is going to be from representatives column till the unit cost column I'll consider. I'll give a comma. Now the column index number as per the table array is going to be 4. I'll give another comma, and this time I'll double click true because I want an approximate match. If I close the bracket, hit enter, you can see it has returned me 125, which is actually Kivel's unit cost. Okay, we have another question, and this time I want to find the units sold by Rob. Now Rob is going to be my lookup value. If you see the representatives column, we don't have Rob. Now let's see what VLOOKUP is going to return as the item for Rob. So I'll write VLOOKUP. I'll give my lookup value as Rob, comma. My table array is going to start from the representatives column. I'll select till here. I'll give a comma. My column index number is 2. I'll give another comma. I'll double click on true. So I close the bracket, hit enter. You can see VLOOKUP has returned me pen. Now let's understand why VLOOKUP returned pen for Rob. Now if you are asked to insert the representative's name Rob into this column, so ideally Rob would appear somewhere between Morgan and Sorvino, because since this is sorted in ascending order, Rob is actually greater than Morgan and is less than Sorvino. So as you know, VLOOKUP in an approximate match returns the previous highest value, which is Morgan here, and the corresponding item for Morgan is pen, and hence VLOOKUP returned pen for Rob. Alright, now moving to the next sheet, which is another property of VLOOKUP, which tells VLOOKUP always looks to the right. This means that your lookup value must always be on the left, and the value you are going to find out should always be to the right of the table. Now consider this scenario where your lookup value is on the left. In this case, it is the representative's value, and I have taken Sorvino for an example, and we want to find the order date for Sorvino. Now if you consider this table, your lookup value, which is Sorvino, is actually this column, the representatives column, and we are going to find out the order date. So your representative's name is on the right of the table, and the value we are going to find out is on the left of the table. Now as per the property, VLOOKUP only looks to the right. So if I use the VLOOKUP function for this example here, I'll write VLOOKUP. I'll give my lookup value as Sorvino, comma. My table array I'll consider from the order date, because I want the order date, till the representatives column. I'll give a comma, and this time my column index number is actually the first column, if I consider my table array as the first 3 columns selected, and my range lookup is going to be false. If I close the bracket, hit enter, it returns me an error. The reason is VLOOKUP always looks to the right, and this time the value we were trying to find out was to the left of the table. Now if you consider the opposite case, suppose you have the order date and you want to find the representative's name, you can do that easily, because your lookup value, which is the order date, is on the left and your representatives column is on the right. So let's just try this. I'll write VLOOKUP. My lookup value is going to be Sorvino's order date, so I'll select it from the table. I'll give a comma. My table array will start from the J column let's say I'll select the entire table, comma, and my column index number will be 3 if you consider these as my table array, comma, my range lookup is 0. If I close this, hit enter, you can see we have got Sorvino corresponding to the order date. Alright, now let's move to the next tab. Now this tab says VLOOKUP returns only the first match. So we have a question at hand. The question is, find the units sold by Jardine. If you see this table, we have the representative's name Jardine twice. You see here, and if you look down, we have Jardine here as well. But the item sold by Jardine at the first instance is pencil, and at the second instance it's desk. Now as per the property, VLOOKUP always returns the first match. Now ideally, when we write the VLOOKUP function and look for the units sold by Jardine, you will see VLOOKUP will return 36 instead of 3. Let's just try it out. I'll write the VLOOKUP function. My lookup value is Jardine, comma, my table array I'll select from the representatives column till the end of units column. I'll give a comma. My column index number based on the table array is 3. I'll give another comma. Now I want the exact match, so I'll select 0, close the bracket and hit enter. Now as you can see, it returns me the first match of Jardine, which is 36. So VLOOKUP did not consider the second match. Now similarly, if you consider this table, we have Jones repeated thrice. So you have Jones here, you have Jones here for the second time, and also we have Jones for the third time. And let's say you want to find the unit cost for Jones. So if I write the VLOOKUP function, I'll consider my lookup value as Jones, comma, my table array I'll select from the representatives column till the end of unit cost column. I'll give a comma. Based on the table array, my unit cost column is at the 4th index, so I'll write 4, comma, the range lookup is 0. If I click on this and hit enter, you can see it here. VLOOKUP has returned the first instance of Jones and it did not consider the second and the third instance. So our unit cost for Jones is 1.99 because VLOOKUP only returns the first match. Okay, moving ahead to the next example we have here is VLOOKUP is case insensitive. If you consider this table, I've added another row in green. So if you see here, I have a representative name called Gil, which is in proper case or popularly known as sentence case. Here I have added Gil's name in capital letters or all in uppercase. So I want to find the total revenue generated by Gil. The total revenue is basically the total column. Let's do it. I'll write VLOOKUP. My lookup value is Gil, which is actually in uppercase. I'll consider my table array from the representatives column till the end of total column or the sales column. Based on this selection, my column index number is 5, comma, the range lookup is false. So I'll just double click on false. If I close the bracket, hit enter, you can see it here. Our VLOOKUP function has returned the total as 539.73, which is actually the value for this row. So clearly VLOOKUP did not consider Gil, which was present at the bottom of the table, in uppercase. So this shows that VLOOKUP is clearly case insensitive. Alright, now moving to the next example. The VLOOKUP function supports wildcards, which makes it possible to perform a partial match on a lookup value. For instance, you can use VLOOKUP to retrieve values from a table after typing only part of a lookup value. To use wildcards with VLOOKUP, you must specify the exact match by giving false or 0 for the last argument, that is range lookup. Now we have a question here. I want to know how much sales did the representative whose name starts with KI make. Now here sales represents the total column actually. So I want to find out the person whose name starts with KI. So if you consider the representative column, I have one representative whose name starts with KI, that is Kivel. So using KI as my lookup value, I want to find the total. So let me show you how to use wildcard characters and find the value using VLOOKUP. So I'll write my function VLOOKUP. Okay. Now in lookup value, I'll give KI. After that, I'm going to write ampersand followed by double inverted commas. Then I'm going to write a star and close the inverted comma. This means the value starts with KI, ampersand actually represents concatenation, and star represents anything followed by KI. So this is going to be my lookup value in total. I'll give a comma. Next, I'll select my table array starting from the representatives column till the end of total column because I want to find the sales. I'll give another comma. My column index number based on the table array we have selected is 5, comma, the range lookup is 0 because I want to find an exact match. I'll close the bracket, hit enter. You can see it here. VLOOKUP has returned me 999.5, which is actually Kivel's total. Now there's another way to do it. Instead of selecting the cell in which we have the lookup value, I can directly write it in the VLOOKUP function. So I'll write the VLOOKUP function something like this. So my lookup value, I'll pass KI within double inverted commas because KI is a character value. So within double inverted commas, I'm writing KI followed by ampersand, which is for concatenation, followed by a star within double inverted commas. So this is going to be my lookup values. This in total means anything that appears after KI will be considered as the lookup value. Again, the table array I'll select as these rows and columns, comma, my column index number would be 5, comma, the range lookup is 0. If I close the bracket, hit enter, you see we have the same value. So this is another method or another way of using VLOOKUPs. Okay, now moving ahead, let's explore another feature of VLOOKUP. So if the VLOOKUP function cannot find a match, it returns a #NA error. Now if you want, you can use the ifNA function to replace the #NA error with a friendly message. So suppose you want to find the region in which an order was placed on 10th of May 2018. Now if the order date is not found, I want to return a message that is invalid date. So if you look at the order date column, we don't have any value for 10th of May 2015. You can see these values. We don't have any value corresponding to this date. So if my VLOOKUP function cannot find this lookup value, I'll return invalid date. So let me show you how to write this. I'll type my VLOOKUP function. I'll give my order date as 10th of May 2015 as my lookup value, and then I'll consider my table array starting from the order date column till the end of region column. I'll give another comma. My column index number would be 2 this time based on the table array we have selected, comma, I want an exact match. So I'll give 0, close the bracket and hit enter. There you go. It has returned me an error. Now I want to convert this error to a friendly message saying invalid date. So let me show you how to do it. I'll do it here. So to return a valid message, I'll use the ifNA function. And within ifNA function, I'll give my VLOOKUP function. So let me type ifNA. I'll hit tab. Now for the value parameter, I'll use my VLOOKUP function. So my lookup value is going to be the order date, comma, my table array I'll select from the order date column till the end of region column, comma, my column index number is going to be 2, comma, my range lookup is 0. I'll close the bracket, give another comma. Now if this expression results in an error, I want to display a message that is invalid date. So I'll put invalid date within double quotes since it is a text message. I close the bracket, hit enter. You can see the result, which is invalid date. Now moving on to the final section of the demo, we have two-way lookup. Now in the VLOOKUP function, the column index parameter is normally hard-coded as a static number. However, you can also create a dynamic column index by using the match function to locate the right column. And this technique allows you to create a dynamic two-way lookup matching on both rows and columns. Now let me first show you how a match function works. So suppose I want to find the index where unit cost column is present. So here I'll use the match function. I'll give my lookup value as the unit cost column name, comma, suppose I'll choose my lookup array starting from representatives column till the unit cost column, comma, I'll give my match type as 0 for exact match. If I close the bracket, hit enter, it returns me 4 because my array was selected from the representatives column till the unit cost column, and in this array unit cost is at the 4th index. Alright, now using this idea, let's solve the following problem. I want to find the cost of each item sold by Morgan. So let's write our VLOOKUP formula. I'll write VLOOKUP. My lookup value is J5, which has the representative's name as Morgan, comma, my table array I'll select from C2 till F12. I'll give a comma, and this time I know that my column index number is at 4, but I'll be using the match function to find the same. So I'll write match. My lookup value is unit cost, comma, my lookup array is from C1 till F1, comma, my match type is 0. I close this bracket, give another comma, and I'll give my range lookup as 0. Close the bracket, hit enter. You can see for Morgan the unit cost is 19.99. You can verify from the table. For Morgan the unit cost is 19.99. Alright, now we have another question here. I want to find how much sales did Andrews make in the central region. So here I have two lookup values. One is central, one is Andrews. Now looking at these two values, I want to find the total. To solve such problems, let me first create another table. I'll place the table somewhere here. Okay, so let me just paste the table here. Alright, now I'll create another column where I'll merge the values of region and representatives. So here, let me create another column. Okay, I'll just name this column as region rep. Alright, now this column I'll use the concatenation operator. So I'll select East, use ampersand, and then select Jones. I'll hit enter. Now the same thing, I'll just duplicate it for the other rows as well. So I have my new column created. Now using this table, I can easily solve the problem. Now to find the total, I'll write my VLOOKUP formula. So my lookup value will be a combination of J11 ampersand K11, comma, my table array will start from the region rep, which has the values of region and rep combined, till the last column, and from this table array my column index number is 5 and my range lookup is 0. If I close the bracket, hit enter, you can see for central region, which is this one, and for Andrews representative, the total is 149.25. Alright, now we are done with our demo. Let's have a quick glance at what all we did in this demo. Okay, so first of all, we saw our data set, which was a sales data set that we used. Then we started with our first example to see how VLOOKUP performs an exact match. We also saw how using the formulas tab and lookup and reference you can write VLOOKUP in another way. So you can use the function arguments to give your VLOOKUP parameters. Next, we saw how VLOOKUP performs an approximate match. So we had mat and raw which were not present in the representatives column. After that, we saw an important property of VLOOKUP, that is VLOOKUP only looks to the right, followed by VLOOKUP only returns the first match. Following which we saw that VLOOKUP is case insensitive. So here we had added a new row where GIL was present in uppercase, but still VLOOKUP found the total revenue for GIL which was in sentence case or proper case. Next, we saw how we can use wildcard characters to use VLOOKUPs, and here we saw how to use an if and a function along with VLOOKUP, and finally we saw how to use two-way lookups.
How to implement Excel budget template. So on my screen you can see an example Excel budget template theme. So on my screen you can see a column where you have the debit amount. So in the I column we have all the debit amount what we are spending for a month, and on the right column will be the balance amount or the running balance of that. For example, you can see that there is a row number 5 where the debit amount is 8,000 for a jeans, Levi's, and it is done through UPI payment. Now if I change this value of 8,000 to 4,000 something, then you can see that the running balance will automatically change. You can see that currently the running balance is 73,000, and if I change this value from 8,000 to 4,000, then all the running balances will change. Let's do that. So for that, let's press enter. There you go. You can see that the number has been changed successfully, and all the values from the running balance are also changed until the last date, which is the March 30th. Now how is this working? And not just that, you can see that we have also included what is the total debit amount in January and what is the running balance, that is the total available balance after 1 lakh has been debited into the account in the month of February as February income. Now the current available balance is 1,13,200, and the total expense in February is 1,04,500, right? How am I doing all this? Looks so much interesting, right? Now let's do this practically. So for that I have already created a new sheet and I have included all the data that we have used previously, the income of that particular month and all the expenses of that particular month. Now without further ado, let's begin to implement the Excel budget template. Now our first step happens to be converting all the data into a natural table. So you know that in Excel, all the data values are stored in the form of a database by default. So it happens to be our duty to convert the database type table into the pure table type table. So for that, select all your data and press Ctrl T, and there you go. You have an option to convert this data into a table. And remember to check this particular checkbox and tell your Excel that your table has headers. So we do have headers here. So now press OK and your table will be converted into a natural table. Now let's type in the formulas. So now let's select the cell J2 and type in the formula. So what are we doing here is we are trying to add the sum of J2 plus H3, so which is this particular cell, and removing I3, that is this particular debit amount. So this formula is used for checking the running balance. Let's press enter and there you go. So it means that you received 1 lakh rupees in the month of January, and out of that 1 lakh you spent 15,000 rupees for something, maybe your educational loan or something, and then the remaining running balance out of 1 lakh rupees is 85,000 rupees. Now let's copy the same formula to all the cells. And there you go. Now the running balance has been calculated for all the cells here. Now remember the monthly income, available balance, and debit for January and final balance. Now let's try to calculate that for all the 3 months. So here we have 3 months, that is January, February, and March. Now let's do a simple calculation to find out the available balance of that month and the total debit made by that person in that particular month. The formula is really simple. All you have to do is use a sum function and calculate the sum of all these values. And done, right? There you go. So the total expense of the month January is 93,800 rupees. Now let's calculate the total debit of February month. Same formula, that is calculating the sum of all the expenses made in the month of February. There. Now let's also calculate the sum of all the expenses in the month of March. Done. So we have the final values of all the total expenses made in those particular months. Now let's calculate the final balance. Now I think I forgot one important thing. So before we calculate the final balance, we need to find out the available balance. That is the available balance after 1 lakh rupees is credited into our account and along with the savings that you have from your previous month, right? For that we have a simple formula now, which all we are doing is just adding the income cell with the balance cell. That's all. So there you go. Now after crediting 1 lakh rupees and adding up the balance of that particular month, that is we have 13,200 remaining from the month of January, and the month of February we have income of 1 lakh. So the total amount is 11,300 and it is 1,13,200. Yeah. Now we have the final balance, that is the difference between the available balance and the debit made in that particular month. So in the month of February we had a total balance of 1,13,200 and the total debit of 1,04,500. So the final remaining balance is 8,700. Similarly, the same formula has been applied for the month of March, and the final balance we have is 37,300. So that's how you implement budget template in Excel. All simple formulas, and you have all the numbers at your fingertips. User form in Excel. So what exactly is a user form? So user form is a graphical user interface that helps you have a live interaction with your worksheet, which enables you to enter or eliminate data from your Excel worksheet through the graphical user interface. Now let's get into the practical mode and start the Excel workbook. Now we have launched our Microsoft Excel. So let us create a blank workbook for now. Now we have the blank workbook or worksheet. Now before we get started with the user forms in Excel, the fundamental step is to enable the developer menu on the toolbar. Here you can find the developer menu. So basically it will not be enabled as default. To enable that, you need to get into file menu, and inside the file menu you can see the last menu, that is the options menu. Select that and you will have a dialog box on your screen. And inside that, you need to go into the Customize Ribbon option. And inside the Customize Ribbon option, you have the main tabs. Scroll through the main tabs, and here you can find an option called Developer. By default, it will not be enabled. It will look something like this. But to enable that, you need to select the check option in this and click on that and select OK. Now the developer option will be enabled on your tool menu. So now you have your developer option on your toolbar. So to get started with user forms in Excel, click on the developer option, and here you can see Visual Basic. So click on that Visual Basic, and now you have your new window opened right on your screen. So this is the Visual Basics for applications. So here is where you create your user forms. Now to create a user form, just select on Insert menu and you have the option called User Form. Now a new user form will be created for you, and that is user form 1. So this is the user form which you can design and enable to interact with your worksheet and help you insert data or eliminate data. For now, let's try to create a simple user form for employees. Now here you can see the controls option where you can find the various options to provide an object into your user form. So it might be a label, it might be a text box, it might be a multi-page, it might be a command button, it might be a frame or a toggle switch, many more. For now, let's make it simple. Let's create a label. So this is our first label. We have just dragged and dropped it, and let us name it as, okay, so let us select it and rename it as employee ID. Now let's insert another label. Drag and drop, as simple as it looks. Select that and rename it as employee name. Now another one, you can also copy that and paste it. And this should be our employee phone number. Now we have our 3 labels on the screen. Let's try to insert the text box. Now this is our first text box for employee ID. Now let's copy and paste it. So another text box for employee name, copy and paste again, and the last text box for employee phone. Now let us try to insert the button. So the first command button, let us rename it as insert. Now let us relocate it to a little bit left. Now let us try to insert another button. And here it is. The second button would be refresh sheet. The refresh button will play the role of clearing the text boxes in case if there is some data already entered. If you want to clear that, you can just press on refresh and it will be cleared. Now we have our user form. So let us try to rename our user form. So here you can see that we have the properties tab, and inside the properties tab you can always rename it. And to rename it, let us go into caption and rename it as employee data, and that's done. So our basic user form is ready. Now let's get back to Excel sheet. So remember that we have created 3 labels: employee ID, employee name, and employee phone. We need to create the exact same columns here. So employee ID, let us expand the column a little bit. Now employee name, let us also increase the width, and finally we have employee phone. There you go. Yeah, we have our 3 columns. Let us select all the 3 columns and align to middle. You can also format your cells. Let us select the green color and text as white, and let us bold. Yeah, pretty good. There you go. So we have created our sheet and it's ready now. Now the last part remaining is we need to code this particular user form. So coding in the sense, we have two buttons over here, right? So those buttons should be performing some kind of operation. So for insert button, the operation should be inserting the data which we have entered into these text boxes. So to program it, just double click on the insert button and here eliminate everything and paste this code. So basically what we did is we had this particular code segment. So this is the starting part of the code segment and this is the ending part of the code segment. So we are writing our code in between these two lines. So what did we write here? So end of the row is sheets of sheet name. So this is the sheet name. Right here we have our sheet name as sheet 1. So that is the sheet name where we want to perform the operations, and range from A to rows count, end XLF row. That is, we are counting the number of rows here. That particular statement will count the rows till the end of the sheet automatically. And after that, it will shift to text box value. That is, once the row number is counted, that is from 1 to n, it will start entering data from the first available row. That is A column. A column. Then, once the A column is finished, it will enter into B column and subsequently into C. And once the text boxes are entered the data, that is, let's come back to here. So once we have entered all the text, that is the employee ID, name and phone, after selecting the insert button, automatically these three text boxes should go blank again. You cannot have the same data again in your text box. So that is why we have included text box value 1 null, text box value 2 null, text box value 3 null. So that was for command operation insert. Now we should program the command operation for refresh. Double click on that and you have the code option over here. So this particular code will be automatically loaded from the click button 1. Now for click button 2, you need to add some more data, that is refreshing. So whenever you press the refresh button, the text should go blank. For that, we'll use the same code from the previous click button or the command button. Paste it over here and they should perform the clearing operation. And it's done. Now close this. So select the employee data user form and here you can see the run option. So select that run option and the sheet has the user form here. Now let us enter the employee ID as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and employee name as JOHN. Okay, caps lock is on. JOHN John. Employee phone as 1800 231 and select the insert option and the data got inserted. Now let us try to insert another data 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. Employee name Vic and employee phone number 18000345. Yeah, by now you might have guessed I'm a fan of John Wick, yes. And yeah, there you go. We have entered the second data over here. Now let me show you another trick where you can place all this user form as a macro and replace this by just one single button. So whenever you press that button, this data form or user form will pop up and you can directly start entering data. So for that, let's get back to the Visual Basic and stop this particular execution and you got your user form back. Now you need to insert a model. Get into insert option and select the module or model. Yeah, it is module, not model. So inside this module, you need to write the command for macro. So here it is. So what we are basically doing is employee data dot show, or we can use an underscore and get back to user form and rename this as data. Cool. So what we are doing is entering the subject as enter employee details. This will be the macro name, and when this macro is called, the employee data user form should be shown, and once it is shown, the code should be ended. That is end subject. Now we have designed our module. Now let's get back to the sheet, and here go to the developer option, go to the insert menu and select button and draw the button somewhere, and now you can select the enter employee details macro and press OK, and now you have a button here. Now you can edit this, edit it as press to enter employee details, and there you go, done. So now whenever you press this particular button, the user form will activate. Okay, and you need to play this. Okay, the error was related to the employee data sheet name. We had to rename the employee data from user form to employee data. Initially it was just user form. We have renamed that to employee data, and now the code is fine. So let's get back to the sheet. Now if you press this button, the user form will automatically start. Now let us try to enter the data again, 1 2 3 4 5 7 this time, and some name. Let's enter as Jennifer, and her phone number would be 1-800-345-098, some random number, and select insert, and the data has been inserted here. So this is how you work on user forms in Excel.
Why exactly do we need to do time series analysis? Typically, we would like to predict something in the future. And it could be stock prices, it could be the sales, or anything that needs to be predicted into the future. That is when we use time series analysis. So it is, as the name suggests, it is forecasting. And typically when we say predict, it need not be into the future. In machine learning and data analysis, when we talk about predicting, we are not necessarily talking about the future. But in time series analysis, we typically predict the future. So we have some past data and we want to predict the future. That is when we perform time series analysis. So what are some of the examples? It could be daily stock price, the shares as we talk about, or it could be the interest rates, weekly interest rates, or sales figures of a company. So these are some of the examples where we use time series data. We have historical data which is dependent on time, and then based on that we create a model to predict the future. So what exactly is time series? So time series data has time as one of the components, as the name suggests. So in this example, let's say this is the stock price data and one of the components. So there are two columns here. Column B is price and column A is basically the time information. In this case, the time is a day. So that primarily the closing price of a particular stock has been recorded on a daily basis. So this is the time series data, and the time interval is obviously a day. Time series or time intervals can be daily, weekly, hourly, or even sometimes there is something like a sensor data. It could be every few milliseconds or microseconds as well. So the size of the time intervals can vary, but they are fixed. So if I'm saying that it is daily data, then the interval is fixed as daily. If I'm saying this data is an hourly data, then it is the data is captured every hour and so on. So the time intervals are fixed. The interval itself you can decide based on what kind of data we are capturing. So this is a graphical representation. The previous one here we saw the tabular representation, and this is how to plot the data. So on the y-axis is, let's say, the price or the stock price, and x-axis is the time. So against time, if you plot it, this is how a time series graph would look. So as the name suggests, what is time series data? Time series data is basically a sequence of data that is recorded over a specific intervals of time and based on the past values. So if we want to do an analysis of time series past data, we try to forecast a future. And again, as the name suggests, it is time series data, which means that it is time dependent. So time is one of the components of this data. Time series data consists of primarily 4 components. One is the trend, then we have the seasonality, then cyclicity, and then last but not least, irregularity or the random component. Sometimes it is also referred to as a random component. So let's see what each of these components are. So what is trend? Trend is overall change or the pattern of the data, which means that the data may be, let me just pull up the pen and show you. So let's say you have a data set somewhat like this, a time series data set somewhat like this. All right. So what is the overall trend? There is an overall trend which is upward trend, as we call it here, right? So it is not like it is continuously increasing. There are times when it is dipping, then there are times when it is increasing, then it is decreasing, and so on. But overall, over a period of time, from the time we start recording to the time we end, there is a trend, right? There is an upward trend in this case. So the trend need not always be upwards. There could be a downward trend as well. So for example, here there is a downward trend, right? So this is basically what is a trend. Overall, whether the data is increasing or decreasing. All right, then we have the next component, which is seasonality. What is seasonality? Seasonality, as the name suggests once again, changes over a period of time and periodic changes, right? So there is a certain pattern. Let's take the sales of warm clothes, for example. So if we plot it along the months, so let's say January, February, March, April, May, June, July, and then let's say it goes up to December. Okay, so this is our December, a D. I will just mark it as D. And then you again have Jan, Feb, March, and then you get another December. Okay, and just for simplicity, let's mark these as Decembers as the end of the year, and then one more December. Okay, so what will happen when, if you're talking about warm clothes, what happens? The sales of warm clothes will increase probably around December when it is cold, and then they will come down. And then again around December, again they will increase, and then the sales will come down. And then there will be again an increase, and then they will come down. And then again an increase, and then they will come down. Let's say this is the sales pattern. So you see here there is a trend as well. There is an upward trend, right? The sales are increasing over, let's say these are multiple years. This is for year 1, this is for year 2, this is for year 3, and so on. So for multiple years, overall the trend, there is an upward trend. The sales are increasing, but it is not a continuous increase, right? So there is a certain pattern. So what is happening? What is the pattern? Every December, the sales are increasing or they are peaking for that particular year, right? Then there is a new year. Again, when December approaches, the sales are increasing. Again, when December approaches, the sales are increasing, and so on and so forth. So this is known as seasonality. So there is a certain fluctuation which is periodic in nature. So this is known as seasonality. Then cyclicity. What is cyclicity? Now, cyclicity is somewhat similar to seasonality, but here the duration between two cycles is much longer. So seasonality typically is referred to as an annual kind of a sequence. Like for example, we saw here. So it is pretty much like every year in the month of December, the sales are increasing. However, cyclicity, what happens is, first of all, the duration is pretty much not fixed, and the duration or the gap length of time between two cycles can be much longer. So recession is an example. So we had, let's say, recession in 2001 or 2002 perhaps, and then we had one in 2008, and then we had probably in 2012, and so on and so forth. So it is not like every year this happens probably. So there is usually when we say recession, there is a slump, and then it recovers, and then there is a slump, and then it recovers, and probably there is another bigger slump, and so on, right? So you see here, this is similar to seasonality, but first of all, this length is much more than a year, right? That is number one. And it is not fixed as well. It is not like every 4 years or every 6 years. That duration is not fixed. So the duration can vary. At the same time, the gap between two cycles is much longer compared to seasonality. Alright, so then what is irregularity? Irregularity is like the random component of the time series data. So there is like you have part which is the trend, which tells whether the overall it is increasing or decreasing. Then you have cyclicity and seasonality, which is like kind of a specific pattern, right? Then there is a cyclicity, which is again a pattern but at much longer intervals. Plus there is a random component, so which cannot be accounted for very easily, right? So there will be a random component which can be really random, as the name suggests, right? So that is the irregularity component. So these are the various components of time series data. Yes, there are conditions where we cannot use time series analysis, right? So can we do time series analysis with any kind of data? No, not really. So what are the situations where we cannot do time series analysis? So there will be some data which is collected over a period of time, but it's really not changing. So it will not make sense to perform any time series analysis over it, right? For example, like this one. So if we take X as the time and Y as the value of whatever the output we are talking about, and if the Y value is constant, there is really no analysis that you can do. Leave alone time series analysis, right? So that is one. Another possibility is, yes, there is a change, but it is changing as per a very fixed function like a sine wave or a cos wave. Again, time series analysis will not make sense in this kind of a situation because there is a definite pattern here, there is a definite function that the data is following. So it will not make sense to do a time series analysis. Now, before performing any time series analysis, the data has to be stationary. And typically, time series data is not stationary. So in which case, you need to make the data stationary before we apply any models like ARIMA model or any of these, right? So what exactly is stationary data? And what is meant by stationary data? Let us take a look. First of all, what is non-stationary data, time series data? If you recall from one of my earlier slides, we said that time series data has the following 4 components: the trend, seasonality, cyclicity, and random component or irregularity, right? So if these components are present in time series data, it is non-stationary, which means that typically these components will be present. Therefore, most of the time, a time series data that is collected, raw data, is non-stationary data. So it has to be changed to stationary data before we apply any of these algorithms. Alright, so a non-stationary time series data would look like this, which means, like for example here, there is an upward trend, the seasonality component is there, and also the random component and so on. So if the data is not stationary, then the time series forecasting will be affected. So you cannot really perform a time series forecasting on a non-stationary data. So how do we differentiate between a stationary and a non-stationary time series data? Typically or technically, one is, of course, you can do it visually. In non-stationary data, the data will be more flattish. The seasonality will of course be there, but the trend will not be there. So the data may, if we plot that, it may appear somewhat like this, right? It's a horizontal line. Along the horizontal line, you will see. Compared to the original data, there was an upward trend, so it was changing somewhat like this, right? So this is non-stationary data, and this is how a stationary data would look visually. What does this mean? Technically, this means that the stationarity of the data depends on a few things: the mean, the variance, and the covariance. So these are the 3 components on which the stationarity of the data depends. So let's take a look at what each of these are. For stationary data, the mean should not be a function of time, which means that the mean should pretty much remain constant over a period of time, right? So there shouldn't be any change. So this is how the stationary data would look. And this is how a non-stationary data would look. I've shown in the previous slide as well. So here, the mean is increasing. That means there is an upward trend. Okay, so that is one part of it. And then the variance of the series should not be also a function of time. So the variance also should be pretty much common, or should be constant rather. So this is if we visually take a look, this is how time series stationary data would look, where the variance is not changing. Here the variance is changing, therefore this is non-stationary, and we cannot apply time series forecasting on this kind of data. Similarly, the covariance, which is basically of the ith term, and the I plus mth term should not be a function of time as well. So covariance is nothing but not only the variance at the ith term, but the relation between the variance at the ith term and the I plus mth or the I plus nth term. So once again, visually this is how it would look if the covariance is also changing with respect to time. So these are all three components should be pretty much constant, and that is when you have stationary data, and in order to perform time series analysis, the data should be stationary. Okay, so let's take a look at the concept of moving average, or the method of moving average, and let's see how it works. We'll do simple calculations. So let's say this is our sample data. We have the data for 3 months, January, February, March. The sales in thousands rather, not hundreds, thousands of dollars is given here, and now we want to find the moving average. So how do we find the moving average? We call it as moving average 3. So moving average 3 is nothing but you take 3 of the values or the readings, add them up and divide by 3. Basically the way we take a mean or average of the 3 values. So that is as simple as that. So that's the average first of all. So what is moving average? Moving average is if you now have a series of data, you keep taking the 3 values, the next 3 values, and then you take the average of that, and then the next 3 values, and so on and so forth. So that is how you take the moving average. So let's take a little more detailed example of car sales. So this is how we have the car sales data for the entire year, let's say. So rather for 4 years. So year 1 we have for each quarter 1, 2, 3, 4, and then year 2, quarter 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on and so forth. So this is how we have sales data of a particular car, let's say, or a showroom. And we want to forecast for year 5. So we have the data for 4 years. We now want to forecast for the 5th year. Let's see how it works. First of all, if we plot the data as it is taken, the raw data, this is how it would look. And what do you think? Is it stationary? No, right? Because there is a trend, upward trend. So this is not a stationary data. So we need to, later we will see how to make it stationary. But to start with, just an example. We will not worry about it for now. We will just go ahead and manually do the forecasting using what is known as moving average method. Okay, so we are not applying any algorithm or anything like that. In the next video, we will see how to apply an algorithm, how to make it stationary, and so on. All right, so here we see that all the 3 or 4 components that we talked about are there. There is a trend, there is a seasonality, and then of course there is some random component as well. Cyclicity may not be, it is possible that cyclicity is not applicable in all the situations. For sales especially, there may not be, or unless you're taking a sales for maybe 20-30 years, cyclicity may not come into play. So we will just consider primarily the trend, seasonality, and irregularity, right? So random, it is also known as random irregularity, right? So we were calling the random or irregularity component. So these are the 3 main components typically in this case we will talk about. So this is the trend component, and we will see how to do these calculations. So let's take a look, redraw the table including the time code. We will add another column which is the time code, and this is the column. And we'll just number it like 1, 2, 3, 4 up to 16. The rest of the data remains the same. Okay, so we will do the calculations now. Now let us do the moving average calculations, or MA4 as we call it, for each year. So we take all the 4 quarters and we take an average of that. So if we add up these 4 values and divide by 4, you get the moving average of 3.4. So we start by putting the value here. So that will be for the 3rd quarter, let's say 1, 2, 3, the 3rd quarter. Then we will go on to the next one. So we take the next 4 values as you see here and take the average of that, which is the moving average for the next quarter, and so on and so forth. Now, if we just do the moving average, it is not centered. So what we do is we basically add one more column and we calculate the centered moving average as shown here. So here what we do is we take the average of 2 values and then just adding these values here. So for example, the first value for the 3rd quarter is actually the average of the 3rd and the 4th quarter. So we have 3.5. now it gets centered. So similarly, the next value would be 3.6 plus 3.9 divided by 2, so which is 3.7, and so on and so forth. Okay, so that is the centered moving average. This is done primarily to smoothen the data so that there are not too many rough edges. So that is what we do here. So if we visualize this data now, this is how it looks. Right, so if we take the centered moving average, as you can see, there is a gradual increase. If this was not the case, if we had not centered it, the changes would have been much sharper. So that is basically the smoothing that we are talking about. Now let's go and do the forecast for the 5th year. So in order to do the forecast, what we will do is we will take the centered moving average as our baseline and then start doing a few more calculations that are required in order to come up with the prediction. So what we are going to do is we are going to use this multiplicity or multiplicative model in this case, and this is how it looks. So we take the product of seasonality and the trend and the irregularity components, and we just multiply that. And in order to get that, this product of these two, we have basically the actual value divided by CMA. YT value divided by CMA will give you the predicted value, or YT is equal to the product of all three components. Therefore, ST into YT is equal to YT by CMA. So this is equal to YT, right? So therefore, if we want ST into YT, the product of seasonality and irregularity, it is equal to YT by CMA. So that is how we will work it out. I also have an Excel sheet of the actual data. So let me just pull that up. Alright, so this is how the data looks in Excel. As you can see here, year 1, quarter 1, 2, 3, 4, year 2, quarter 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on. And this is the sales data. And then this is the moving average. As I mentioned, this is how we calculate. And this is the centered moving average. So this is the primary component that we will start working with. And then we will calculate, since we want the product of ST into YT, that is equal to YT by CMA. So if you see, these values are nothing but the YT value divided by CMA. So in this case, it is 4 by 3.5, which is 1.14. Similarly, 4.5 by 3.7, 1.22, and so on and so forth. So we have the product ST into YT, and then the next step is to calculate the average of respective quarters. So that is what we are doing here, average of respective quarters. And then we need to calculate the deseasonalized values. So in order to get deseasonalized value, we need to divide YT by ST that was calculated. So for example, here it is 2.8 by 0.9. So we got the deseasonalized value here, and then we get the trend, and then we get the predicted values. So in order to get the predicted value, which is basically we predict the values for known values as well. Like for example, year 1, quarter 1, we know the value, but now that we have our model, we predict ourselves and see how close it is. So we predicted as 2.89, whereas the actual value is 2.8. Then we have 2.59, the actual value is 2.1, and so on, just to see how our model works, and then continue that into the 5th year, because for 5th year we don't have a reference value. Okay, and if we plot this, we will come to know how well our calculations are, how well our manual model. In this case, we did not really use a model, but we did on our own manually. So it will tell us the trend. So for example, the predicted value is this gray color here, and you can see that it is actually pretty much following the actual value, which is the blue color. Right? And the gray color is the predicted value. So wherever we know the values up to year 4, we can see that our predicted values are following or pretty much very close to the actual values. And then from here onwards, when the year 5 starts, the blue color line is not there because we don't have the actual values, only the predicted value. So we can see that since it was following the trend pretty much for the last 4 years, we can safely assume that it has understood the pattern and it is predicting correctly for the next 1 year, the next 4 quarters, right? So that is what we are doing here. So these 4 quarters, we did not have actual data, but we have the predicted values. So let's go back and see how this is working in this using the slides. So this is We already saw this part, and I think it was easier to see in the Excel sheet. So we calculated the ST, IT, the product of ST and IT using the formula like here, Y by YT by CMA. We got that, and then we got ST, which is basically YT. So this is the average of the first quarters for all the 4 years. And similarly, this is the average of the second quarter for all the 4 years, and so on. So these values are repeating. They are calculated only once. They get repeated, as you can see here. And then we get the deseasonalized data, and that is basically YT by ST. So we calculated ST here, and we have YT. So YT by ST will give you the deseasonalized data. And we have got rid of the seasonal and the irregular components so far. Now what we are left with is the trend. And before we start the time series forecasting or time series analysis, as I mentioned earlier, we need to completely get rid of the non-stationary components. So we are still left with the trend component. So now let us also remove the trend component. In order to do that, we have to find we have to calculate the intercept and slope of the data, because that is required to calculate the trend. And how are we going to do that? We will actually use what is known as a regression tool or analytics tool that is available in Excel. So you remember we have our data in Excel. So let me take you to the Excel, and here we need to calculate the intercept and the slope. In order to do that, we have to use the regression mechanism, and in order to use the regression mechanism, we have to use the analytics tool that comes with Excel. So how do you activate this tool? So this is how you would need to activate the tool. From Excel, you need to go to Options, and in Options there will be add-ins, and in add-ins you will have Analysis Toolpack, and you select this, and you just say go. It will open up a box like this. You say Analysis Toolpack, and you say OK. And now when you come back to the regular view of Excel, in the Data tab, you will see Data Analysis activated. So you need to go to File, Options, and Add-ins, and then Analysis Toolpack. Typically, since I've already added it, it is coming at the top, but it would come under Inactive Application Add-ins. So when you're doing it for the first time. So don't use VBA, you just say Analysis Toolpack. There are two options, one with VBA like this one and one without VBA. So just use the one without VBA. And then instead of just saying OK, just take care that you click on this Go and not just OK. So you say Go, then it will give you these options. Only then you select just the Analysis Toolpack, and then you say OK. Alright, so and then when you come back to the main view, you click on Data. Okay, so this is your normal home view perhaps. So you need to come to Data, and here is where you will see Data Analysis available to you. And then if you click on that, there are a bunch of possibilities. What kind of data analysis you want to do? If there are options are given. Right now we just want to do regression because we want to find the slope and the intercept. So select regression and you say OK. And you will get these options for input Y range and input X range. Input Y range is the value YT. So you just select this and you can select up to here and press enter. And input X range, you can, for now, you start with the baseline, or you can also start with the deseasoned values. So you can just click on these and say OK. I have already calculated it. So these are the intercept and the coefficients that we are getting for these values. And we will actually use that to calculate our trend here, right? So which is in the J column. So our trend is equal to intercept plus slope into the time code. So the intercept is out here, as we can see in our slide as well. So if you see here, this is our intercept and the lower value is the slope. So we have calculated here and it's shown in the slides as well. So intercept, so the formula is shown here. So our trend is equal to intercept plus slope into time code. Time code is nothing but this one, T, column A, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so that's how you calculate the trend, and that's how you use the data analysis tool from Excel. Using these two, we calculate the predicted values, and using this formula, which is basically trend is equal to intercept plus slope into time code. And then we can go and plot it, see how it is looking, and therefore, so we see here that the predicted values are pretty close to the actual values, and therefore we can safely assume that our calculations, which are like our manual model, is working, and hence we go ahead and predict for the 5th year. So till 4 years we know the actual value as well, so we can compare how our model is performing. And for the 5th year we don't have reference values, so we can use our equations to calculate the values or predict the values for the 5th year, and we can go ahead and safely calculate those values. And when we plot for the 5th year as well, the predicted values, we see that they are pretty much, they captured the pattern, and we can safely assume that the predictions are fairly accurate, as we can also see from the graph in the Excel sheet that we have already seen. Okay, so let's go and plot it. So this is how the plot looks. This is the CMA, or the centered moving average, the green color, and then the blue color is the actual data, red color is the predicted value, predicted by our handcrafted model. Okay, so remember, we did not use any regular forecasting model or any tool. We have done this manually, and the actual tool will be used in the next video. This is just to give you an idea about how behind the scenes or under the hood, how forecasting works, or time series analysis, how it is performed. Okay, so it looks like it has captured the trend properly. So up to here is the known reference, we have reference, and from here onwards is purely predicted. And as I mentioned earlier, we can safely assume that the values are accurate and predicted properly for the 5th year. So let's go ahead and implement a time series forecast in R. First of all, we will be using the ARIMA model to do the forecast of this time series data. So let us try to understand what is ARIMA model. So ARIMA is actually an acronym. It stands for Autoregressive Integrated Moving Average. So that is what is ARIMA model. And it is specified by 3 parameters, which is P, D, and Q. P stands for autoregressive. So let me just mark this. So there are 3 components here: autoregressive, integrated, moving average. Okay, so these 3 parameters correspond to those 3 components. So the P stands for autoregressive, D for integrated, and Q for moving average. So let us see what exactly this is. So these 3 factors are: P is the number of autoregressive terms, or AR, we will see that in a little bit, and D is how many levels of differences that we need to do, or differentiation we need to do, and Q is the number of lagged forecast errors. So we'll see what exactly each of these are. So AR is the number of autoregressive terms, and which is basically denoted by the P, and then we have D, which is for the number of times it has to be differentiated, and then we have Q, which is for the moving average. So what exactly AR terms? So in terms of the regression model, autoregressive components refer to the prior values of the current value. Well, what we mean by that is, here when we talk about time series data, focus on the fact that there is regression. So what exactly happens in regression? We try to do something like, if it is simple linear regression, we do some equation like y is equal to mx plus c, where there are 2 variables. One is the dependent variable, and then there is an independent variable. Let me just complete this equation as well, mx plus c. Right? So this is a normal regression curve, or a simple regression curve. Now here we are talking about autoregression or autoregressive. So autoregressive, as the name suggests, is regression of itself. So which means that here you have only one variable, which is your maybe the cost of the flights or whatever it is, right? And the other variable is basically time dependent, and therefore the value at any given time, and that we will denote as yt, for example. So there is no x here, there is only one variable, and which is y, and we say yt, which is basically the predicted value at a time interval t, for example, is dependent on the previous value. So for example, there may be a1 and then yt minus 1, and then there will be like plus a2 and plus a2 and yt minus 2 and all right, and then plus a3 into yt minus 3. Alright, so basically here what we are saying is there's only one variable here, but there is a regression component. So we are doing a regression on itself. So that's how the term auto regression comes into play. So only thing is that it is dependent on the previous time values. So there is a lag, let's say. This is the first lag, second lag, third lag, and so on. So the current value, which is yt, is dependent on the previous time lag values. So that is what is auto regression component. So this is what is shown here. For example, in this case, instead of y, we are calling it as x. So that's the same, and this is represented by some equation of that sort depending on how many lags we take. So that is the AR component, and the term P is basically determines how many lags we are considering. So that's the term P for. Now what is D? D is the degree of differencing. So here differencing is like for the non-seasonal differences, right? So for example, if you take the values like this, which are given for 5, 4, 6, and so on and so forth, if you take the differencing of one after another, like for example 5 minus 4 or 4 minus 5, the next value with the previous value, so 4 minus 5. So this is known as the first order differencing. So the result is minus 1. Similarly, 6 minus 4 is 2, 7 minus 6 is 1. So this is first order differencing, and here we call it as D is equal to 1. Okay, and same way we can have second order, third order, and so on. Then the last one is Q. Q is the actually we call it moving average, but in reality it is actually the error of the model. So we also sometimes represent as ET. Alright, so now ARIMA model works on the assumption that the data is stationary, which means that the trend and seasonality of the data has been removed. That is correct. Okay, so this we have discussed in the first part, what exactly is stationary data and how do we remove the non-stationary part of it. Now, in order to test whether the data is stationary or not, there are two important components that are considered. One is the autocorrelation function and the other is the partial autocorrelation function. So this is referred to as ACF and PACF. Right. So what is autocorrelation and what is the definition? Autocorrelation is basically the similarity between values of a same variable across observations, as the name suggests. Now, how do we actually find the autocorrelation function, the value, right? So this is basically done by plotting, and autocorrelation function also tells you how correlated points are with each other based on how many time steps they are separated by and so on. That is basically the time lag that we were talking about. And it is also used to determine how past and future data points are related. And the value of the autocorrelation function can vary from -1 to 1. So if we plot, this is how it would look. Autocorrelation function would look somewhat like this. And there is actually a readily available function in R. So we will see that, and you can use that to plot your autocorrelation function. Okay, so that is ACF, and we will see that in our RStudio in a little bit. And similarly, you have partial autocorrelation function. So partial autocorrelation function is the degree of association between two variables while adjusting the effect of one or more additional variables. So this again can be measured and it can also be plotted, and its value once again can go from -1 to 1, and it gives the partial correlation of time series with its own lagged values. So lag again we have discussed in the previous couple of slides. This is how a PACF plot would look in RStudio. We will see that as well, and once we get into the RStudio. And with that, let's get into RStudio and take a look at our use case. Before we go into the code, let's just quickly understand what exactly is the objective of this use case. So we are going to predict some values or forecast some values, and we have the data of the airline ticket sales of the previous years, and now we will try to find or predict or forecast the values for the future years. All right, so we will basically identify the time series components like trend, seasonality, and random behavior. We will actually visualize this in RStudio, and then we will actually forecast the values based on the past values or history data, historical data. So these are the steps that we follow. We will see in RStudio in a little bit. Just quickly, let's go through what are the steps. We load the data, and it is the time series data. If we try to find out what class it belongs to, the data is actually air passengers data that is already comes preloaded with RStudio. So we will be using that, and we can take a look at the data, and then what is the starting point, what is the end point. So these are all functions that are readily available we'll be using, and then what is the frequency. So it's basically frequency is 12, which is like yearly data, right? So every month the data has been collected. So for each year it is 12. And then we can check for any missing values if there are any. And then we can take a look at summary of the data. This is what we do in exploratory data analysis. And then we can plot the data, visualize the data, how it is looking, and we will see how the data has some trend, seasonality, and so on and so forth. All right, then we can take a look at the cycle of the data using the cycle function, and we can see that it is every month. That's the cycle. End of every 12 months a new cycle begins. So each month of the year is the data is available. Then we can do box plots to see for each month how the data is varying over the various 10 or 12 years that we will be looking at this data. And from exploratory data analysis, we can identify that there is a trend, there is a seasonality component, and how the seasonality component varies also we can see from the box plots. And we can decompose the data. We can use the decompose function rather to see the various components like the seasonality, trend, and the irregularity part. Okay, so we will see all of this in RStudio. This is how they will look. This is the once you decompose, and this is how you can visualize the data. This is the actual data, and this is the trend. As you can see, it's going upwards. This is the seasonal component, and this is your random or irregularity, right? So we call it irregularity, or we can also call it random, as you can see here. Yes, so the data must have a constant variance and mean, which means that it is stationary before we start any analysis, time series analysis. And so basically, yeah, if it is stationary, only then it is easy to model the data, perform time series analysis. So we can then go ahead and fit the model. As we discussed earlier, we'll be using ARIMA model. There are some techniques to find out what should be the parameters. So we will see that when we go into RStudio. So the auto ARIMA function basically tells us what should be the parameters, right? So these parameters are the P, D, and Q that we talked about. That's what is being shown here. So if we use auto ARIMA, it will basically take all possible values of this P, D, Q, these parameters, and it will find out what is the best value, and then it will recommend. So that is the advantage of using auto ARIMA. All right. So like in this case, it will tell us if we use this parameter trace, we set the parameter trace is equal to true, then it will basically tell us what is the value of this AIC, which has to be minimum. So the lower the value, the better. So for each of these combinations of P, D, and Q, it will give us the values here, and then it will recommend to us which is the best model. Okay. Because whichever has the lowest value of this AIC, it will recommend that as our best PDQ values. So once we have that, we can see that we can potentially get a model or the equation. Model is nothing but the equation, and based on the parameters that we get. And we can do some diagnostics. We can do some plotting to see whether there is a plot for the residuals, so which shows the stationarity. And then we can also take a look at the ACF and PACF. We can plot the ACF and PACF, and then we can do some forecasting for the future years. So in this case, we have up to 1960, and then we can see how we can forecast for the next 10 years, which is 1970, up to 1970. And once we have done this, can we validate this model? Yes, definitely we can validate this model. And to validate the findings, we use junk box test, and this is how you just call box.test, and then you pass these parameters, and you will get the values that will be returned, which will tell us whether how accurate this model is, how accurate the predictions are. So the values of P are quite insignificant in this case. We will see that, and that also indicates that our model is free of autocorrelation, and that will basically be it. So let's go back and into our RStudio and go through these steps in real time. So we have to import this library. Forecast package is not installed. You have to go here and install the forecast package. Okay, so that's the easy way to install rather than, so click on this install. I will not do it now because I've already installed. So the first time, that's only one time. Then after that, you just have to load it into memory and then keep going. So we will load this data called air passengers. So by calling this data method, and if you see the data air passengers is loaded here, and if we check for the class, it is a time series data, TS data. So we can check for the dates. We can also view the data in a little bit, and the start date is 1949 and January, and our end date is 1960 December, and the frequency is 12, which is like collected monthly. So that is the frequency, which is 12 here, and then we check if there are any missing values. There are no missing values, and then we take a look at the summary of the data. This is all exploratory data analysis, and then if you just display the data, this is how it looks. And then we need to decompose this data, so we will kind of store this in an object TS data, and then use that to decompose and store the new values. Let me just clear this for now. And if we decompose, basically, as we have seen in the slides, decomposing is breaking it into the trend, seasonality, and the irregular or random components. Then you can go ahead and plot it. So when you plot it, you can see here, let me zoom this. This is our original plot, or observed value as it is known as. Then we have decomposed the three parts, which is basically the trend. As you can see, there is an upward trend. Then the seasonal component. So this is some regularly occurring pattern. And then there is a random value, which is basically you cannot really give any equation or function or anything like that. So that's what this plotting has done. And then you can actually plot them individually as well. So these are the individual plots for the trend, for the seasonal component, and the random component. All right. So now let's take a look at the original data and see how the trend is in a way. So if we do this linear regression line, it will show that it is going upwards. And we can also take a look at the cycle that are there, which is nothing but we have a frequency of 12, right? So the cycles will display that it is January, February to December, and then back to January, February, and so on and so forth. And if we do box plots for the monthly data, you will see that for each of the months, right? And over the 10 years that the data that we have, we will see that there is a certain pattern, right? This is also in a way to find the seasonality component. So while January, February sales are relatively low, around July, August, the sales pick up. So especially in July, I think the sales are the highest. And this seems to be happening pretty much every year, right? So this is every year in July, there seems to be a peak in the sales, and then it goes down and slightly higher in December and so on. So that is again part of our exploratory data analysis. And once again, let's just plot the data. Now, as I said, in order to fit into an ARIMA model, we need the values of P, D, and Q. Now, one way of doing it is, there are multiple ways actually of doing it. The earlier method of doing it was you draw the autocorrelation function plot and then partial autocorrelation function plot and then observe that and where does this change and then identify what should be the values of P and Q and so on. Now, R really has a very beautiful method which we can use to avoid all that manual process that we used to do earlier. So what R will do is, there is a method called auto ARIMA, and if we just call this auto ARIMA method, and it will basically go and test the ARIMA model for all possible values of this parameters PDQ, and then it will suggest to you what should be the best model, and it will return that best model with the right values of PD and Q. So we as data scientists don't have to do any manual, trial and error kind of stuff. Okay, so we got the model now, and this is the model. It has PDQ values are 211 PDQ, and this is the seasonal part of it, so we can ignore it for now. And so if we want to actually understand how this has returned these values 211 as the best one, there is another functionality or feature where we can use this trace function or trace parameter. So if you pass to AutoArima the trace parameter, what it will do is it will show you how it is doing this calculation. What is the value of the AIC? Basically, AIC is what defines the accuracy of the model. The lower, the better. Okay. So for each combination of PDQ, it will show us the value of AIC. So let's run it instead of me talking so much. Let's run this. If we run AutoArima with trace, you see here there is a red mark here. That means it is performing, it's executing this, and here we see the display, right? So it starts with certain values of PDQ, and then it finds that value is too high. So it starts with again with some 0, 1, 1, 0, and so on and so forth. And ultimately it tells us, okay, this is our best model. You see here, so it says this is our best model 211. Let's go back and see, did we get the same one? Yes, we got the same one when we ran without trace as well, right? Now, why is 211? Let us see, where is 211? Here is our 211, and if you compare the values, you see that 1017 is pretty much the lowest value, and therefore it is saying this is our best model. All other values are higher. So that's how you kind of get your model. And now that you have your model, what you have to do, you need to predict the values, right? So before that, let us just do some test of these values. So for that, you install T-Series. Again, if you are doing it for the first time, you would rather use this package and install and say T-Series and install it. And then you just use this library function to load it into your memory. Alright, so now that we got our model using AutoArima, let us go ahead and forecast and also test the model and also plot the ACF and PACF. Remember, we talked about this, but we did not really use it. We don't have to use that, but at least we will visualize it. And for some of the stuff, we may need this T-Series library. So if you are doing this for the first time, you may have to install it. And my recommendation is don't use it in the code. You go here and install T-Series. And I will not do it now because I have already installed it, but this is a preferred method. And once you install it, you just load it using this libraries function, and then you can plot your residuals, and this is how the residuals look, and you can plot your ACF and PACF. Okay, so this is how your PACF looks, and this is how your ACF looks. For now, there is really nothing else we need to do with ACF and PACF. This is just to visualize how it looks. But as I mentioned earlier, we were actually using these visualizations or these graphs to identify the values of P, D, and Q. And how that was done, it's out of scope of this video, so we will leave it at that. And then we will forecast for the next 10 years. How do we forecast that? So we call forecast, and we pass the model, and we pass what is the level of accuracy that you need, which is 95%, and for how many periods, right? So basically we want for 10 years, which is like 10 into 12 time periods. So that's what we are doing here. And now we can plot the forecast value. So you see this is the original value up to I think 62 or whatever, and then it goes up to 72. This blue color is the predicted value. Let's go and zoom it up so that we can see it better. So from here onwards, we are forecasting, and you can see that it looks like our model has kind of learned the pattern, and this pattern looks very similar to what we see in the actual data. Now, how do we test our model? So we can do what is known as a box test. and we pass our model here, residuals basically, with different lags, and from those values here, the p-values here, we find that they are reasonably low, the p-values, which means our model is fairly accurate.
Now Microsoft Excel has a lot of interesting features, and one of the exciting features in Excel is to send automated emails by writing sample VBA scripts. We will look at how you can automate an Outlook application and send several emails with attachments from Excel marking people in CC and BCC. So let's open the Excel spreadsheet. Okay, so I'll click on this blank workbook. Alright. Now before we jump into the hands-on part of this tutorial, let me tell you the purpose of using Excel to send emails. There could be multiple reasons for which you might want to send an email using Excel. Suppose you have a team that updates spreadsheets or documents, or let's say reports monthly, and you want to get an alert message when those updates are complete. Now this is a simple case where you can use VBA to send automated emails. Another example could be, let's say you have a list of customer names in a column in Excel. Suppose in Excel you have a list of customers like this, and you have the file path of a related file for each of the customers in another column, let's say in column D. So your task is to send one email to each customer and attach the correct file. So this is another example of using VBA to trigger automated emails. So now let's start with our demonstration. You can send emails directly from Excel with a few clicks without having to write any codes. Now let me show you how to do that. So here in my Excel workbook, if you look at the top left corner, there's a drop down here which says Customize Quick Access Toolbar. If I click on this drop down, you see there are a list of options. You have automatically save, new, open, and here you can see something called as email. You have other things as well like quick print, spelling check, undo, redo, and others, but we are interested with email. So if I click on this email, it will add this email to our quick access toolbar, which is here on the top. Let me click on email. There you go. You see here we have the email icon. Now if I click on this email icon, you have the interface where you can send emails directly from Excel without having to type any VBA script or code. So here you can specify your to address. You can see I have a list of address names available here, and you can also mark people in CC, which means carbon copy. Now you can also write a subject. You see here I have a subject written test email using Excel, and I have my current workbook attached. Now here on the top you can see you have a lot of other options like file. You have the message where we are currently in. Then you have the option to insert. You can attach some other file. You can add your signature. You can draw something. You can use these options to change the theme, colors, fonts, and given effects. You can also change the format of the text. Here you have review as well as help. So this is a very easy way to send email from Excel. Now we will see how to send email in Excel using VBA. So let me close this. Okay, so I am on my Excel workbook. You need to write a few sample scripts to send email using VBA. So let's understand the steps to send emails through Outlook from MS Excel using VBA. Now another thing that I forgot to tell you, if you want to use this feature of directly sending emails to people without having to type any code, you need to create an Outlook account. So I've already created my Outlook account, but if you don't have an Outlook account, first you need to create an Outlook account. Alright. Now let's see how you can write VBA scripts and send automated emails. For that, we need to first go to the Developer tab here on the top. Now in the Developer tab, we need to select the Visual Basic option, or you can just type Alt F11. Let me click on this Visual Basic, and this will open the VB code editor. Now to access Outlook with VBA, you need to activate the Microsoft Outlook object library. So for this, you need to go to Tools. Here on the top you have Tools. I'll click on this, and then with Tools you need to go to References. Alright, now under References you need to select the Microsoft Office 16.0. You can see here I have already selected the Microsoft Office 16.0 object library. You also have to select the OLE automation, and then you should also have Microsoft Office 16.0 object library. And this Visual Basic for Applications is already selected by default. You don't have to worry about that, but the other three you need to assure that these are selected, and then click on OK. Okay. The next step, we need to navigate to the Insert tab. So I have my Insert tab here, and click on Module. So I have created a new module here. You can see here it says Module 1, and this is where we will type our VBA script to send emails. Now to create a sub procedure in VBA, I'll just write sub. I'll say send email underscore, let's say demo. I'll give parenthesis and click enter. Automatically it has given my end sub, where my script will end, or the sub procedure will end. Okay. Now for those of you who are not very acquainted with how codes are written or you program in VBA, we already have a video on VBA and macros, so I would recommend you to please check that video. Cool. Now next, so we had given reference to Outlook. Now we can access the properties of Outlook in VBA. Let's now declare an object variable called Outlook.application to refer to the Outlook object. So what I'm going to do here is I'll give a comment first which says to refer to Outlook application. Now it is recommended to use comments in your script or code. This makes your code very readable. So I'll start with dim, and then I'll give my variable as, let's say, email app as our object variable, which is Outlook.application. Okay. I'll come to the next line. Okay. Now to send an email, we need to declare another variable that will use Microsoft Outlook's property to refer to a new email. So in the next line, I'll give another comment which says to refer to new Outlook email. Here I'll write dim. I'll create my new variable which says new email item as, I'll say, Outlook dot mail item. Alright, so this line of code will use Microsoft Outlook's property to refer to a new email. Alright, now moving to the next line. This time, if you want to attach the current workbook in your mail, you must first declare a variable source as a string. So I'll write dim src, which stands for source, then I'll say as string. Now the reason source is a string is because we will provide the file path where the file is located, and the name of the file is often a string. Okay. Next, now we are going to create an instance of a new object separately. So for that, I'll give my comment to launch Outlook application. Okay, I just did a spelling mistake here. I'll change this to launch. Okay, so to create an instance of a new object separately, we'll use the set keyword and then followed by this variable name. I'll just close this, which is email app. So I'll write email app equal to, I'll say new outlook.application. Okay, now moving ahead, in the next step we will create an instance for a new email that will open the new email using the set keyword. So for this we'll use the application.createItem method that will create and return a new Microsoft Outlook item. So I'll give another comment which will say to launch new Outlook email. Okay, I'll go to the next line. Again, I'm going to use my set keyword and now I'll write new email item, which we had passed on the top. You see here, while we were referring to the new Outlook email, I'll just click on cancel here. This should be Outlook. Okay, so coming back to this line, we'll say new email item equal to, I'll say email app dot, then we'll use the create item method, and inside this we are going to pass the data type, which is of OL mail item. Close this. Moving ahead. Okay, so here on the top there should be a space between new Outlook. I have made a spelling mistake. Okay, now we'll use the to property and assign the email address to whom we want to send the email. So I'll write new email item dot, I'll use the to property, give equal to, and within double quotes you need to pass in the email ID to whom you want to send the email. So here I'm going to use my official email ID. Now one thing to note here is, once the video goes live, we are going to blur the email IDs that I'm using in this video. Okay, so in 2 I have passed in my email ID. Next, if you like to CC anyone in the email, you can use the CC property as well. So I'll write new email item dot CC. I'll give an equal to sign, and again within double quotes I'll pass in the email ID of the person. Okay, now moving ahead, similarly you can also use the BCC property. If you want to mark someone in BCC, you can pass in their email IDs as well. So I'll write new email item dot, this time I'll use the BCC property, and within double quotes I'll pass in the email address. Okay, then the next step, you can give the subject of the email. So for that we will use the dot subject property. So I'll pass in my variable name, which is new email item. This is also called as an object. So I'll write new email item dot, I'll use the subject property equal to, so let's give a subject to our email. Let's say test email demo. You can give whichever subject line you want. Now you can write the body of the email by using the HTML body type. So let me show you how to do that. I'll pass in my object, which is new email item dot, I'll use the HTML body type, give an equal to, and here we are going to write whatever we want to put in the body of the email. I'll use a new object which is called VB new line. Now this VB new line is to insert a new line in the body of the email. So let's start with the body of the email. Let's see, I'll write within double quotes, I'll say hi, I'll give an ampersand and write VB new line. I'll give another ampersand and again give another new line by writing VB new line, and I'll give ampersand again, and then I'll write, let's say this is a test email from Excel. Alright, I'll give my double quotes, give an ampersand again, and then I'll give an underscore and come to the next line, and here I'll again say VB new line, give an ampersand, I'll give another new line, so I'll write VB new line, give an ampersand and an underscore, and then I'll close my mail by writing, let's say regards, give a comma, then I'll again give ampersand VB new line, give an ampersand and underscore and go to the next line, and I'll give my signature, let's say Jimmy. Okay, so what we did was we created our body of the email by writing new email item dot, and we used the HTML body type, and my body has hi with 2 new lines, and in the third line we have the body which says this is a test email from Excel, and then I have my closing statement which is the signature, that is regards Jimmy. Now after the mail body, you can assign this workbook.full name to source variable. So this is going to attach the workbook that we are working on to your email. So I'll write src, which we created here on the top. I'll give an equal to and say this workbook dot, I'll use full name. If I hit tab, it will autocomplete. Now here this workbook refers to the current workbook and dot full name refers to the full name of the worksheet. Now you can send the attachment using the attachments property. So the way to do is I'll write new email item dot, I'll use the attachments property and I'll write add src. Now if you want to send any other attachment, you have to pass in the file's location on your computer along with the extension of the file. Now if I go to my folder, I have a folder in my D drive which says email in Excel files. So there are 2 files here. One is an image, this is a JPEG image, and this is a text file which has employees data. You can see here I have opened it on a notepad and it has some insert into students values. So basically we are inserting some values to a students table. It has some information regarding that. So suppose you want to attach these 2 files in your email, you can do that. So let's see how to do it. So coming to the next few lines, I'll write email item dot, I'll say attachments dot add, and here I'll pass in my file location within double quotes. So I'm going to copy this location and I'll paste it here, and I'll give another backslash, and followed by the backslash we are going to give the file name along with the extension of the file. If you see here, my file name is employee data, so I'll write employee space data dot txt, and I'll close this, copy this, and I'll paste it here. And the next file we are going to attach is my logo. Let me just rename this. I'll just write logo. Okay, and you can check the data type by going to the properties. You see here it is of type JPG, and we'll use the same extension for this. I'm going to delete this and make it as logo dot JPG. Okay. Now if you want to display the email to edit the email body manually or ensure everything looks correct, you can use the dot display method. So what I'm going to do is I'll write new email item dot, I'll use the display property, and I'll say displays true. Then finally you want to send the email to the mentioned email addresses, you need to use the dot send method. So even dot display is a method and not a property. Okay, so I'll write now new email item dot send. Okay, so we have our code ready here. Let me go to the top and tell you what we did. So first I created my sub procedure, which is send email underscore demo. Then we created our variables email app, which is to refer to Outlook application. Then we had new email item, which was to refer to new Outlook email. Then we passed in our source as string. Then to launch our Outlook application, we used new Outlook.application. Now to launch new Outlook email, we used the email app.createItem method. And then we saw how to use the .to property, CC, BCC. We wrote our subject, then we passed in our email body, and then we saw how to attach the current workbook using the attachments property or the method. Then we passed in our two files, which was employee data and the logo file, by giving the file location and using the attachments.add method. Finally, we are displaying and sending the email. Before I run it, this should be new email item. Again, this should also be new email item. Okay. Now you can see here I have saved it as email underscore demo dot xlsm, which means this workbook is now macros enabled. Alright. So now it's time for us to go ahead and run our script. So here on the top you can see we have the run option. Let's go ahead and run it. It says there is some compilation error. Let's debug it. Okay, so in the references we actually missed adding one of the other references. Let's do it now. So I'm actually looking for Microsoft Outlook 16.0. Let's search and add it. I'll show you which one. Okay, so this object library which says Microsoft Outlook 16.0 object library, we missed adding initially, so let's add this as well. Alright, so now let's go ahead and run our script. You see here On the top you can see the subject test email demo, and we have the message box. You see here we have attached 3 files. The one is the email_demo.xlsm, which is the current workbook we are working on. Then we have the employee data file, and we have the logo png file as well. And these are my email IDs that I had put in my script. And below you can see the body of the mail. If you want, you can edit it here. You can bring these to the next line. Alright, now if you just click on send, the email will be triggered. Now this happened because in the script we have used the .display method. Now the display method ensured that you can edit your email body and make sure everything looks correct before sending the email. I'll go ahead and close this. I'll say no, and what I'm going to do here is I'm going to comment this line which says new email item.display true. So every time we run this VBA script, our display box that we just saw won't appear. It will directly trigger the mail by sending it. Now let's run it again. Okay, now we are going to check our mailbox now. Okay, so this is how our email looks like. On the top you have the subject of the email, which is test email demo, and then below you can see the body of the mail which says hi, this is a test email from Excel, regards Jimmy. And at the bottom you can see we have the 3 attachments. The first is the Simplilearn logo, then we have the employee data which is present in a doc file, and third we have the Excel file that we were working on. Alright.
Now first up, what exactly is mail merge? Mail merge in Excel is a simple yet spectacular method to write similar emails to hundreds and thousands of recipients without a hassle or even a single error. Let us imagine that you are supposed to write an interview call letter to multiple recipients. So what if you had like 5 recipients? You could do 5 different emails and you could send them. But what if you had 50 or even 500, right? That would seem a little troublesome, and you might even feel that you might want a whole team to do that, right? But what if I say that you can do the same with one single mail? Within a matter of minutes, you send all the emails to all the 50 or 500 recipients. Sounds interesting, right? So now in this particular tutorial, we are going to do the same. Now without further ado, let's directly get onto the practical mode and start our Excel and try to do some mail merge in Excel. Now we are on practical mode and we have started our Microsoft Excel. So regarding the example we discussed earlier, that is sending an interview call letter to multiple people, that's what exactly this Excel sheet does. So here we have about 25 members or 25 candidates with their first name, last name and email and their address written over. Now where is our call letter? Now this happens to be our call letter. So the call letter is being sent from an imaginary company, that is Smart Solutions Private Limited India, and followed by that we are having one recipient here who happens to be Mia, and the subject and everything, all the text related to the interview call. Now we are trying to send this one single interview call letter to all the 25 people. Now the only change that is going to happen is the recipient's name and address is going to change, and the addressing. For example, here you can see Dear Mia. So instead of Dear Mia, we are going to greet the recipient with their particular name. So that's what we're going to try to do now. So to do that, you have to go into the toolbar and select Mailings option. In the Mailings option, you can see the Start Mail Merge, Select Recipients, Edit Recipient and all other options. So here you might want to select the second group, and inside the second group you have an option called Select Recipients. Click on that and now it will show you some options. The first one is type in new list. So if you are having some list, then you can type in, or if you already have an existing list like what we did, creating an Excel sheet and storing all the email and address and all the recipients' complete details, you can use that as well. So here we're going to use the existing list. So click on that. Now it will show you a new dialog box using which you have to navigate to the existing list. So our existing list is named as Mail Merge. So click on that and select Open. Now press OK. Now the next part is to address all the details. So here you can see that to address, and after that you can see the addressing of the recipient. Now we have to encode this mail in such a way that to all the recipients automatically Excel will replace the addresses, names and the greetings, right? Now let's try that. Now let's try to encode the address part. So highlight the address part, and in the same mail links option you can find the address block in write and insert fields ribbon. So let's select that, and now you can see the address of everyone, right? So this is the preview of the recipient's address. Now you can see that the recipient's full name and state is only available here, not the street and house number, etc. Now you can fix that by selecting the match fields option, and here you can include the address, so which might be the house or apartment, and the second one would be street, and postal code you can match it with pin code, and that's all. Yeah, remaining we have everything else. Let's look at the preview, and this is how it looks like. Perfect. Now let's select OK. Now that's fine. And similarly we will also try to match the, just a moment, yeah. Similarly we'll try to encode the recipient's name. Now for that let's go into the greetings line. Here you can see you can select the option dear sir or dear ma'am or to whomever may concern, and here you have another option to or just dear, so we'll go with dear, and this is how the preview looks like. And if you're happy with that, it's okay. And if you want to parallelly check for other things, other recipients, you can also do that. For example, the next recipient is Santosh Shastri, and followed by him we have Prabhakar Reddy, Rajesh Saho, right? You can also check everything, and here you can also see the address changing on the mail. So you can check for Jagdish Chari, his address and his name, right? So it looks like it's working perfectly. Now select OK, and that's done. Now we are in the final stage, and in the mailings option you can see the last two options, that is the preview results and finish. So before merging and finishing the mail merge, we shall go through a quick preview to check if everything is fine or not. So here you can see we have the address block. This is how the encoding looks like, and if you replace the encoding with the actual address and name, this is how the actual address and name look like. And you can check all the letters. You can just click on the arrow key here, and you can check all the recipient's address and their names, right? So if you can find any errors, you can replace them, and if not, if everything is fine, then you can just quickly press on the finish and merge option. When you finish merge option or finish and merge option, you get three different options, that is edit individual documents, print documents, and send all these to the recipients. Now if you had any queries, or if you had any doubts about, or if you find any errors on the mails, then you can go to that particular individual document and edit it with the first option. And in the second option you can print all the documents. Like if you want to send a hard copy, then you can print it. So you can see here all and select OK, and then you can kind of save it as a PDF, or you can send the location of your printer and then just press OK, right? You can just save them in the form of PDF, or you can directly send the emails. Right now I'm not connected to any printer, so I'm not going to print any documents. Now let us try the last one. This should be interesting. Now when you select the mail option, then it automatically selects the email column from your Excel sheet. Remember, we had an email column from Excel sheet, right? This particular column, Word automatically selects that column from Excel and you can just select OK, and all the mails will be sent to all these imaginary mailing addresses. So that's how it's done.
Now let's learn about pivot charts and tables, which is one more very useful feature of Excel and which allows you to work with your data or perform data analysis. Now, pivot table is a summary of your data. It is used in cases where there are numerous rows and columns in your data set, and it allows you to group your data in several ways so that you can derive meaningful information from it. Now, the visual representation of a pivot table is termed as a pivot chart. Now, how do we do that? So let's see an example. Now, here is some data. Here you see we have some row labels, which basically gives me some category of items here. It also tells me the sum of sales, and basically it gives me per item what is the total sum of sales which were made. Now, how do I get this here? So for example, if I would want to delete this, and I would be interested in getting the total sales under each category of items. Now we know that we have different data here and it's huge. For example, on the row end, if I just do a control and right arrow, it tells me what's my right last column. And if I just do a control and down arrow, it tells me there are 9,994 rows. Now I can use this, and what I can do is I can basically work on insert and go to pivot table. Now this basically tells you need to choose the range. Now since I have chosen my first row and first column, it basically has selected the data, and that's fine. Now do you want the result in a new worksheet? I'll say existing worksheet, and I can choose a location. Now that basically needs me to select a field. Might be we can just select this field, and that should be good enough. So for example, if I close this or if I say OK, so this is basically an indication that my pivot table will be created. Now, what are the fields we are interested in? So as per the problem, we need to find out what the total sales for each category. So let's go in here and let's select the field category. Now, as soon as you do that, it shows that the rows which are being selected are for this column category, and now we are interested in getting the sales. So we would want the sales per category. So let's select this. So you see sum of sales is selected. Now close this, and that's it. That's your data. So it shows you row labels, it tells you what are the different categories, and it also gives you sum of sales, which is per category. Now this is one easy example where we have solved the problem, where we have tried to find what were the total sales under each category of items. So for example, let's have another data set. So again, you can just check how many rows we have, and it is basically the same 9,994. And if I look in columns, it basically shows me profit is the last column. And here we would want to find out which category. So for example, let me get rid of this. Which subcategory of items sold the maximum under each category? So we have some categories here which says furniture, and it shows some subcategories, and then it shows me office supplies and then some subcategories, and same thing with technology. Now we know how we got this data, but this is different than what we were seeing here. So here we were just getting the categories, but we did not have any breakdown of subcategories within this particular category. And here you see there is a breakdown, and then basically you can also apply a filter which basically says what is the data you want, and if you are interested in finding out a particular value. Now how do we do this? So for example, let me get rid of this. Now we know how we can find out the category of items, but we would want to find out which subcategory of items sold the maximum under each category. So here we are not looking at sales, but we are looking at the quantity. Okay, so what we can do is we can go to the first row and first column, click on insert, click on pivot table. Data is already selected. Let's choose existing worksheet. Let's choose a location in our worksheet where we would want to have this. So might be I can select this particular field and then just close this. So it says this is the existing worksheet. Say OK. And now you need to select your columns. So for example, if I would want the data for categories, so I can select this. Now I know that within category, these are the options which we have, and then there is a subcategory. So let's select that. And if you see here, now we have the data which will be filtered. So based on your category and subcategory, and then we will choose quantity. So it automatically understands that this is something on which summation can be done. So let's select this and close on this. Now if you see here, we have got our items where we can see the subcategories within a particular category. Now I can basically close this, and that just shows me high level categories here. So here I can again select a particular row and column. I can go for either a new pivot table. So we could basically select this. The row is already selected. Existing worksheet is what I want. So now I will select this particular place. Say OK. Now we do the same thing like what we did earlier. So we will select category, subcategory, and quantity. So the data has already come in. Just select this, and now you already have all your data. But this is not what we want. We want to basically apply a filter to this. Now how do we do that? So we can go for slicer. So I can go for insert slicer, and then it tells what are the subcategories which you are interested in. So for example, if I go for something like subcategory and say OK, so this tells me what are the categories you are interested in. So for example, we know that furniture has furnishings with the highest value. So I can select, say, furnishings, and then I was interested in office supplies. So within office supply, I can basically search for here binder. So I can just do a control and select binder. And then I can also know for technology, I can select phones. So I'll say control and select phones. And now if you see, the filter has been applied and we have these subcategories which are selected. So we have our data here. Now we don't need really this. So I can just delete this, and I have my data which shows me furniture being the main category, and that has only furnishings, office supply having binders, and technology having phones, and that basically is a filter applied on the result of your pivot. So this is how we are seeing which subcategory of items were sold maximum for each category. So this is how you can easily use pivot tables, and you can do some analysis. Let's look at some more examples. Now, let's see if you have to answer this question, which says which were the top 3 states for each region that made the highest average profit. Now, how do we calculate that? So for example, this is the data we have. And as I've instructed earlier, you can select the first row and first column. You can click on insert, go into pivot table, and that basically selects all your data. We will choose the result should be in this existing worksheet. So select this, click here, and then basically let's select this cell, and I will say OK. So now my pivot table will be here. So we are interested in finding out top 3 states within each region which have made the highest profit, or which have made the highest average profit. So for that, first we will select region. So when we select region, it shows here region, and within region you will then select state. So within every region you have multiple states, so that's what we are selecting. And then we are interested in looking at the profit, so let's select profit, and that automatically shows up here. So we can now say close this. So basically we have all the data, but we are looking at the sum of profit, but that's not what we want. We are looking for top 3 states from each region that made the highest average profit. Now, how do we change that? So here we have sum of profit. So I can do a right click, and basically I can say summarize values by average. So now I'm getting the average here, and that basically tells per region I have the average profit. But first is, let's sort this data. So let's go into sort more options, and here I have average of profit. Or for example, as I said, you can select region, say OK, and now it is basically having the regions, and then you have your state value. So again we can do a sorting here, and I can say let's go for more sort options. I'll say descending. The state values should be based on average profit. So let's say OK, and now if you see, in particular region we have the data which has been sorted, wherein you have the highest average profit on the top. Now what we can also do is we can basically then go for filtering. We can say top 10, but I'm not interested in top 10, so I could reduce this to top 3, and this is the items, average of profit, say OK. And now you see per region you have the data which is showing me top 3 states, what are the average, and then you are also looking at the subtotal, so which basically says average profit for your west. Now if you would want to arrange this, your west and south and east and central, in a particular alphabetical order, if you would want to sort it, you can always do a sorting, and you can choose sort Z to A if that's what you would want to do, or you can go for sorting more sort options, and you want to sort the region which is as of now based on descending Z to A. Let's make it ascending, say OK, and now you see the data has been filtered, so it says per region. Now you can always select this, and you can say what is this. So this is basically your average of profit. Now we are looking at each region and the states, the top 3 states as we wanted within a region, and what is the average. Now we have one more question. What is the percentage contribution of each subcategory of products under each category to the total sales? So we know there are different products, there are different categories, and all the categories contribute to the total sales. So we would want to find out what is the percentage contribution of each subcategory of products under each category. So we not only want the category percentage, but we would also want what is the contribution of each subcategory to each category to the total sales. How do we do that? So for that we need to again just place our cursor here, or select the first row and first column, click on your insert, click on your pivot table, and now the data is already selected, existing worksheet. Place your cursor here, and then let's select this cell, say OK. Now your pivot table fields are here, so we are interested in category, so let's select category, and then within a category we will have subcategories, and we are interested in the sales data, wherein it is already going to give us the sum of sales, but we would want this in the form of percentage rather than just the sum. Now we can click here value field settings, and it says if you would want to summarize this, it says show value as, and what are the values you would want. So you can straight away go ahead here and say percentage of grand total. So we could do that because we know we will get a sum of sales and grand total. Now I could basically say percentage of grand total, say okay, and then just close this. So once you have closed this, you see already the data is in percentage. So now we have our data with subcategories, but we also want the data to be sorted, might be in a descending order, which tells which subcategory is contributing more than others. We can select how many subcategories we are interested in. So we can basically select one of the subcategory cells, right click. Now you have option filter and you have sorting. So we can say more sort options. Now here I will say descending, and you want the descending to be sum of sales, which is already showing as percentage. Click on OK, and now you see for each category it shows the percentage contribution towards the sales. It shows the subcategories contribution to a particular category and also to total sales. So technically speaking, if you look at all these values which are subcategories, and if you would total them, that would be your total grand total. So this is how we can solve a simple problem like this. What is the percentage contribution of each subcategory of products under each category to the total sales? The next question is, which customer made the lowest profit in the home office segment in each state? Now here we know that we are looking for home office segment. We are looking for customer which made the lowest profit. We are also looking for the state as the main criteria. So in each state, we would look for home office segment, and within that we would look for customer which has made the lowest profit. That means the lowest value of the profit. So how do we do this? So let's get into selecting our row and column. We will go into insert. I'll say pivot table. I'll say existing worksheet, and let me get my result here. So let's say okay. Now that gives me the pivot table. So the first thing is we are looking at per state, and I would be interested in home office segment, or I could first start with segment. Now here we have segment, and in segment I can basically select home office. So I can just do a uncheck and select home office only, and now I can select state. So that will be my subcategory within segment, and then within state we would want to find out the customer. So let's get the customer name, and we are interested in finding out the lowest profit. So let's select profit, and here we have sum of profit. So the fields are selected. Close this, and now you have your data which basically shows me the names of customers which made the profit, but it's not sorted. So we can sort this, and we have state entries also, so that's fine. So what I can do is here I can basically say sorting, go to more sort options. I can say I want to do a descending, or I want to do an ascending based on sum of profit. So let's do that. Now you see the topmost value is the lowest value per state within home office segment. Now what we also want is we just want one value per state. So how do we do that? So we can just go for filtering, go for top 10 values. I'm interested in bottom value, and in that also I'm looking for only the lowest value. So let's select 1, say okay, and now you see we have data for home office segment per state, customer who has made the lowest profit. So we have easily answered this question using our pivot table. Now say for example we have a question which says find the sales made in each quarter of 2016 for all the regions. So the data has to be divided quarterly, and use order year as a slicer. We can do that. by selecting what data we would want to slice, and then we would want to create a pivot chart also. So for example, how do we do that? So for example, I will get rid of this. I will get rid of this, my pivot chart, which we can recreate. So find the sales made in each quarter of 2016 for all the regions. So this is what we want. Now, how do we do this? So for example, let's select this. We will do a insert pivot table. We will basically say existing worksheet, and then I can select this particular cell. I'll say okay. And now I'm interested in data quarterly. So first let's select our field here. So we should basically have, if all our fields are selected, say for example, if I say order date, now you see we have quarters and years which are selected. Now we could be selecting these fields which says quarters, years, and if I would want data to be filtered based on years, I could do that, or I could get rid of years. So I have quarters, I have order date. So that's being already selected. Now what else we need? We need to find out for every region. So let's select the region, and we can also add region as a column here. So that will basically give me all the regions as different columns. And then finally we want the sales. So let's select this, and now let's look what we have. So if you see here, we have our data which is for each quarter. It gives me the total data, but what we would be interested in is not looking at the total data, but we are only interested in quarter of 2016. Now how do we do that? So what we do here is we have row labels. So let's click on this. So we have date filters, and then in date filters we can go for between, and then we will say 2016, and the value has to be 1. And then let's select this, and let's change this to 2016, and this is 12th month, and then we can say 31. So we are saying the date has to be 2016, and it basically says not a valid date. So let's select a particular date and see. So the month has to be here. So let's change this, and let's make it date and say okay. And now we have our data which is for 2016. So for example, I could basically select this, and here I could be looking at what are the filters we have. So it says clear filter from order data. So we have applied the filter on order date, and these are your date filters, which is basically date 16. Oh, this is wrong. So this one has to be changed to 2016. So select this, and now we have our data for 2016. So we have found the sales made in each quarter of 2016 for all the regions, the grand total for a particular quarter if we are looking at the value, or for individual months in a particular quarter, and we have sliced the data. Now we could have also introduced a slicer by selecting which field we would want to implement. So for example, if I would select a particular field and then I could click on slicer, I could choose I would want to slice the date based on order date, and then could have done it, or we have just given the date for 2016. Now we just need to plot a graph for this, and that's very easy. So you just need to select the complete pivot data, and here you have the chart options. So let's go for line chart, and that basically shows me the line chart. So we can select this, we can just drag and drop it here, And then we can basically check if that is showing us the data. So if you see here, this is line chart where it has divided the regions in different colors. So we have all the regions. We could filter out in pivot chart a particular region. We have the quarterly time here. In order data, the filter is applied. It says it is 2016. In quarters, it tells me it is 16. So we have our data, we have created a pivot chart, and basically we have sliced the data for 2016. Let's answer one more question, and that's finding the profit made in each year for all the categories of products in east and west regions only. And then we would want to create a histogram for the same pivot table. So histogram usually gives us the frequencies. So let's look at how do we calculate the profit made in each year for all the categories. So what I can do is I can basically select my row ID here, and now I'll do a pivot table. So the data is already selected. I'll choose existing worksheet. Let's select this particular cell, say OK. Now what are we interested in? Now if you look at the fields, we don't see any years or quarters and so on. So for example here I can just choose order date, and then basically I can choose, say for example, years or quarters, the data which is coming out from my order date. So here I will just select years. Now then I have my order date. So we are interested in the years, orders, and we are interested in, let's look at our column or the question what we had here. So we have years, find the profit made in each year. So let's select profit. So that basically says sum of profit. But then I'm also interested in for all the categories of products. So what I can do is here I have my field which is category, and that I'll add to the columns. So that shows me what are the different categories. And this looks fine. Now I'm also interested in east and west regions. So that is basically in the region. So either we could add a slicer or we could do a filtering here by adding the filters. So first is I'll click on region, and here it says select all. I'm only interested in east and west. So let's select this, take this, put it here. Let's say OK. And now we have the data which has been filtered based on the region. So here we have region. So you can always look at the filter. It is east and west. And we have our year data per year. We have different categories. You can always look at what are these column labels. So this is my different categories, and this is the profit per category. And then you have your grand total. So we have already our data. Now let's say close this. So we have our data for all these years, different categories, the profits made per year. And if I would want, I could go into an year and I could look into different months. So that also is showing up. And now we would want to basically plot a histogram with this data. So I can just place my cursor here. I can select this, and then I can go into insert, and here I have different options. So we can go for bar chart, we can go for insert hierarchy chart, we can go into waterfall, funnel, stock, surface, or radar chart. So there are different options what you have here, and we will go for a simple histogram which is two-dimensional. Let's select this, and here you see you can obviously select different regions. You have your years which shows up, you have your order date, and then you have your categories which can be chosen for your histogram or for your bar chart. And that basically is how you use your pivot table. You use some calculations, and then you can plot your needed graph to visualize the data and understand it in a better way. Let's look at an example of one more useful function in Excel, and that is VLOOKUP. Now, VLOOKUP is used to see if a value exists in a range of values, and we can create a range of values, which is nothing but a block of cells which has a name and can be referenced. So mainly to use VLOOKUP, we need to create a named range, and that can be referenced anywhere in the workbook. Or the other option is you can always drag and select the range of data in which you would want to search something. Now there is also other functions such as HLOOKUP, which pretty much does the same thing. However, it does it horizontally, that is left to right instead of vertically. There are other functions like lookup and XLOOKUP and so on. So when we talk about VLOOKUP, let's see how we do that. So for example, this is the range of, or this is the data which has been given to you, and here is the question: find the employee name with employee ID 107. Now assume that you might have huge amount of data and you may want to search something. So how do we do it? Now here I have created some column and then some basic formatting. I've given it as employee ID, I've given employee name. Now what I can do is I can create a range of data. Now how do I do that? Or a named range. So what you can do is you can select the data and then you can do a right click. Now here you have something like get data from table range. So you can do that. You can define a name. So you can click on this, and here you can give a name to the range, what you would want to call it. So for example, let's say our search. Now that's the named range I'm creating, and just say okay. So the scope is workbook, and I've created a named range which you can see here. So it shows for search, our search. So you have created a named range. Now how do we do a VLOOKUP here? So for that we can use a formula. So for example, I would want to search for employee name where employee ID is whatever you would want to search for. So employee ID we can give here 107. Now that's what we would want to search the employee name for, and employee name is what we are interested. Now what we can do is we can use the function option here. I can do a insert function, and that shows me different functions which are here. Now VLOOKUP is showing up because I have recently searched for it, or you can basically just type in here look and you can do a go. So that shows you all the lookup options what you have, like lookup, HLOOKUP, match, VLOOKUP, and so on. So we would be interested in VLOOKUP. So let's select that and click on OK. Now that basically opens up this function arguments, and it shows what does this function do. So it says looks for a value in the leftmost column of a table and then returns a value in the same row from a column you specify. By default, the table must be sorted in an ascending order. Now you can basically say this is what you would want to search for. What is the lookup value? If you place your cursor here, it says what is the table array. That is nothing but the range, which we can use our named range. Here we have the column index number, which basically tells me what is the column number in the range which we want. So what is the value we want from which column? And then basically you have range lookup, which basically is the fourth option. And range lookup is nothing but it can have two values, so true or false. So true basically means closest match, and then false should be an exact match. So let's do that. So for lookup value, we would want to give a particular value, which is nothing but we would be interested in, say, employee name. So I can basically search for a value based on the lookup value. Now how do we do it? So we are saying we would want to search for employee ID, which is 107. So what I can do is I can select this cell here, which tells that this is the value or employee ID for which I would want to search the employee name. I could actually select the cell here, which is H, so that whatever value you feed in here, you can search for that value. So might be we can select this one, which is H6, and whatever value we key in here, we will be searching for employee name for that employee ID. Now table array is we would want to give a range. So what we can do is we can give our range. So for example, we had selected something like our search. And if you see here, that already selects or shows me employee ID, employee name, email address. So it gives me the range. Now column index number. So which column are we interested in? That means what is the value we are searching for? So we are searching for employee name, which is the second column. So I can just say 2, and that basically is the column number. And then you have to give a range lookup, which is a logical value. So either you give an exact match, or you can basically give a closest match. So we can say, for example, do a 0, which basically means false, or you can say 1, which is true. So let's go for 0. Now that's our formula. So it says VLOOKUP. You will search for the value as per H6 in the range, and then you're looking for employee name, which is column number 2, and then true or false. So let's click on OK, and that basically gives me the value, which is Penelope Birch. So here I'm searching for employee name, and you can basically drag this for other columns, and you can do that. So if it finds employee ID here, now say for example, if we had an employee ID, somebody enters an employee ID which is not in the range. For example, let's try 121, and then you see this is basically an error, right? Because it does not have any employee ID with 121. Now, how do I take care of this? So there is a formula which is called iferror, and that can be used to take care of this. So if the value is not found, then it will show whatever I would want to show here. So what I can do is I can still select this, and what I can do is I can search in function. Say for example, this is the function we are looking at, but what we can do is we can test it here. So for example, if I look in function and if I search for error and say, oh, go, so there are lots of functions here, and this is the function we are interested in, if error. So if I say okay, now this takes the value, and what is the value if error? So for value, what I can do is basically I can select the value from here, which is nothing but our VLOOKUP formula, and value if error. So for example, I will basically say, for example, not found. So we can try this, and we can say okay. Now here it says not found, so whenever it is NA, it is not found. Now if we look at the formula here, it says if error, it takes the value of H7, which is nothing but our VLOOKUP, and then it is showing us the value which we have entered. So for example, if I would say 107 like earlier, and then hit on enter, so it says Penelope Cruz, and it shows us the value, right? And if we enter something else, then basically here it shows NA and it shows not found. But what we want to do is we want to merge these two. So what I can do is I can get rid of, or I can basically take this one. Now what I would want is I want this formula to be here. So what I can do is I can say if error, and then basically given your VLOOKUP option or function here, and then say for example not found here, not found. Now that basically will take care of any kind of error if the value is not found. So when we say 121, it basically says not found. But if I say 107, which is found, then it shows me the value. So we are using VLOOKUP, but then we are also using if error, which will take care of our error message or basically the not applicable, pound not applicable, replaced with whatever value we key in. Similarly, we can do the same thing here. So we have the find the job title. So we are interested in finding out the job title once the employee name is given. Now, employee name can basically have a value from the cell or whatever value you would want to key in. How do we do it? So we basically start with our VLOOKUP. So that's the function we are interested in. So you can just do a double click. Now you are interested in finding out the value, whichever is given here. So that's the lookup value. And then you are interested in finding out the job title from the range. So I will still give our range, which basically also shows, for example, let's do a double click here, and that basically selects the range. And now I'm interested in finding out the job title, so that's column number 4, and then I can just give 0, which is for false. So now we have given our VLOOKUP, but that shows not applicable because we have not given any employee name. So we can key in the value here, which says Fred Stone. And now if we are basically giving the value, so Fred Stone, now we will have to search if there is any job title which is Fred Stone. So here is the value, so that should be showing up. Let's check what has gone wrong. So we are giving our range, we are interested in finding out the value, but what the mistake what we did here was that when we want to search for a value, say for example, let's take this VLOOKUP and let's replace this value of H12 with the value here, so Fred Stone, and then basically we will give our range, we will say which is the column we are interested in, and then give true or false. So we can also basically take care of this error message. So for example, let's take this complete formula from here and just copy this formula, and now we can put in here the formula. But then this is where we were searching for H6, which was employee ID. Now that's not what we are interested in. We are interested in finding out the value. So let's take this one and replace this with the value given here. And then I give my range. I say which is the column I'm interested in. So I'm interested in looking for job title, and then let's search. So it basically tells me not found. So let's check this. Now the error which we were facing was because when we talk about your VLOOKUP, let's look at the formula again. And here, say for example, I go for function and then I select VLOOKUP and say for example, I say okay. Now just look at the description here. Looks for a value in the leftmost column of a table. Now earlier the range which we had selected had the leftmost column as employee ID, and that's why it was giving an error. So how do we fix that? So for example, let's basically remove this function from here. Now what we want to do is we would want to search for the stockbroker. Now if you see here, I have given a range which is B1 to D21. So we would want the value for what we would want to search, say employee name, that should be the leftmost column. So that's how we have our function. So let's do that. So say for example, the name is given here. So we want a range. So either we can create a range like earlier by selecting, say for example, this data. Now, am I interested in salary? No, I'm interested in job title, right? So I can basically just 3 columns, and then I can define a name. So I can say our search to, and let's give a named range, and that's only because we would want to easily reference or use that named search or named range. Now here we would want to use VLOOKUP, but we would also do an if error. Now within that we can say VLOOKUP, and then you need to select what is the value what your function takes. So basically this is my function. We will say if the value is not found, then we will give this. So you can create an external structure, and then within your VLOOKUP we will say the leftmost column which we are interested in. So that's your employee name. So in employee name we have the value, so either I can directly select the value here in the column B, or I will give the value whichever is fed in here, the employee name. Then I need to give a range, so let's select our range. So that's your our search 2, and then you need to select the column number. So we are interested in finding out the job title, so that's the third column. So let's say 3, and then just give a 0, and then hit on enter. So it says not found because you have not given any employee name. Now let's try to find the job title of Fred Stone. So I can just select, or I can say equal, and then I can just give in a value, and that basically shows me the job title. So this is how you use VLOOKUP. We have also used if error, which basically takes care of error message if the value is not found. So for example, we can test this. Here we have Fred Stone. So for example, if I just empty this and I point it to something which does not exist, so that shows me not found. Or if you just select this and then key in a value, it shows you this. Might be we can just type in. So if I say Fred, then basically it says not found because we are looking for exact match. Now if we had changed this to the closest match, something like this, then it would have tried to find something, but then we don't have anything which is just with this. So there are different ways of doing it. So what we can do is we can always go for the exact match, and that's basically the value. And here we can basically key in any value. For example, I would be interested in finding out this one, and let's give this, so you can search in this way. So you can also have statements which can be searching one related to other. Now here the question was to find the job title of Fred Stone, so let's type in Fred Stone, and that basically shows me the job title which we are interested in. So let's search for job title, let's go for exact match, and then search. So it is stockbroker. So
if getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
Now that we have looked at VLOOKUP, it would be interesting to see how horizontal lookup or H lookup works. It basically works on the same lines, but here instead of vertically searching through the columns, the range is more of horizontally defined. So we search in rows rather than in columns. So for example, this is the data which has been given to you, and you have various columns. So you have employee ID, you have your employee name, you have employee email address, you basically have the job title of different employees, and then basically you have the salary. So this is the data which has been given to you, and you are asked to search, or you're interested in finding out, say, the salary based on employee name or job title based on employee ID. So what we need to do is we need to define the range here. Now range can depend on what you are searching for. So for example, when I'm searching employee name and salary, so I am interested in these 4 rows. When I'm saying employee ID and job title, then might be this is the range and I don't need salary. So I can create a named range if we are interested in, so that we can easily search for it, or we can straight away give the first cell value, which is basically A1 here, and then the last value here, which is G, and then you can give 5. So you can do that, or you can create a named range, whichever way you would want to do it. So for example, we would want to create a named range for our first question, which is find the salary of Eden Connell using VLOOKUP. So we are interested in this. So let's select these 4 rows all the way for your columns. Now, like we did earlier, we can just define a name. Might be we can call it our search 3, and we can just give OK. So that's the named range which we have created. Now what we would want is we want to search for the salary based on employee name. So here we can insert our function. So let's look up and let's search for look and just click on go. So here you have VLOOKUP, and basically that's the function I'm interested in. Say OK. So this says what is the lookup value which you are interested in. So we are interested in finding out the value based on the employee name. So for example, let's select this cell. That gives us more dynamism, and you can add in any name and you can search for the salary. Or you can basically give the employee name exactly from the employee name value here, which is D2. So we can give Eden Connell from here. So let's select this. Now table array. So we need to give our range. So let's say our search 3. Then you need to give the row index number. Now this is different than VLOOKUP. In VLOOKUP you have column index number, and here you have row index number. So what are you interested in searching for? So we are interested in searching for salary. Now in our range, that is basically the 4th row. Remember, we created a range from employee name to salary. So let's give the row index number, which is 4, and the range lookup will say 0, which is basically exact match, and that completes our formula. So click on OK, and that basically gives me the salary for Eden Connell. Now that's basically because we have fed in the value here, and that is basically giving me this. So I can again do if error if I would be interested in, to basically take care of error message if the value is not found. For that you can look into the previous example, which is VLOOKUP. Now similarly, we are interested in finding out the job title for employee ID 105. How do we do that? So we need to use VLOOKUP. Well, we could have done with VLOOKUP, but here the data is more arranged in the form of rows. So how do we do that? So we can again use VLOOKUP, and we can give a range or named range, or let's for this time let's basically key in our range manually. So we can do that. So let's go for VLOOKUP. Now what do we want to search for? So we will say this is the value. Then we need to give a range. Now as I said, if you would want to give a range manually, so for example I'll say A, and then I'll say A1 colon, and then I'm interested in G, and then the row will be 4. So salary row is not what we are not interested in. So let's say G, and then we can give 4. So that basically gives me the range, right? Instead of having a named range. So we can do that. And then we need to give the row index number. So we are interested in finding out the job title, which is basically in our range, the 4th row, and then give 0 for true or false. So if you see here, it tells if it is 1, it is approximate match. False is an exact match, and we can close this bracket. That completes our formula. It takes the value which is given in employee ID, and then it will try to search for the job title. So that basically shows wherever the employee ID is 105, the job title is fabricator. Again, you can use if error, wherein your if error can then be working on VLOOKUP and can take care of error, so that if an employee ID is keyed in for which there is no matching value, then it will not show you a not applicable error. In instead of that, it will replace with the word whatever you have specified. So in this way, you can easily use HLOOKUP to search from the range of data which is horizontally arranged. And in the previous example, we were seeing how you use VLOOKUP when the data is arranged vertically. So we have looked at VLOOKUP and HLOOKUP, and what we have seen is VLOOKUP has a limitation in one way that we need to basically give a range where the leftmost column is the one which is used. Now, instead of that, we might be interested in searching in specific columns and not all the columns. Well, that can also affect the time taken to search for the data, wherein we can select particular columns or particular ranges rather than selecting all the data which has to be searched for. So for example, we have this question: find the salary of Hank Saunders. Now that's the employee name which we have here, and we would want to find out the salary. So what are the columns we are interested in? So one is your employee name and one is your salary, and these are the only two columns which we are interested in. So instead of using VLOOKUP, now like I've shown earlier, you can create a named range for these two columns and you can use that, or we can manually give the range here. So let's go for lookup function here, and lookup function will basically help us in searching what we are interested in. So we are interested in finding out the employee name, and we are interested in finding out the salary based on the employee name. So how do we do that? So here in lookup, I can first give the value which is here, employee name. Now whatever employee name is keyed in here, we will be searching for salary of that employee. Now lookup function needs a lookup value, so we are searching based on employee name. Then it says lookup vector, so we will basically then say what is going to be our lookup vector. So here we need to give a range. So what are we interested in? We are interested in finding out the salary based on employee name. So first goes our range based on which we need to search. So that's your employee name. So let's, for example, select this one. So that's our range, B1 to B21. So that will basically have the employee name in which we will be searching for. And then we are interested in searching out the result vector, that is basically the column from which we want the value. That's our salary column. So let's select this, and that completes our lookup function. So now if you hit on enter, it shows that for this employee where the name is Hank Saunders, the salary is 5,400. Now you can test it by basically giving some other name. So for example, if I replace this with, say, Fred Stone, and that basically shows me the value for Fred Stone, we can replace it to the question which we have, that is Hank Saunders, and that shows me the salary. So that's a simple example of lookup which allows you to search by selecting a range of columns rather than having the leftmost column which has to be referenced. Similarly, we have one more question: find the employee ID of this particular email ID. So we need to again use our lookup function. So we'll say lookup. Now what are we interested in? We will search based on this email address. So I will select this. Then I need to give that based on email address, we are searching the employee ID. So email address is in this column. So let's select this range. And then we are interested in employee ID. So then goes our result vector. So select this column, and that basically completes your formula. So close this bracket and hit on enter. So that basically shows me the employee ID for an employee with this email address. So this is how you use lookup. Now, as I've explained earlier, you can be using the if error, and you can basically see how your index match can be used. Now here is an example of if error. So basically this shows how if error helps. So say for example, as I showed in your for employee James Bond, if the value is not present, display not found. And what are we doing? We are basically nesting our VLOOKUP inside if error with a not found option, which basically says if the value given in this cell H is not found, then basically it will display not found. So here you also notice that the range which has been given has been selected, that is B1 to C21. Now we could have used a named range, which basically helps us in searching for multiple functions. We are searching for 2, that is the column number 2 here, that is employee name. So check for employee James Bond if the value is not present or no. So we are basically just searching for employee name here, and then give your 0 or 1. So that's basically usage of your if error, which I've shown earlier, and the same thing can be applied for your edge lookup also. Now, suppose you have been given some additional questions. For example, instead of using your VLOOKUP or HLOOKUP or lookup examples, what we have seen, say, for example, you are asked to find the salary of Peter Daniels. Now, we already know how to find that using VLOOKUP, right? So, for example, we want to find out the salary for this employee name, which is Peter Daniels. I can use a VLOOKUP. However, sometimes we may also want to use an index match. An index match is also one useful function to do that. So we can basically search based on that. So we have to define the range of data. We have to then say what do we want to match. So that's basically an employee name. And then we are interested in finding out, say for example, based on the range of employees, you would want to find out the value of salary. So we are then giving a range and doing it. How do we do that? So for example, here I can use a function which is called index. And if you see here, it says returns a value or reference of the cell at the intersection of a particular row and column in a given range. So this is where index function can be useful. Now we can start with this function. It says it needs an array, that's nothing but a range. So we can basically select all our data. So I can say A1 all the way to E21. So that basically is my range. Now I would want to find the salary of this employee name, which is Peter Daniels. So I can use internally here, basically you need to give a row number. So what we can do is we can do a match. So we can use an internal function match. Now we need to basically give it correctly. So we need to say match. Now, how does this match function work? So we need to basically match for a value. So for example, we'll select whatever employee name is given here. So that's Peter Daniels. Now that's basically what we would want to match. Now, where do we want to match this? So we want to match in the column B, which has employee names. So we can give a range which is B1 to B21. So that's basically within the employee names, we are looking for a match, which is given here. That's in H6. And we want to do a match. So we want to do a exact match. So let's do a comma 0. And then we are interested in finding out the salary based on this match, and salary is in our 5th column. So let's basically give the column number here and then just close this bracket. So that basically completes your function, and just hit on enter. So that shows me the salary of Peter Daniels, right? So this is an easy way wherein you can use the index function. Remember, first you give the range, and then you need to give your matching condition. So when you say match, I would take the value, whatever is given in this cell. I will search in the range of values, which is employee names. I will find an exact match, and what I'm interested in is finding the salary for Peter Daniels. Now similarly, say for example you have been given a question, find the employee ID with salary 10,000. So you want to find out the employee ID wherever the salary is 10,000. So we are obviously looking for an exact match. Now how do we do that? So we can start with our index function, and within index function we need to give a range. So for example, I'm interested in finding out, say for example, our range, which is A1 to E21. So that's what I'm interested in. Or you are actually interested in searching based on, say, your salary. So you are interested in searching the employee ID. So might be if I just do a A21, let's see what happens here. Now then I can just do a match. So match will be now done based on the value which is here, H13. So I will do a match for this one. Now I need to give a range. So let's basically give a range which will be, we are interested in searching employee ID based on the salary column. So that's your E column. So I will say E1 to E21. That's what I'm interested in searching. Finding a match for this salary. We want an exact match. So first let's close this one. Now that's fine. I mean, we are interested in finding out the employee ID based on the match which is within this range. And then what we would want to do is we would want to basically find the employee ID. Employee ID is in my column A. So what I can do is I can additionally give a match here, and then I can say I'm interested in the finding out the value for employee ID, and that basically needs a range. So the range here will be just the column headings. So we will give A1 all the way to E1. So that's the range in which we would want to search, and we would want to find a match for employee ID. We want an exact match. So let's close this one, and that basically closes my match, and we need to close our index function. So now that shows me employee ID where the salary is 10,000. So this is how you can do your index matches, where you can give a range, then you can say what you need to match within which particular column, whether it is an exact match or approximate match, and then the column from where you are interested in finding out the value. So same thing we did here. We basically gave a complete range, and if you closely see, we were only interested in finding out the employee ID. So here I gave a range A1 to A21, which is basically this particular column. So that's where we are interested in finding out. Match basically will give your lookup value, so that's H13. Then we gave a range, which is salary. That's what we are interested in. And then we said when we are doing a match, we are only interested in finding out the employee ID, which is in a range of column names, and then doing an exact match. So this is how you can use index match instead of lookup, which can also give you some exceptions in searching for specific columns or specific rows. Now, if error, we have already discussed, where you nest your VLOOKUP or HLOOKUP inside it. So this is how you can use your lookup functions, HLOOKUP, VLOOKUP, lookup, or index match to search for data. Some function like this, which shows up xln.xlookup, and then you're trying to search for something. So don't be surprised with that. So xln is basically a prefix added to functions that don't exist in the version of Excel you are using. You have Excel 2013, and say your friend has a newer version of Excel, say Office 365 or Excel 2016, and basically he uses a new cool function and sends the file to you. So that's where you will have this xln prefix as I'm showing up here. So for example, what is the job title of Xavier Power? is what you would want to search, and here the function which shows up XL and XLOOKUP, and then you're searching. So this is basically something which is the function. Now if I just select what it has selected here, and if I hit on enter, it shows that this does not work in my Excel here, and that's because of the version. But what I can do is I can fix this by removing this details here, and that basically shows lookup. We are searching for job title based on employee name, which is in this field H6, and then we need to give a range. So we need to give a range of names, employee name, and then basically the job title range, which is basically the job title. So now if I just hit on enter, it gives me the value. So it's as simple as that. Similarly here, what is the employee ID of the person? With this email, we have already looked at the lookup function. So if it shows your XLN X lookup, all you need to do is remove this and then keep the lookup function searching for the value based on the range of values, and then searching for a value within a range of values. So just hit on enter and that gives you the value. And same thing goes for this job title. So what is the job title and salary of employee name? So we have this function. Now what I can do is here I'm interested in finding out the value for this particular function. How do I fix this? I can basically select this and then just do a lookup based on the values, and it basically says you can't change part of an array. So we can fix this. Now what we need to do is we need to basically search based on this particular value. So we will basically say I want to do a lookup. Now lookup should be based on employee name, whatever name is given here. Then you need to find the job title and salary. So for job title, I want to find based on employee name. So I will give a range, and then basically I will say I'm interested in finding out the job title. So I will give a different range and then basically close this. So that basically shows, now this is basically because of the function which we have here. So basically to fix this, what we will have to do is we will have to delete all the columns here which were selected, such as employee name, job title, and salary, because that was giving you an error. You cannot delete a part of an array. Now what we want to do is we want to find the job title and salary based on the employee name. So we can do that using lookup as we have done earlier. So we will use a lookup function. Now what we are interested in finding out is the job title based on employee name. So we can select this cell which does not have any value. Then we need to basically say from which range or based on what you want to search. So we want to search based on employee name, and we want to find out the job title. So we can basically give a range of values, and then we will be interested in finding out the job title. So let's select the job title range, and that basically completes our lookup. So let's close this and hit on enter. Now it says obviously error because this does not have any value. We will fix that by giving in a value here. Same thing we can do for salary. So for example, I can just drag and drop it here, and in this one, instead of basically having a range which is your, we will be interested in finding out the salary. So let's see what is the range we give. So the range should be employee name. So we will basically select employee name as the range. And then we are interested in finding out the salary. So we will select this particular range. And what we are interested in finding out is basically employee name, or we are interested in finding out based on employee name. So let's select this particular column and then hit on enter. So both of these are NA values. Now just feed in an employee name. So we will say, for example, Eduardo. and that basically gives me the job title and salary. So that's how you can fix your Excel FN error. So same thing goes here. So it shows you XLN is what you would want to search. Might be if you don't find something, you would want to push in name not found. So first is we will have to fix this part. So we will have to remove this because that's not supported in my Excel. And then I have lookup. I'm searching based on H24, which is basically employee ID. You're giving a range which is A2 to A21 because we would want to find name not found for a particular employee ID. So I'm giving a range which is A2 to A21. I'm trying to search for the name which is from B2 to B21, and then I'm giving name not found. So say for example, we can do this lookup, but then with lookup you don't have this direct option. What we can do is we can use if error, and then basically try to search. So that gives your lookup value, and then you will have to close this one. And then again, if it gives you some error like this, we can obviously go for VLOOKUP and fix this. So here we are searching for a particular range, and then let's search for this value. And basically to fix this, what I did was I just use a VLOOKUP. So we know that employee ID 121 does not exist. So I'm just using if error. I'm doing a VLOOKUP where I'm searching for the value given in H19. And then I'm saying that I would want to search from a range which is basically B1 to C21, that is in employee name and say email address, for example. And we would want to basically search for name not found. So we can, instead of giving B21 or B1 to C21, we can restrict it to just B1 to B21. We are searching in column 2. We are searching for exact value, and if it does not find, then it says name not found, and that's how we do it. So we can always replace and fix this Excel FN errors. If you are using some spreadsheet which was, or an Excel which was sent by someone else who is using a different version. Let's quickly see some more examples of doing data analysis using Excel, and for that we can use some inbuilt add-ins which can be added to our Excel sheet. So for example, if you would want to do a descriptive analytics or descriptive analysis on your data, say for example getting your descriptive statistics such as your mean, median, mode, and so on. So we can do that, and we can use Excel for it. So for example, you can, if you are given some data, say I have temperature, price of ice cream, units sold, and I would want to have descriptive statistics on this, what I can do is I can click on file, and here in file you can click on options, and within options click on add-ins. Now within add-ins you have Excel add-ins which is selected here. So click on say go, for example, and that shows what add-ins are available, and you can choose which ones are you interested in. So for example, I have chosen analysis tool pack and solver add-in, and click on OK. Now that basically should add more options to your Excel. So if you click on data, so here you see data analysis and solver, and this is what we would want to use to get our descriptive statistics for these three columns. So for example, let's say temperature, or you can even give the names later once you get your descriptive statistics. So for example, let's go for data analysis, and here it says what are you interested in. There is a two-factor with replication, you have correlation, covariance, descriptive statistics, you have histogram. So let's click on descriptive statistics, click on OK. Now this one basically asks your input range. So while your cursor is blinking here, also it is said grouped by. So let's give it a range. So for example, I will say temperature. Now, if I do this and I have selected the heading, just look at that. And now you need an output range. So let's just select this, and then you can have your cursor blinking here. Let's select, say, fields here. And this is where I would want the output. Now it also said what options do you want. So it has output range. We can then select summary statistics, confidence level. So I will say summary statistics is what I'm interested in. Say OK. And this says input range contains non-numeric data. Now why is that? Because we chose temperature, the heading also. So click on OK. And here we will alter the range. So this one is our range should be only the values, numeric values on which we would want the descriptive statistics. We have output range already selected. We have summary statistics. And now you can click on OK. And that basically gives your descriptive statistics for temperature. So here I could basically given a value for this. So I can say temperature, and that's my descriptive statistics for temperature. Might be I can just do some formatting, and that's it. So that gives me descriptive statistics for the values here. Now similarly, we can do it for price of ice cream. So what we need is we need to basically go for data analysis, descriptive statistics, say OK. Now you need to give a range. So here I will change my range to these values. Output range is already selected. Now we are interested in summary statistics. Click on OK. And this says output range will overwrite existing data. Press OK to overwrite data in range. I will say cancel. No, that's not what we want to do. We need to give a new range. So let's select our new range, which is here. And now click on OK. So now we get the values, which is for your price of ice cream. So again, we can basically select this and say price of ice cream. And we got our descriptive statistics for price of ice cream. And like we did earlier, I can select this. I can basically do a merge and center, and that gives me descriptive statistics for price of ice cream. So we could also basically change this. Now I can go into data, and I can go into data analysis, descriptive statistics. So we know that we had selected this B2 to B8, and this one, which is H6 to H19, we would want to shift it, might be 2 columns up. So might be I can just say H5, and I can manually change it to H17, and let's say OK. And we will basically get this, and I can get rid of this. So I can have it in the same range. So similarly, so this one will have to be renamed, and I can basically say price of ice cream, and that's basically my descriptive statistics for my price of ice cream. And similarly, we can do it for the third column, which is units sold. So we would want to have this. Now let's see, we can click on data. We can click on data analysis, descriptive statistics. So we need to give the range correctly. So this time our range changes to units sold. Now we can also say labels in first row. Okay, if we were selecting the heading. So let's do it in this way. So in my range, let me empty this. I can basically select this, which we know has non-numeric data in the first row. Say, for example, I'll say labels in first row. I'm interested in summary statistics, and this range will now have to be changed from H to basically something like J. So let's say J, and let's select these values. So that should take care of things. And now you see you have your units sold. You did not have to manually rename it. and you have basically got the descriptive statistics. So this is how you can simply perform analysis using data analysis here. You can basically get your descriptive statistics for your columns, and then you can do whatever needed formatting you need to basically make your data look in a good way. Now, let's look at one more example of data analysis where we may want to look at the frequency of values or frequency of values occurring in a range of values. So for example, if you have been given temperatures, you have been given some bins where you would want to identify how many values fall into the range of 0 to 20, 20 to 30, 30 to 40, 40 to 50, and the easiest way to do that would be creating histogram. Now, histogram is usually used for data analysis where you would want to look at different variables or say features. For example, temperature is one such feature. Might be one more variable or feature such as sale of ice cream, and you would want to see if the increase or decrease in temperature affects the increase or decrease in sale of ice cream. Might be sale of ice cream is a response based on temperature, so it depends. So sometimes you may want to find a relationship between two variables, whether they are positively or negatively related, or you would want to do different kind of analysis. And in certain cases we may want to first do analysis on one single variable, look at the frequency of values, might be also look at the defects, and for which we can use something like Pareto chart. So we can go for histogram, and that basically gives us the frequency of values. Now, how do we do that? So we have already added the add-in, which is data analysis earlier. So we can just use the same thing again. Here we would want to create a histogram. So let's say okay. Now I have already selected input range. So if you see here, my input range is temperature, which is also with the headings, and I have bin range, which is basically the range of values. So for example, I can select this, and that's my bin range. I am selecting or the option labels because I'm using the first row which has the heading such as temperature and bins. Now we need to give an output range. So for example, let's say I would want my data here, and that becomes my output range. So you can have a sorted histogram or basically a Pareto chart. So if that's what you're interested in, looking at the frequencies for your different ranges, and here I'm also selecting chart output because I would want to have a visual histogram which gives us the frequency. And it's as simple as this. Just click on OK, and now you get your bins. So it basically tells you frequency of values, which is basically 20, but that does not mean it is only talking about the values 20. It is basically talking as a range of 0 to 20. So we have 0 to 20, that is 2. So we can basically say there is 120 here, with the 20 being the maximum value, and then there is one more 20. So that's your 0 to 20. Then you have 20 to 30, which shows 3 values. So might be in that case I can say 26 is one thing. Then I can say 30, that's the second one. And then basically I can look at 22. So basically this one does not select 20 as the lower range, but it basically selects 30 as the higher range. So I do see 20 to 30, there are 3 entries. Similarly, we can see values for 40 and 50. And since we have selected Pareto or sorted histogram, that shows in a descending order what is the highest frequency of values within a particular range. So that shows me highest frequency is 5, and then you have 3 and 3 and then 2. So this is how we can create a histogram, and we can perform analysis on a single variable. Now, as discussed earlier, as I said, sometimes we may be interested in finding out the correlation between different variables, such as say here we have temperature, price of ice cream, and units sold, and we may want to find out the correlation between one variable to another variable, or we would want to find out the relationship between variables. Are they linearly related? Are they positively related, negatively related, and so on? And for that, we can use the correlation of your data analysis add-in. So for example, you want to find out correlation of temperature and units sold. And what we can do is we can find out that using a formula. So for example, if I search for something like correlation, and let's search. So there is a function called correlation which we can use, and we can use this to calculate the correlation of temperature and units sold. So for example, let's select this, and that's the function. So it says give me an first array and a second array. So we are interested in finding out correlation of temperature and units sold. So let's select the range of values for temperature, and then I'm interested in finding out the correlation of temperature and units sold. So let's select this, and that basically gives me a range of values. It gives me the correlation value, which is 0.2859. Say OK, and that's your value. So similarly, we can do it for temperature and price ice cream. So let's go for correlation. So that's the function we are interested in. You need to give a range of values. So here we are interested in temperature and price of ice cream. So let's select temperature. And then the second array or list of values is price of ice cream. Let's select that. Let's close our bracket. And here we have the correlation value of temperature and the price of ice cream. Similarly, you may be interested in finding out temperature and units sold, like what we have done earlier. So we can do the same thing based on function. So this is same as correlation of temperature and units sold. So I can get rid of this one. Now, how do I do it using the data analysis add-in? So for that, what we need is we need to go into data. We need to go click on data analysis, and here you have the option called correlation. Let's select this. Now that basically needs an input range. So we need the range. Now I might be interested in finding out the correlation between temperature and price of ice cream and units sold. So I've selected all the columns here. We will say group by columns. Obviously we need to select labels in first row, because that is basically taking care of the first row as heading. Now output range, you can just give one simple cell, and that's where your data will start from, or you can give a new workbook. So click on OK, and that basically gives your correlation of your different variables and what are the values. And we can check these values based on the values what we have here. So we have basically temperature and price of ice cream, and that basically shows me 0.96149. You have temperature and units sold, so you have 0.2859. Now you can also look at units sold and say, for example, price of ice cream. You can look at these particular values. So if I would be interested in finding out what is the relationship between these variables, I can easily find using correlation. So I could be basically writing in a formula here and selecting what are the cells. So here we were selecting A2 and C. Here we were selecting A and B. Now might be I'm interested in price of ice cream and units sold, and if that's what I'm interested in, then I will give a range of B2 to B8, C2 to C8, and similarly you can get your analysis or correlation values. So it's very simple in Excel, and you can use either the data analysis tab and get your correlation, or you can use formulas and do that. Now, one more important part of data analysis is doing your sampling. Now, sampling could be periodic sampling or random sampling. So sometimes you may want to look at a variable and you may want to get some values based on periodic data. That means might be I'm interested in range of values. I'm interested in seeing a sample of values for a particular period, which could be basically a range of values, or you could just do a random sampling. So for example, if I go for periodic sampling, so out of these values which I see here, might be I want to see, say, periodic sampling, that is a frequency of 2 values, how many times we have these values occurring here. Or I would go for random sampling. So basically randomly I would want to pick up, say, 3 temperature values. Now how do I do it? So for example, here I have 7 values. Now if I go for periodic sampling, the sample or periodic sample value which I need to give has to be lesser than the total input values. So for example, we can do this. Let's go in here and let's go for data analysis. So we can go for sampling here, click on OK, and that needs a range of values. So we will select A2 to A8. Now I could have selected all the values for this one, temperature, and in that case I can give labels, which is going to take care of the first row. Now here we can go for number of samples which we are interested in, or giving a period. So let's go for period and say, for example, I have 7 values. So what if I select 5? So for example, if I say 5, that means I could just get 1 value. So basically when I'm saying 5 out of 7, so that's just giving me out of 5 I want 1 value. So I can then just give an output range. So here I can basically select this cell, I'll say OK, and now you see it just shows me 1 value. So out of the first range, that is, I have said 5, it has given me the 5th value. That's your periodic sampling. So for example, we want more values. So let's reduce this period to might be 2, which basically gives me every second value. So I can basically say, for example, 2 and say OK, and then say OK. So that shows me 26, then you have 35, then you have 40, and then, well, this one does not have any more values. So that's your periodic sampling. Now if you go for random sampling, that's basically randomly picking up values, and you can choose how many values you want. So go for data analysis, go for sampling. I'll go for number of samples, how many you want. So for example, out of 7 values, randomly I want 3 values, and I can just give this, say OK, and then we will do a cancel because we need to change the range. So let's select this and say OK, and that gives me random 3 values from this values of temperature. So we can use Excel to do a simple sampling, and we can choose whether we would want to go for periodic sampling or random sampling. Now we have seen sampling, histogram, correlation, descriptive stats, and now also let's look at regression. Now what is regression? So when you talk about statistical modeling, regression analysis is used to estimate the relationship between 2 or more variables. And basically we would want to look at 2 or more variables and basically a relationship of those variables with the response or the target, right? So for example, if we look at our data here, we have temperature, we have price of ice cream, and then we have units sold, and we can go ahead and make predictions. So for example, when you look at regression here, you see something like this, which is regression statistics. You have ANOVA, you have different plots which we have here, which is x variable 2, and then you have normal probability plot. Now we have already seen how you can have your add-in, that is data analysis, which helps you in doing different kind of data analysis here, right? Now how do we do this? So we have our variables here, which is temperature, price of ice cream, units sold. And when we talk about regression, we need to understand which one of these are independent variables, which one of these are dependent variables, right? So when you talk about your X, that's your independent variable, or we can say predictor or explanatory. So when you talk about your independent variables, or as we say predictors or explanatory variables, these are the factors that might influence the dependent variable. And when you talk about dependent variable, that's your response or target. That's the main factor you're trying to understand or predict. So we can plot a scatter plot to see relationship between variables. If they are linearly related, are they positively related, negatively related, and so on. We can also get values such as r square, which is coefficient of determination, regression line, and then analyze the relationship between variables. So here is one of the links of one of my other videos where we are learning on machine learning and also on regression, but that's programmatically and using a processing framework such as Spark. Now here, let's see how do we do this in Excel. So basically we would want to use our variables, which is temperature, price of ice cream, units sold, and then get these plots. So what we can do is, for example, I can get rid of this and might be I can just say no borders. And when it comes to these plots, we can have them generated again. That's not a big deal, using your data analysis add-in tool. So we have been given variables here. Now, as I said, when we talk about your regression analysis, we need to understand whether we have one variable or we have multiple variables, right? So you might have heard of univariate analysis, bivariate analysis, and so on. Well, here we are focusing more on using Excel to do our regression analysis. So I'll not go deeper into regression topics, but certain things as basics should be known, that when we talk about regression analysis, what does it do? It helps you understand how the dependent variable changes when one or more independent variables vary. And it basically allows us to mathematically determine which of those variables really has an impact. So technically, when we talk about regression analysis model, that is based on the sum of squares, which is basically a mathematical way to find the dispersion of data points. So mainly the goal of the model is to get the smallest possible sum of squares and draw a line that comes closest to the data. So that's what we mean by our regression line, or basically looking at the points and seeing if the points fall on a regression line, if there are residuals, that is points which do not fall on the regression line. And in terms of statistics, when we talk about statistics, we differentiate between a simple and multiple linear regression. So you have something called a simple linear regression models, which basically gives you the relationship between dependent variable and one independent variable using a linear function. And if you use two or more variables, that is explanatory variables, to predict the dependent variable, we are actually dealing with multiple linear regression. So if the dependent variable is modeled as a non-linear function, because the data relationships do not follow a straight line, we have to use non-linear regression. Now, what we will do is we'll see how we can work on this. So here we have some variables, and if we look at this, might be based on temperature, price of ice cream, we would want to find out how many units were sold. Now, what we can do is we can basically start looking in by creating a simple scatter plot, which is quite easy in Excel. So if you have been given variables, what you can do is you can click on insert. You can then choose the kind of plots which you want, and here you have insert scatter plot. So we can choose this, and you can choose the first option, so that gives you a blank layout. And what you can do is now you need to select data. So for example, let's click on select data, and then you can say add. So what we would want is we can give a name. So we want X values and we want our Y values, right? So when you talk about Y, that's your dependent variable or your response or target. So that is in our case units sold, and X values are one set of features or variables or multiple variables. So here I can click on this series X values and then I can select this. Now in Y values, what I can do is I can select these and then I can just say okay. So that shows me that it would be giving me a regression scatter plot. Now let's say okay, and we have some points plotted here. Now if you would want to see the impact of one individual variable such as temperature or price of ice cream, you could as well do that. Now what you can also do is you can add more meaning to this by giving in a title, or you can also go into quick layout and you have various options here. So you see, it gives you what is the access title, what is the series, and I would prefer to use here something like this one. So that gives you your regression line, that also gives you your R square, and that gives you your Y and X, that is your coefficients. So let's select this one, and then we have some values which we can use to compare. This also shows me the regression line, and you can keep this for reference. If you would want, you can change the chart title to something else, say scatter plot of dependent where's independent variables, and you can give any name which has more meaning. And we can get rid of this one. So we have series, and we can say what are these points if you would want to add in legend, if you would want to do that, or I can just get rid of this and I will keep these values here, which we will see when we do a data analysis. We can always compare these values. So here I've created a simple scatter plot, and then I can look at dependent versus independent variables, or I could have selected one particular variable. So this is just for reference. Now we can add more details. We can say what is my x-axis, what is my y-axis. So basically you can here say, for example, just say y, and might be here I will say x, and we can rename that later. Now how do we perform data analysis or get into regression, right? Now what we would want to do is we would want to get, or we would want to do the regression analysis to demonstrate the relationship between dependent and independent variables. So normally when you talk about your linear regression equation, you might have known about it. So it is basically y, when you say y equals, you can say bx plus a plus c, and this would be normally the mathematical equation for a linear regression, where x is your independent variable, y is your dependent variable, your a is the y-intercept, which is expected mean value of y when all x variables are equal to 0. So basically on a regression graph, that's the point where line crosses the y-axis, and that's your intercept. When you talk about b, that's basically your slope of regression line, which is the rate of change for y as x changes. And then you also have your constant, right? So that's your that's basically your random error term, right? Which is basically the difference between the actual value of dependent variable and its predicted value. So your linear equation always has an error term, because in real life predictors are obviously never perfectly precise, right? Now what we can do is we can also reduce this equation to y is bx plus a, and that's the equation of a line. We can look into this, and the linear equation can be understood mathematically in this way. Now, how do we do it in Excel? So what we can simply do is here, let me, yeah. So we need to get into data, and then here we have our data analysis add-in. You can click on this one, and from these different options you can choose regression. So that's what we would want to do. Now we'll say okay. Now here you need to give your input Y range. So as I said, you will have to select the dependent and independent variables, right? So we would want to do some regression analysis here, and here we have your X and Y. So Y being your target, that's basically your units sold. So we can select this along with the labels. When it comes to X, either you can select one variable or multiple variables. So I will select temperature, price of ice cream. And then since we have chosen the headings, we will go for labels, right? Now we can always look at the confidence level. We can change that. So you can say whether you want it in a new worksheet, or you can just say output range. And I will probably just click here and select one of the cell here. Now we can also choose the other options which we would want to see as a part of this regression analysis. So basically we have selected input Y range, which is your dependent variable. You have selected X range, which is your independent variable. And if we are building a multi-regression model, then we have chosen temperature and price of ice cream both. Now we can choose the labels which we have done. We can choose your output range, which is basically on this sheet, and then we can select the residuals. So that basically gives you your residuals. Now we can also get your line fit plots, which you were seeing earlier. You can also go for your normal probability plots, and then basically just say okay. And let's say okay. And that basically gives you your regression analysis output. So we basically have your summary output. We also have ANOVA. We have our residual output that's from the previous one. And basically we can get rid of this. That's not required. I can get rid of this one. Yep. So now we have our regression statistics. We also have our plots. So we can basically look into these. So we have our normal. Let's get rid of these. Let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of this. And then what we can do is, since we had some existing data, it has overwritten. So let me get rid of this, and I'll repeat this step again. And let's say no border. Yeah. So now what we want to do is we want to do regression analysis. So we go get into data, we get into data analysis, we choose regression. We have already chosen our Y range, which is column C. X range is multiple variables. We have gone for labels. Output range, which we would want to select a particular cell. So let me select this. I'm going for residuals, line fit plots, and normal probability plots, and say okay. So now we have our plots. We can just separate them to have a better understanding. Yeah. And that basically shows you the variables. So here it shows me units sold, and then what are the predicted units sold. And here the variable is temperature. Here the variable is price of ice cream, right? So that's your one variable and second variable. And then you also have your normal probability plot. Now to interpret this, or to understand what we have here, where we look at your summary output. So it is good to understand what Excel is helping us out. So basically when we do a regression in Excel, it is performing all the calculations automatically. The interpretation is something which we need to understand. So basically we are looking at multiple R value here, and we can, let's also fine tune this one. Yeah, we have our values here, and if you see, we have our R square. Now we can then basically look at our multiple R. So what is your multiple R? That's your correlation coefficient, which basically measures the strength of linear relationship between two variables. So this can be any value between your, when you talk about your correlation coefficient, it can be any value between -1 and 1, and its absolute value indicates the relationship strength. So the larger the absolute value, the stronger the relationship. So 1 basically means a strong positive relationship, -1 means a strong negative relationship, and 0 means no relationship at all. Now when you're looking at R square, that is the coefficient of determination, which is used as an indicator of the goodness of the fit. So it basically shows how many points fall on the regression line. So your R square value is basically calculated from the total sum of squares. When we say precisely, it is the sum of squared deviations of the original data from the mean. Now when we talk about looking at the value of your R square, so it is basically, we can be seeing that this is 0.450788. That's the value which I'm talking about. So it basically means 45% of our values fit the regression analysis model. So in other words, 45% of dependent variables, that is your Y values, are explained by the independent variables, that is your X values. So normally if you have R squared value higher, then that is considered as a good fit. And here we have considered multiple variables. Now when you talk about your adjusted R square, it is the R square adjusted for the number of independent variables in the model. So you would want to use this value instead of R square for multiple regression analysis, such as in our case. Now you also have standard error. So that's basically goodness of fit measure that basically shows the precision of your regression analysis. So the smaller the value, the more certain you can be about your regression equation. So when we talk about your R square, that represents the percentage of dependent variables variance that is explained by the model, and standard error is basically an absolute measure that shows the average distance that the data points fall from the regression line. So you will have to look back into regression statistics terminologies to basically understand more of this. And if you're already from data science background, then you already know what I'm talking about. We are just seeing how Excel easily helps us in doing these things. Now we can also look at observations here, which is basically the number of observations in our model, which is 7. Now when we talk about regression analysis, and if we look at analysis of variance, that is your ANOVA values here. So we basically see DF, you have SS, MS, F, and significance F. Now to understand these, so basically what we are doing is, or what Excel is doing is, it splits the sum of squares into individual components that give information about the levels of variability within your regression model. So when you talk about your DF, that's basically the number of degrees of freedom associated with the source of variance. You have sum of squares, that is your SS. So smaller the residual SS compared with the total SS, the better your model fits the data, right? Now when you talk about MS, that's your mean square. You have F is basically the F statistic, or you can say F test for the null hypothesis. Basically it is used to test the overall significance of the model. And then you finally have your significance F, which is the p-value of F. So When we usually talk about simple linear regression, the ANOVA part is not really used, or it's rarely used, right? But when we look at the significance F value, that gives an idea of how reliably or statistically significant our results are. So if significance F is less than 0.05, that's 5%, our model is okay. If it is greater than 0.05, we will have to better choose another independent variables. Right now, we can also look at the output of coefficients, and that's what we would want to look at. So you basically have your intercept here. So when you talk about your intercept, temperature, price of ice cream, so we know we are looking at our variables, and then we are also looking at our intercept, which basically gives you more details on your coefficients. So the main important thing when we talk about regression analysis is basically your coefficients. It basically enables you to build a linear regression equation in the form of y equals bx plus a, which I explained earlier, and then basically we can understand our regression analysis output better. Now, when we look at the residual output, which we are seeing here, so that gives you your observations, how many observations we have. It shows what is the predicted units sold, and then it also gives you your residuals. So we can compare the estimated and actual number of sold umbrellas based on the observation. So we have 11.209 here, and if you compare, that's basically 12. The second one is 15, and here it is 13.5. You have, and similarly, you can compare all the values of actual units sold and what our regression has predicted. So basically what we can do is we can compare these, and we will see if there is any difference or no, right? So obviously there will be, or there would be some difference, because independent variables are never perfect predictors of your dependent variables, and the residuals basically help us in understanding how far the actual values are from the predicted values. So that's what we see here in the residual section. So for example, when we look at this one, which is 11.209 and the actual is 12, we see what is the residual and how far is the predicted value from the actual value. So similarly, we can also look at the percentile values. So that gives you your probability output, and this is what we have in our graphs. So we have basically our variables. We are looking at our variables and also the units sold and the relationship between them. We can basically add in more details to this particular plot, and you also have normal probability plot, which is basically getting your values from your probability output here. So this is how you can perform a simple regression analysis. And now what you can do is you can, as I said, you can basically be looking at your scatter plot. You can be looking at your y and x and your r square values, right? But remember what are the variables which you are selecting, and then you can compare these with basically the values what you see here. So remember, here I've chosen my both set of variables, and you can choose one variable and then basically see what is its impact on the response or on the target. So it's pretty simple here. You can add more details to your scatter plot or the plots what we have created, or some people prefer to do it using formulas. So basically we have some statistical functions that can help you do linear regression analysis, such as you have linest, you have slope, you have intercept, you have correlation, and so on. So basically you can use these particular functions, and what you will have to do is you will have to basically go in for a function if that's what you would want to do, and then you can search for functions and say for example I'll just say nest and say go, and here I have my function. So if I would want to really use this one, I can do that. What I will have to do is then select the variable. So if you just say okay, and that basically says your known y's, known x, your constants, your stats, and basically you can use the formula also, but we are not covering that here. Might be in the later videos we can do that. So just try out and perform some regression analysis and try to look at your different variables and try to interpret that. So that basically gives you an easier way of performing regression analysis using your data analysis add-in in Excel.
Well, hello everyone, this is Irfan Syed from Team Simplilearn. In this tutorial, we will be talking about macros used in Excel and also the Visual Basic application programming for macros. So what is Excel macro? You do certain daily tasks and daily reports or monthly reports that you generate, and you use data from your Excel and you scrub data, and you basically have the same things performed or done on the Excel sheets every time and every day or monthly or bi-weekly or any number of times that you open your Excel. You remove certain columns, you add certain things, and you change certain values, and these are the things that you do an n number of times on an Excel. And this can all be done by simple automated way, which is macros. So what it does is it is a set of tasks that you can execute as many number of times as you want. When you create a macro, basically what it does is it will record all your mouse clicks and keystrokes. Basically, if for example you have your monthly accounts report that is there and it comes every day, and you have to put it and extract certain data and remove certain columns that you do every time that you open that sheet. For instance, you remove that column I, which has the absolute values of your accounts or the sheets that you have, and you remove that column and you edit some names, you add such things every time that you open that report, and then you format it in a proper way and send it to your management. So this can all be done in a simple running script called macros. So what you do is you record those mouse clicks and keystrokes and record a macro for it, save it, and next time tomorrow when you come, you just run that macros, and this will do everything for you, and you do not have to do that same tedious task every day. So this is basically a set of code or a task that you can execute and automate, and which can be done n number of times. So it makes your life easy. Now, so next thing is how you actually activate the macros in your Excel. It's a simple tab that you need to add in the ribbon section, which I'll be showing you across, and this will enable the macros on your Excel. So you go to Files, go to Options, and then you need to customize a ribbon. Click Customize Ribbon, and then there is a Developer tab which you see here. It should be activated. So you just need to select that, click on the tick mark, and just click OK. So this will add a Developer tab here, and this will enable the macros. So now you have your data, and you can run macros or record a macro and run it on your Excel. There is also an option to do it a different way. Right click on any of the tabs on the ribbon, customize ribbon, and you can add or remove your macros from here. So this is two ways that you can activate your macros. So how you record a macro is the next thing. So here I have a work orders sheet that I receive every day, or one of you will receive every day. And how you record a macro, you have certain set of tasks that you do, and this report has so many things that are obsolete which you do not need, which has to be put across to your management or for your use. So how you record or start a macro? You go to the developer tab and start recording a macro. As soon as you click on this record macro button, it will start recording your keystrokes on the mouse clicks, and you can save that and run it as a script in the next sheet that you do. So this is the sheet that I have, and we'll try to run macros on this and see what it does. So here I have, and this actually works this way. I need to go to the developer tab and start recording a macro. So when I click record macro, it starts recording my mouse clicks and keystrokes. So in this sheet I have to remove some columns, and the columns that are obsolete and the data that looks weird here should be removed. And what I need is the work order number, the district, and the technician name, and the kind of service that we provide, and the request date, work date, the cost, and the payment. So this is what I want, and I do it every day when I receive the sheet, and I have to make these changes and send it across to the accounts team. So what I do is I simply automate this by running a macro. So I go to, let's see how it records the macro. I click record macro, I save it as work order accounts, and I'll add a little description like work orders for accounts team, cost. Click OK, and see what I do is basically I add the borders first so that the data looks proper, and then I do not want this column, I delete it. I do not want the number of technicians that are there, I do not want all these, and I also want the labor hours, the account, and what kind of payment. This is very crucial for the accounts team. I do not want any of these obsolete data. So I just delete this, okay, and then I just want to have some cosmetic changes done. So I make sure this doesn't have any border, and that's it. This is the task that I perform every day. I still don't need this, and I go to the developer tab and click stop recording. So now I have the macro saved, and when I have it, I have automated all these steps in one simple click. And how I execute it in another sheet, so I will show it across to you. The next thing, so here I have the next report that has to be changed or formatted and send it across. So I simply go the next morning and go to the developer tab and go to the macro, and I have this macro save which we ran just now, and with a single click I will be able to do these daily tasks and execute in a flash. So I just click run and it does the rest for me. I have my report ready and is in a proper format that is required, and it can be sent across. So here, as we see, it is done in a single click by running a simple macro. Continuing our work on macro, we can simply do this by a single click of a button, by adding a button. So what you have to do is go to the developer tab, and in the control section you will see the insert option. When you click on the insert drop down, you will see form controls, and you can say select a button, and here I select a button and the mouse changes into a cross, and you can add your macro and assign it. So as we have saved it, work order accounts, as a macro, and when I just assign that macro to this button, I can edit the text by making it as work order accounts, just to make it simple. Okay, And now if you see, if I just click this button, it will run the macro and format our sheet. So this is how we run the macros in a single click of a button by adding the button. There is another alternative way to go to the macros instead of the developer tab, and you go to the view button and then go to macros at the end. You can view macros, you can record, and you can edit your macros. So when I click view macros, it will show you what are the macros that I have and that I can run, and you can simply run it. Alternatively, and you can record a macro as well instead of from the developer tab. If you just click on record macro, it will do the same functions that we do from the developer tab. Okay. The next thing is to edit the macro. How do you edit your macro? You have to use a simple application in Excel, which is the VBA, Visual Basic Application, to edit your macro. You go to the developer tab and then click on Visual Basic. This literally opens another window like this, and you will see the module that you have been working on, and you can edit the macro here. So as we see, if you go back to the Excel, we see that our sheet, we have been working on the sheet, and it has the column still K, and the actual sheet is this. So if I go to the Visual Basic editor, and I'll make sure I remove the columns that are existing from the column M, and I just delete that and I click run. I go back to my sheet and you see these changes are not there. Okay, this is our old macro and this is our new macro. As we see, this sheet has the rush column, which is the priority of my orders. So these are the things that we can edit with the VBA. In this tutorial, we will be talking about the Visual Basic Application programming for macros. So here we are. What is VBA? Visual Basic Application. It is basically a Visual Basic Application language that is used for macros in Excel. So what it basically does, Visual Basic for Application is a programming language of Excel that helps you automate tasks by writing macros. We have seen how we use macros, how it simplifies our tedious daily tasks by running a simple macro. Now to help us write these macros and help us get the best use of our abilities to ease our work and automate our tasks, we use VBA. So why VBA? There are many advantages of using VBA and why we prefer VBA in macros for Excel. So basically it is a very simple language. It saves time in performing tedious tasks. You have number of tasks that you do every day, as we have seen in the previous section, how you can simplify your daily task by just running a simple macro. And this VBA helps us in performing those tasks in a very simple manner. Another thing is it supports English-like statements. There are multiple statements that you can use and which are very basic English language statements, and this can help us, or it is very easy to program or code or edit these commands. You can select a range, you can it is like a if and else statement and things like that. We will look into those in details in the next sections. Now one more thing is it improves the functionality of Excel by allowing you to make Excel behave the way you want. There are multiple functions that you perform in Excel, like selecting a number of rows or columns or selecting a set of cells in particular. You do it on a daily basis. So these things can easily be performed and easily be edited and executed by using VBA. We will look into those in detail. Now, what is the VBA editor interface? This is particularly an interface which you will have look in detail bar section of the VBA editor interface. The next thing is the menu bar. Menu bar, as we all know, it is simply, it shows you the menu wherein you have all the options like file, edit, view, insert. Insert is the one very important menu bar option, and when you can insert different modules and buttons and all. We'll look into those in details. Run is one more important thing. All these things fall under menu bar. The next thing is the VBA code window. VBA code window, as it says, is the code window where your actual code resides, wherein you can go into it and edit the codes or write the codes and select the different range of functions that you can perform. And this is basically the VBA code window where you edit your or write your codes. The next thing is the Project Explorer. Project Explorer is simply like a Windows Explorer, but this is in particular is specific to your VBA, wherein it shows the different options that are there, the Excel sheets or the worksheets that you're working on, or the modules that you have saved, and so on. Basically, it is an Explorer for your VBA, like a Windows Explorer, which is for the File Explorer. The next thing is the Properties window. Properties window shows you the properties of the worksheet that you're working on. For instance, here we are working on the sheet 2, and it shows the properties, what are the kind of worksheet that we have, the page breaks, the right to left, whether it is enabled or not, the name of the sheet, and so on, whether it's visible and things like that. The next thing is the immediate window and the watch window. Now, what is the immediate window? Immediate window is basically a tool or a window wherein you can run and execute simple lines of codes, individual Excel code that you can run. It will allow you to test individual lines, which is very useful and handy when you're writing and debugging codes. The output of the lines that you execute can be seen here in the immediate window, whereas watch window is similar to it, but it displays the value of the watched expression in its current state. So this can be extremely useful again while we are debugging the VBA code. Adding a watch is a great utility, and we'll see the advantages of having a watch window in your VBA interface. So these are the things that we'll learn and look into it in detail in the coming section. Now we continue our topic for Visual Basic for application for macros, and I'm going to show you how to run some codes and run some macros in the codes and perform some simple to complex tasks using the VBA for macros. So there are two ways to open the Visual Basic application, and the first thing is you can run Alt F11, click on the sheet and just press, and it will open the Visual Basic for application window. Or alternatively, you can just go and click on the Visual Basic and it will open the sheet for you, the code window for you. And as we have discussed before, these are the windows that we see. This is the code window, and this is the Project Explorer, and this is the immediate window where we can run some testing codes. Immediately it will show you the output. So here we see the Project Explorer window where we see the modules and all for our Visual Basic for applications. So as we see the code is empty here, we'll try to record a macro and see how the code develops. Okay, so I just go here and click record macro, and I save it as a format and columns. Okay, just quick, and I just save it, click OK, and it has started recording. So now what I'll do is I'll make it simple, and I just delete some columns here. Okay, I do not need this. I delete this. Is there a wait? I want this. I want the mode of payment. Parts cost, labor hours, I do not want this. Number of technicians, forget it. Okay, and I go further left and see what all do I need. I don't need this. I delete all these and I just expand this so that it's clearly visible, and then I want to change the format, the font. So I select this and I change it to Times Room. Okay, I go back to my developer tab, click stop recording. It is saved. Okay, now I go back to my code and see the macro here. So we see the macro here and we can see in detail what it looks like. So we see the code, what it's doing, and what the macro run has generated the code with. So we see we have basically the name of the macro is format columns, and what it is doing, we are just selecting the columns and deleting some. We are checking the range on some columns, EE select, that is the E column that we have selected, and then again so on. And the next thing is the font selection that is mentioned. We are changing it to Times New Roman, size is 11. So it is basically a basic VBA code. So it starts with the sub and it should end with end sub. So this is the code or a format of the VBA code that it looks like, and we'll try to do some basic functions with the VBA and discuss this in further details. So for ease of explanation, I have picked up a blank spreadsheet, and I'll try to explain some basic functions and the commands and the codes that we use to accomplish the task that we with VBA. So as we see, this is a blank sheet and I have selected a new module for it. So here I start the code, and as it says, it starts with sub, and I am specifying the module name as number. So I'll just try to make it quite simple, and so we as soon as we enter the sub, it ends with the end sub, and so this is the start of the code and this is the end of the code, and whatever is there should be here, and this is the name of the code or the macro. Now I'll explain it further about the dim statement. Why is it used and what does it use for? So dim is basically a keyword which is a short form of dimension, and it is used to declare a variables in the VBA. So here I am trying to specify a variable called x, and how I'm going to do it, I will have it as a number or an integer or anything. So here in this example, I'll put it as an integer or a number. Okay, and as I put as, it populates the prompt. So I select integer, and for example I select the number to be 500. Okay, and here I'm trying to assign a variable integer a value of 500 with the dim keyword. So where exactly I want to put this, you will see it when you execute the code. Okay, range, I am selecting, it should be under codes, where I'm going to put the value of x as, and I close the bracket, and what should be the value? Value should be x. So now as I click run sub, or you can do it with by running the alt or F5 key, and it will run the code. So you see here in the Excel sheet, it executes the value of the cell B5 to be 500. So this is one simple function that you can do with the dimension keyword or dim keyword, and you can assign the value as integers. Now we proceed further with some more examples, and how we assign the string value as a text or something else. Okay, now I'm going to show you what dim can be used as to set variables. Dim can be used as double, where double is basically a longer form of single variable. It usually takes more space but uses needs more larger numbers. Okay, and then you can set double, and I just don't specify it, and we can use date. It basically stores the date values. Okay, and then again string. So what string does, if you use string, it stores the text. It can contain numbers, it will have some text as calculations, or anything can be performed. So these are the basic things that I will cover, and you can also use different values for it. So I will discuss this in the next example. Okay, so in the next example I'll try to sort or use a string value for it, and I put it as a string, substring value. This is my name. So as soon as I hit enter, it ends with the end sub prompt, and now I can give my code. So I put it as dembook as string. Okay, now I'm trying to use to name a country or put a value of a country to one of the cells. So let's see how it goes, and I select country, and in country I select America. Okay, now what is the value or the cell that basically takes the, or we will put the name of the country as? So I have to specify a range, and as soon as I hit it goes, and I have to specify the cell here. So here I put it as G and 4. Okay, so I close it and I put a value to it. What value I am going to assign? It is a country. Okay, now I'll try to run this code by simply and see G4, the name populates as a country here. So this is a dim keyword being used as a string in our VBA code. So we can also use VBA to pop up a message or an alert or a kind of a button, or a message pops up when you execute this code. So this basically can be executed using the code here, which I'm going to put, and we use the, okay, let's give it a value. I'm going to name it as double value, and again the dim keyword, I'm going to use the keyword as double. Okay, why double is used is basically it gives a longer, it can be used for a longer form of single variable text. It usually takes more space and larger numbers, and we'll try to assign it. Okay, now I'm going to pop up a message in the which says value of a is so and so. So I'm going to give value of a as 250. Okay, and how it pops up a message. Okay, so there is a message box which can be used, and it will give you a value. I mean, it will prompt you to enter the value, what kind of button you want, and you can enter the text and you can enter the value. So here I'm going to write a code which which gives a pop-up message, a message box saying that the value of a is so and so. Value of a is, I'm going to put it in % code, so it actually takes the value of a. Okay, now that's it, and let's try to run this, and you will see a message box popping up. Okay, so the value of the message box pops up saying the value of a is 250. So in the next example, I am going to write a code wherein you can give a value or a string, you can assign it to a selected cell, and this basically used when you have some when you have a task of giving a value to a particular cell, or you have to assign a text or say something about a report. Okay, so this let's see how it goes, and we use the, I will say it as fun with some procedures. This is the name, and again dim. So here I'm going to give a user input, and it will be as a string. Okay, you can give any any string or any statement. What my user input will be, I will define it here. Because this is the report for VBA. Let's make it simple. Okay, and where I'm going to put it is in the active cell, or the cell that I have it. Select. Okay, what will be the value? The value will be the user input. I have defined user input as this is a report for VBA. So this cell turns into this is a report for VBA. I run this and you see this. So in some cases you need to run this, and it makes life quite simple when you use VBA for this. As we have seen before, we have used message box. Now I'm going to use the same message box to display my name, or you can use it to display your name. So let's see how it goes. I'm going to name it as name. Okay, and it's very simple. You have to define a message box which displays your name, and I'm going to put it under quotes that my name is Irfan, and we'll try to run it. See here, so it pops up a message saying that my name is Irfan. So this is a message box that you can display, and I can do anything with this. This is a VBA basics workshop. Okay, I run it again and it pops this message. So these are the things that you can use to customize, or when you open an Excel sheet or try to run a workshop or a report and it pops up a message, customary welcome messages that you can customize, or define a report or kind of data in it, and this can be run using the message box. Now I have another good example wherein you can write a code to tell Excel what is the value of a cell, or what is the number that is there in the cell. So here it is. I put it as sub, okay, number, and it will again populate a message box which will set it to the entered value is, and it should tell me which, or I specify which cell it is that we are going to find the value of. Okay, so I give a range of I have to give it in codes. I'm going to codes completed, and it should tell me the value of the number that is present in the cell A1. Okay, it ends. Let's try to run it, and it will give me the value. So this is how we can use Excel to determine or show or populate a message box which will give us the value of the number that is there in the cell. So here I can change it to A4 as well and try to run it, and it will give me the number. So this is a simple way of populating a message box which will tell us the value of a cell. Let me show you one more simple example wherein a message box pops up or a welcome message that can be set when you open the Excel or worksheet. So let's name it as auto open, and then again message box I want it to populate, and what does it say? I put it in quotes, welcome to our worksheet or workshop. It's very simple. You just run it and see it pops up a message saying welcome to a workshop. So these are the this is one more way where you can run a code or do simple welcome message on Excel. Next, I'm going to show you a code wherein you can give a value or assign a value to a particular cell by simple code. So we name it as add value. Now I specify the range, where I'm going to specify a cell where the value will be given to the cell. Now I'm going to give it as B5. Okay, to put it as quotes, close the parenthesis. What is the value that I'm going to give? Value equals 250. Okay, so now with this code, I'm going to assign a value of 250 to the cell B5. Let's see. Run it. See. Again, I do it to B10. Okay. So this is how you can assign a value to a particular cell. Now I can run the same thing and give a range of cells. Let me make it very simple here. I give it as B1 through B5 as 450. So let's see what it does. See, here I'm specifying the range to be B1 through B5. So it is doing it for the whole range. Okay, and then I can give another set of range here, like let me specify it range to be C1. I have to give it in quotes, otherwise it will give me an error. C1 colon C4, and I separate it with a comma, and I can specify another range. So the next one will be D1 to D4, and then I close the quotes, close the parenthesis. What is the value that I give is let's say 230, and I try to run it. So it gives the value of C1 through C4 and D1 through D4 as 230 as we specified it in the code. So this is one more example wherein you can assign values to the range of cells or cells with the VBA. One more thing, I can assign a value to a particular cell by specifying these cells. It's very simple. Just specify the cells like 06, 7, Okay, and I close the parenthesis. I assign a value to it. Value equals 10. Let's see. See, here it assigns the value to that particular cell that we have specified, row 6 and column 7. Okay, so this is one more example wherein you can assign values to particular cells. Okay, in the next example, there will be a scenario wherein you need to select a range of cells in a sheet. So this can also be done, this task can also be performed using VBA. So I will show you how. This is our, let's say, select a range. Okay, and I am going to set a dim variable as example. Okay, let's say it as example, and what I'm doing is I'm specifying a range because I need to select a range of cells. Okay, now I'm going to set the variable as set example, where I'm going to define the range of the cells that should be selected. So let's say A1 to D5. Okay, this will be the selection, and what I'm going to set the value. Okay, I am going to set a value example. I'm going to give it a value of 256. So let's see how it pans out. Okay, so here I'm selecting a set of cells, a range of cells, and I'm going to assign a value with this function. So this makes it quite simple, and this will be used in a regular daily task wherein there will be a scenario wherein you have to select a set of cells and give a value to it. So you can do it with a click of a button with the VBA. Now I can simply tweak this with by just selecting it. So I'll remove this, and instead of assigning a value, I'll just put an option to select it. Now let's just run it and see what happens next. Okay, so this is one way of just selecting it. Okay, and then it becomes easier for you to copy, paste, and do some functions in it. So you can select this, and you can assign a value, and you can also give a set of values to a particular range or cells with these codes. Now, what if I want to do a selection of the same rows and columns in the next sheet? And I can do this with the another set of commands. So I will show you how. So here, let's say we set the same thing, and we specify the worksheets. Okay, worksheets. I want it in sheet 2. Okay, so I just put it as sheet 2, and I activate it, basically activating it. And now I'm going to specify the worksheet 2, and what is the range that I'm going to select? The same thing. Okay, the range will be A1 to D5. Okay, what I'm going to do, I'm going to select it. Okay, and see what happens here. Okay, big. So here I am selecting the worksheet 2, and I'm activating it, and I'm going to assign range, and I'm going to select it. So I can just copy the same or select the same set of cells in the next sheet. Okay, now when there will be, as I said, there will be a requirement where you need to copy some cell contents and paste it to another location. So how you do that? It's again a simple code that you can write, and let's say it as a copy and paste. I'm just making it simple by giving something that we can understand and relate. Copy, paste. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select this range and I'm going to copy it and paste it somewhere here. Okay, so let me just remove this and I'll show you how. First we have to specify the range where you want to copy the cells. Okay, so let's say it is again A1, it should be in quotes, A1 colon D5 quotes, and I am going to select it. Okay, then what I'm going to do is once you select this, the selection that you have should be the function, and I am going to specify the selection and the function should be copying it. Okay, so I just set that, and where I'm going to paste it. So I have to now specify the range where I have to paste this selection, and you can just mention the column here, let's say G 10. Okay, and close it. I'm going to select it, and then where I'm going to paste it, I can do it in this sheet. Okay, active sheet, and paste it. So we are selecting a range of cells, selection, and that selection, what we are doing is we will copy it, and now we are going to specify the range where you are going to select it and then paste it. Quite simple. That's it. Okay, see, and you can just change it so it is visible on this G5. Okay, so this makes quite easy and you can run it. The next scenario will be like when you need to get the count of the number of cells, like you have to have a selection and you need to count the number of cells. So this can also be done and it's quite easy. I am going to show it to you. Let's say the sub be count cells. Should always be relatable so that you remember and you understand what is the output and why you're using it. And I'm going to set a variable. Let's say I'm going to set an example for this, and what we are going to do is we are going to specify a range first. Okay, we will specify the range of the cells that we need to count basically. So I'm going to set a variable as a range, and then what we are going to do is example, and we will specify the range here. You can specify the range or your selection where you need the count of the number of cells. So E1 colon D5 quotes, this is N. Now how you want the output? You want a message box to pop up. So you will set a message box, and what should it give? It will give you the count of the variable. That is the variable is here is examples. Okay, so it will count the number of cells in this area. Okay, let's see, it says okay here, I think I missed it, so I just specify the number here, and let's see, so it gives you the number of count in this 20. Okay, now let's see, I want to 6, so it gives you the selection. So it's quite simple. It will be very useful in our daily task and wherein you need to count the number of cells. So this is one way to get it. Well, I can further tweak this and to determine to count the number of rows or columns. So it's again very simple. I just need to do some changes here. I have to set the column count. So if I want to calculate the number of columns, just let's see how it should calculate or give the message, the number of columns here. See, it gives, there are 5 columns. Okay, 1 2 3 4 5. Okay, so it gives us the number of columns here. If I change it to, should give me 4 number. Okay, similarly you can count the number of rows here. Just change it to rows. See, it says 6 rows are there. Okay, should give me number of, see. So this way you can calculate the number of, count the number of cells, number of columns, number of rows with this. The next thing I'm going to talk about is the if statement. If statement is one of the most widely used statement, and whoever is in programming are very much familiar with this function. So what it does is we specify a condition. If a condition is met, then the output should be such and such. We can specify the condition and it will check whether that condition is there, and if it is achieved, then you will have to specify the output as well. So this can be achieved with the if statement. Okay, and it is very easy because it understands the basic English language, so it's not very complicated, and I'll show you how. So the syntax can be like this. If suppose you specify a condition, and if that condition is met, then the result, you specify the condition and the result both. Okay, so this is one thing, and then you can specify the else or else condition, wherein you specify the condition 2, then the result should be this. So here you are going to specify 2 conditions or multiple conditions, wherein you specify this, and if it is there, then result will be this. If it is this condition, and then the result will be something else. Let's take an example wherein you have some scores or marks, and you have to select the result. You can't do this manually entering, so you can write a code. Suppose, for example, I have it here. Okay, let's show it back. And I specify as if statement. Okay, now I have to specify the variables. Now I have 2 variables. I have a score and I have a result, and the score is an integer, the number, and the result is a string, pass or fail. So I specify this. Okay, dim score, I specify it as integer. Okay, and then there's another variable that I have to set, result as string. Okay, now what the score will be? The score, I have to specify the range. Score, I'm giving it as a range. It's in my cell A1. Okay, I specify the range. What is it? It is a value. Okay, sorry, it should be a dot. Okay, and then I'm specifying a condition here. If score the variable is greater than or equal. So as I said, it's quite simple, and it takes the basic English language functions. Then the result is another variable that I have set. Result, what it should be? It should be in quotes pass. Okay, so if this condition is met, then the result will be this. Okay, And now where I want to specify my result, I should give a range for that as well. So I give it in the next column or any one. This is the basic example. Value should be the result. Okay, let's see how it runs. See, it says pass. Change it to 40. It doesn't give me anything because I have specified only one condition here. Okay. Change it to 75. Let's see how it runs. See, so this way it's very basic condition that you are specifying. You are specifying two variables, the score and the result, and then you are giving a value for it, and you are specifying the condition. If the score is greater than, then the result should be pass. Now in the next section, we will simply tweak this and use an if then else statement. We'll attach an else statement with it and see. We'll specify another condition and see. So here again we'll use two variables, that is the score as integer and the result as a string. And let's stick to the same values. And now I'm going to specify it, and if the score is greater than 60, then the result. So the result will be pass as it is before, and then I'm going to specify another condition here. Else the result should be fail. Okay, and now I have to put it as a end if statement. I have to specify the end string, and the result will be again in the value, the range will be b1. So let's see, if it is more than 60, then it is pass, otherwise it is fail. Okay, it is pass. Let's see, 40, and run it again. So, okay, so we are specifying two variables again. We are giving it a range and we are specifying one condition. If this condition is met, the result is pass, otherwise else it is fail. So another set of example. The next statement that we use or we are going to discuss is the loop statement, that is the for loop statement, and why we use it. There are situations and tasks that you need to execute, and you need to do it several number of times. These are basically executed sequentially. It means one after another. So the first statement or the function is executed and the next is taken up, so and then the next and so on. So these loop statements allow us to execute a statement or a group of statements multiple number of times, many number of times, and this happens only when the first task or the first task is done, and it executes that and it goes to the next one. So here we'll discuss a simple example of the for loop statement. So let's see how it works, and I'm going to set up a loop statement. Okay, again I'm going to make it as loop 1. So here it is, I have to specify the variable, that is dim, and I'm going to specify x as an integer. Okay, I'll try to execute it and then explain it what happens and how it executes. Okay, for x equals to 1 to 24. Okay, let's see, and I'm going to specify the range as, so what I'm going to do is basically I'm going to fill the column A from 1 to 24 with some value, from 1 to 24 with the values of 1 through 24. Okay, so I'm setting up a range, and how it ends is it gives me a value. Now it executes this and goes to the next. So I'll explain you how. So we are setting up a loop. We are setting up an integer, a variable x as integer, and we are setting the value of x to be 1 to 24. So here for 1, it executes, the first thing is it takes x as 1 and it fills in a1, and then the next value of x will be 2 and it goes to a2 and fills the value as 2. So just let's try to execute this, and you will see the column A filled with 1 through 24. See, it's quite simple. It executes one condition and then goes to the next, and we are defining it with the number of values and the variable as x, and the number of values is 1 to be 24. Okay, so this is one basic example of a for loop statement. Now let's do some more addition to this example by executing another set of for loop and giving the output, and we'll code the output to be the color coded ones in the column B. So how we do it, it's a basic simple example that I'm going to take. And again, what I'm going to do is I will have this values here and I'm going to color code the B column with certain color index. For each number there will be a different color. So let's see. And what I'm going to do is I'm only going to change the B. And what action is going here, we put up a value. Now we are going to select it, and with this selection what I'm going to do is it should select it and it should color the interior with what? With the color index. Okay, and the value of x. And then I'm going to specify the pattern, what pattern it will take for the box to be colored, and I'm going to put it as a solid. It will fill the whole thing with the solid, and then I just execute it. See, it takes this color B and it's coded like this. So these are the simple things that you can set up with the codes and for loop statements. So there are numerous examples and exercises that we can perform, tasks we can perform with the VBA, and this can be found in detail in our next courses, advanced courses.
In this video, we'll be creating two dashboards using a sample sales dataset. So if you want to get the data and the dashboard file that we'll be creating in this demo, then please put your email IDs in the comment section of the video. Our team will share the files via email. Now, let's begin by understanding what is a dashboard in Excel. A dashboard is a visual interface that provides an overview of key measures relevant to a particular objective with the help of charts and graphs. Dashboard reports allow managers to get a high-level overview of the business and help them make quick decisions. There are different types of dashboards such as strategic dashboards, analytical dashboards, and operational dashboards. An advantage of dashboards is the quick detection of outliers and correlations. With comprehensive data visualization, it is time-saving as compared to running multiple reports. With this understanding, let's jump into our demo. For creating our dashboards, we'll be using a sample sales dataset. Let me show you the dataset first. So here is the sales dataset that we'll be using for our demo. So this dataset was actually generated using a simulator and is completely random. It was not validated, though we have applied certain transformations to the data using Power Query features. So this data, as you can see, has 1000 rows. So using the simulator, we had generated 1000 rows of data. Similarly, if I go on top, you can see this dataset has 17 columns. Now let me give you a brief about each of the columns. So first we have the region column. So we have Middle East and North Africa, there's North America, Asia, Sub-Saharan Africa, and others. Similarly, we have the country names from which the item was ordered. The third column is the item type. So we have different items: cosmetics, vegetables, there's baby food, cereal, fruits, etc. Then we have the representative's name, or you can say this as the customer name who ordered the product. Then we have a sales channel column. So there are basically two channels, whether the item was sold offline or online. Next we have the order priority column. Now here C stands for critical. Then we have H, which is for high priority orders. Then we have M for medium priority orders, and finally we have L, which is for low priority orders. You can see the order date column. Then we have the order ID, the ship date. Next we have units sold, which is basically the total number of units sold for each item. Then we have the unit price column. This is the price at which each product was sold. Then we have the unit cost column, which is basically the production cost for each of the items. Next we have the total revenue. The total revenue is actually the product of units sold and unit price. Then we have the total cost column. Now the total cost column is actually the product of units sold and the unit cost. Similarly, we have the total profit column. So total profit is the difference between total revenue and the total cost. And finally, we have created two more columns, that is order year, and then we have order month. Now these two columns were actually generated using the Power Query features. So we used the order date column, which is this column, and extracted order year and order month. So first, we are going to create a revenue dashboard where we'll focus on generating reports for revenue by order year, revenue by year and region, revenue by order priority, and much more. We'll create separate pivot tables and pivot charts and format them to make them look more interesting and presentable. We'll add slices and timeline to our dashboards in order to filter it based on specific fields. Now let's create our first report to see the total revenue generated each year. So we need to create a pivot table for this. I'll click on a cell in my dataset and then I'll go to the Insert tab. Here we have the option to select the pivot table. I click on this. You can see my table range is selected. Next, I want to place my pivot table in a new worksheet, and let's just click on OK. There you go. So we have a new sheet where I can place my pivot table. So first, I need to find the total revenue generated by each year. So what I'll do is, I'll drag my order year column under rows, and then I'll select the total revenue column under values. You can see I have my pivot chart ready. Now if you want, you can sort this. So from the data, you can see we have order year from 2010 to 2017. Now based on this data, let's create our pivot chart. So I'll click on any cell, go to Insert, and here you have the option to select recommended charts. I click on this. Now actually I want a line chart, so I'll click on line here and select OK. There you go. So we have successfully created our first pivot chart. Now let me show you how you can format this chart to make it more readable. So first, let me delete these. So I'll right click and select hide all field buttons on the chart. So this will delete the buttons present on the chart. Now let me go ahead and edit the chart title. So the title I want is total revenue. I'll type it down by year. Alright. Next, let's do a few more transformations. So if I click on this plus sign, which is actually for chart elements, we have some options like to add axis, axis titles, chart title, data labels, this grid lines, legend, and others. Okay, so let's remove the legend now. You can see the total legend is gone. Now let me add axis titles. So we'll label our x-axis and y-axis. So here under x-axis I can write it as year. Similarly on the y-axis I'll put revenue. Okay, now you can move a bit. Alright, Now let me select this chart style option and go to colors first. Here I'll select yellow color. Okay, and then let me go back to style. Let's select a new style from this. I want this style. Okay, now you can also add data labels. So I'll just click on data labels. You can see we have the revenue for each of the years. Now this is not readable at all, so we'll format this a bit. If I click on this arrow, here I have more options. If I scroll down, you can see we have something called as number here. I'll expand this, and under category I'll select custom. Now here we'll give a format code which is a bit different. So this is actually a kind of a formula. So I'll write if my revenue value is greater than, let's say, 9,99,000. Let me make sure there are 6 nines here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. Okay, we are good to go. I'll close the bracket. I'll give a hash, give 2 commas. So if the revenue is greater than 9,99,000, I'll put it in the format of millions. So within double quotes I'll write M. I'll give a semicolon followed by another hash, and if the value is less than the desired number, it should be 0 million. Let me click on add. Alright, you can see how nicely we have formatted our data, and you see here we have added the new format which is in millions. Alright, now if you want, you can go ahead and adjust the boxes. Let me move this a bit up. I'll delete this. Now if you notice this line chart, you can make a few conclusions. For example, if you see here in 2010, the total revenue generated was nearly 175 million. Now this came down to 150 million in 2011. Then the revenue constantly grew from 2011 till 2014. It reached 195 million. And after 2014, it again came down to 180 million, and the revenue dropped significantly between 2016 and 2017. In 2017, the revenue was just 96 million. Now before moving ahead to my next chart, let me just rename this sheet. So I'll write it as revenue by year. Alright. Now let's analyze the revenue generated each year in different regions. So for this, we'll create another pivot table. Let me close this. I'll click on any cell, go to insert and select pivot table. I'll just click OK so that my pivot table is placed on a new sheet. Alright. Now this time we want the revenue by each year and region. So first of all, let's drag region to columns. Then let's drag the order year column under rows, and then I'll select total revenue onto values. So here you can see we have the pivot table ready. So for 2010, you can see in Asia, this was the revenue generated. Similarly, if you see for 2013, this was the total revenue generated in Europe, and we have for other years as well. Now let's create a line chart based on this pivot table. So I'll select any cell in the pivot table. I'll go to insert and I'll click on recommended charts. From this list, I'll select my line chart and click on OK. There you go. So we have our next pivot chart ready. So On the right, you see the different regions that are present in different colors. Let me just expand it so that you can see all the regions we have. So in total, we have 7 regions, and each of the regions have been represented in different colors. So if you notice this graph, for the Sub-Saharan African region in 2012, Sub-Saharan Africa made the highest amount of sales. Now from the sample data you can also tell that the revenue for North America has been significantly low compared to other regions. Similarly, if you see for Europe, this was the revenue trend between 2010 and 2017. So if you see here in 2011, the sales were at this level, then it significantly dropped in 2012, then in 2013 there was a huge spike, and then again came down in 2015, and so on. So you can make your own conclusions by looking at these line charts. Now let's format this chart. So first of all, let's delete the field buttons present on the chart, and we'll also delete the legend. Alright, now let me just reduce the size of the chart. Next, we'll add a chart title. So we'll give the title as revenue by year and region. Okay. You can also format the y-axis in terms of millions. So I'll right click on this axis and I'll select format axis. I'll scroll down, and here we have the number drop down. Let me scroll again. Under category, I'll select custom, and we'll use this format that we created for our previous chart. There you go. You can see our axis labels have been changed in terms of millions now. So let's close this and let me save it. Now you can reduce the font size or increase the font size. Let me just show you. Suppose you want to increase the font size of the chart title, so you just select it, and from here you can either also move it to left or right, or you can place it in the center as well. For the time being, let me just keep it to the left. Alright. Now we'll see the revenue and total cost by each region, and we'll create a combo chart for this. So let me show you how to do it. I'll go to my data sheet. I have my cell selected. I'll go to insert and click on pivot table. Let me just click on OK. Alright. So for this, I'll select my region onto rows, and then I'll have 2 columns under values. The first one is going to be total revenue, and the next column will be the total cost column. Alright, so here we have the pivot table ready. Now based on this pivot table, let's create our pivot chart. So I'll go to recommended charts, and if you see below at the bottom we have combo chart. So this is the preview of the combo chart. Alright, now let me just click on OK. There you go. So we have a nice combo chart ready here. Now the way to look at it is, the bars represent the total revenue, which is this column. Now the line represents the total cost. So let me go ahead and edit this chart a bit. So first of all, let's delete the field buttons. Alright, and let's also remove the legend from here. Next, we'll add data labels. So I'll click on data labels here. Okay, so these are the data labels for the bars or the revenue column. Now let's format the data labels in terms of millions. So I'll click on this arrow, go to more options. If I scroll down, I have number. From here I'll select custom, and I'll choose my type, that is in millions. Alright, so you can see we have formatted our data. Next thing, we'll add a chart title. So here I'll write as revenue by region. It's actually revenue and total cost by region. Before moving ahead, let me rename the sheets as well. I'll write revenue and total cost. Similarly, sheet 3 also I'm going to rename it as revenue by year and region. So this makes your sheet more readable. Alright, now moving ahead, next we are interested to get the revenue generated by order priority, and for this we are going to create a pie chart. So let's go to the data sheet and create our pivot table first. I click on OK. Now I'll select order priority under rows, and under values I'll select total revenue. So this is a very simple pivot table. So you have your order priority. So C is for critical, H is for high, L is for low, and M is for medium. Now based on this, let's create a pie chart. So I'll go to recommended charts, and here you have pie chart. I want to select this 3D type of pie chart, and I'll click on OK. Alright, so we have our pie chart ready. Let me just resize it, and from here I'll remove the field buttons, and I also don't need the legend, so I'll delete this as well. Alright, now let's give a chart title. So this is going to be revenue by order priority. Now let's add our data labels. I'll check this option. Okay, now let's again format this in terms of millions. So here I'll click on the last option, I'll go to numbers. Under category I'll select custom, and my type is going to be in terms of millions. There you go. Let me close this. I'll just move this to the center. Alright, now if you want, you can change the color of the text as well. So let's have it in white color and see how it looks. Okay, so this looks pretty decent. Cool. Now moving to our next report. So this time we are going to find the total revenue by countries. So we have multiple countries present in our data set. We want to visualize the revenue generated in each country. So for this we are going to create a horizontal bar chart. So let me show you how to do it. But before moving ahead, let me just rename this sheet. So I'll write revenue by, I'll just put OP, which stands for order priority. Alright, now let's create our horizontal bar chart. I'll go to insert, click on pivot table and select OK. So I want my revenue based on different countries. So I'll select country and put it under rows, and then I'll choose total revenue and place it under values. So here you have the different country names. We have Afghanistan, there's Albania. Let me scroll down. You have Bangladesh. There are a number of countries. You have Czech Republic, there's Estonia, France, Gabon. Similarly, if you scroll down, we have India, there's Jamaica, Italy, and all the way to the bottom if we go, we have New Zealand, there's Netherlands, Philippines, Portugal. We also have Singapore, lots and lots of countries. We have the UAE, United States of America, Zimbabwe, and others. Alright, let me go up. So based on this pivot table, let's create our pivot chart. So I'll go to insert and select recommended charts. From here I'm going to select the column chart. You can see the preview here, and let me click on OK. Alright, so here you can see the different country names at the bottom and the revenue for each of the countries. Let's go ahead and edit this chart. So first of all, I'll delete the field buttons. Okay, and let me also remove the legend. Here I'll write revenue by countries. This is going to be my chart title. Okay, let's format this chart a little more. So I'll click on this option and we'll select a new style. Let's say I'll select style 6. Okay, and let me now go under colors and we'll select the color of the bars. So let's choose this color. Okay, so you have a horizontal column chart ready, and at the bottom you can see the different country names and we have the revenue. Cool. Now let me go ahead and rename this sheet. So I'll write revenue by countries and hit enter. Okay, and finally we'll create another report which is going to be part of our revenue dashboard, and this is revenue by items. So we'll visualize our revenue for different items present in the table. So if you see this, we have cosmetics, vegetables, cereal, fruits, there's clothes, snacks, households and other products as well. So let's check the revenue for each of these items. So we'll continue the same drill. I'll create my pivot table on a new worksheet, and this time I'm going to drag item type under rows and we'll have the total revenue under values. So here on the left of the table you can see we have the different item names and then we have the total revenue. So let me just sort this total revenue from largest to smallest. So you can see here office supplies made the highest amount of revenue, followed by household, then cosmetics, and fruits made the lowest amount of revenue. I'll click on this, go to insert and select recommended charts. This time I'm going to create a bar chart. So this is how my bar chart is going to look like. I'll select OK. Alright, now let's format this chart a bit. I'll delete the field buttons and I'll delete the legend as well. And let's edit the chart title. So this is going to be revenue by items. Cool. We also want to change the color of the bars. So I've selected all the bars. I'll go to my home tab and here let's say I want to select green color. Alright, I've edited my chart a bit. Now let's make it 14 and I'll remove the bold. Okay, here if you want you can change the font also. Let's keep it in blue color. Alright, finally let's rename this sheet. So I'll write revenue by items. Cool. Finally, now it's time for us to merge all the charts that we have created to our dashboard. So let me show you how you can create the dashboard. I'll create a new sheet, and first thing I'm going to do is I'll click on the view tab and uncheck grid lines. So this will remove the grid lines present in the worksheet. Next, I'm going to insert an image. So we'll have a background image on our dashboard. So the way to do is I'll go to the Insert tab, and under Illustrations I have the option to select Pictures or Insert Pictures. So I'm going to insert picture present on the device, that is my computer. I'll go to Desktop, and here I have a folder called Excel Dashboard Files, and I'll select this dashboard background and hit Insert. So this is going to insert an image. Now let me just drag this image so it covers a fair enough portion. So I'll hit Shift and I'll drag it. Alright. So you can see I have successfully added a background image. If you want, you can still expand this background image a bit to the right. Cool. Now the next thing is going to be the title of the dashboard. So I'll click on Insert, and here I have the option to select a text box. So I'll click on a text box, and I'm going to place a text box in the middle, and I'm going to name this text box as Excel Revenue Dashboard. On sales. I'll centerline it. Let's do some more formatting. So I'll select this text box. On the top you can see shape format. Here I'm going to expand this shape fill, and I'll select no fill. So my text box is transparent now, and I'll also remove the outline. Alright. Now let me just double click on the title of my dashboard, and I'm going to select a font. You can select whichever font you want. Let me stick to Britannica Bold, and I'll increase the size to, let's say, 30. Alright, I'll just drag the text box. I'll make the text as white instead of black. Alright, so we have our title of the dashboard ready. Now if you want, you can also insert some icons to this dashboard. So I'll go to Insert, and I'll click on Illustrations again and select Pictures. I'm going to add these two pictures, which is of a store and a cart, to make it look visually appealing. So I'll place the icons here, and similarly let me just copy it, and I'll place the cart and the store to the right as well. Alright. Next, the idea is to bring in all the charts that we have created and place it on the dashboard. So let me copy each of the charts and place it on the dashboard. So I'll hit Ctrl V to paste it, and we'll resize this as well. Alright. Similarly, let me bring in all the other charts as well. Alright, so now you can see I have added all my charts and graphs to this dashboard. So you can see here we have our line charts, our column charts, the combo charts, the pie chart, and others. Now let me go ahead and format these charts a little more. So you can see this looks a bit cluttered. So let's adjust the labels. Let me bring this down. Similarly, I'll bring 190 million a little below. Alright, this looks fine now. One more thing we are going to do is We'll remove the white background from each of the charts and make it transparent. So let me show you how to do it. So I'll select this chart, then I'll right click and go to Format Chart area. Here on the right you see we have an option called No Fill. So if I select No Fill, you can see the white background is gone now. Similarly, let me also remove the grid lines. So I'll select the grid lines and hit delete. So I've also removed the grid lines from here. Now let's also remove the white outline that we have. So I'll select this chart, go to Format, and here I'll go to Shape Outline and I'll select No Outline. You see this? So we have our total revenue by year, which is a line chart, and this is completely transparent now. Now what I'm going to do is I'll place this chart over a box. So I'll go to Insert, and in Insert we have the option to create a shape. So I'll click on Illustrations, and here I'll choose a shape, and let me select a rectangle. So I'll just create a rectangle here. Alright, and now what I'll do is I'll select this and bring this to front. I'll right click and choose Bring to Front, and I'll place this shape below it. Alright, now the next thing is to edit the shape. So first I'll change the color of this box. So let me select this blue color, and let me increase the transparency. So I'll right click and go to Format Shape. Here I'll increase the transparency. Let's keep it to 25%, or let's say 20%. Alright, next thing, we'll just convert all the font to white color, including the axis labels, the chart title. We'll also convert all the axis labels to white color so it looks better. Now we'll just adjust our chart over here. Next thing, let's just remove the outline. So I'll go to Shape Outline and I'll select No Outline. You see, we have now formatted our chart. Let's just pull this a little up. Alright, now we'll add this blue background to all the other charts. So we'll first add the background, make it transparent, and then we'll convert the font text to white color to make it more readable and visible. So for the time being, I'll just pause the video and come back again. Alright, so now you can see on your screens we have nicely formatted our dashboard. So I've added a few logos for each of the charts. You can see the logos here. So for revenue by countries, we have a globe. Then if you see here, this is kind of a map or a location. Similarly, we have all formatted the color of the bars. Then we have also formatted the labels in terms of millions. If you look on the y-axis, even the revenue for year and region are all formatted in terms of millions. If you want this, you can also format the total year by revenue in terms of millions. So the way to do is, you can select this graph, right click and go to Format Axis. Here if I scroll down, you have numbers, and under category I'll select custom. Then I'll select my type as this format, which is in millions, and you see here we have successfully formatted our y-axis labels. Alright, so the next thing is to add slicers and timelines to our dashboard. Now slicers are used to format your data based on a particular column. Suppose if you want to see revenue by certain items, you can add item as a slicer and you can view the entire dashboard. Similarly, for timelines you can add date columns. So if you want to see what was the amount of sales or revenue generated on a particular year or a particular month, you can do that using a timeline. So I'll select one of the charts, and then either you can go to the insert tab, and here you can see under filters we have slices and timeline, or if you go to the pivot chart analyze tab, here also you have insert slicer and timeline option. So I'll select insert slicer here first. Now it's giving me the list of fields present in the dataset. So I'll select country, region, and let's say we want to know by item type and sales channel. So these are going to be my 4 slicers. I'll click on OK. You can see it here. We have our 4 slicers here, and these are the list of values. Under region we have Asia, this Europe, North America, and others. Similarly, we have the different country names for country slicers, and then for item type also we have all the items that were present in our dataset. Now moving ahead, we need to connect all the slicers to a dashboard. So what I'll do is I'll right click on this option and I'll go to report connections. Okay, so under report connections you have all the pivot tables that we created. You currently see only one of the pivot table is selected, so we need to select all the pivot tables. So let me check all the pivot tables present in this workbook and click on OK. Alright, now that we have connected one of our slicers, we'll now connect the other remaining slicers. So I'll right click on this, go to report connections, and I'll check all the pivot tables present in this worksheet. Click on OK. Similarly, let's do it for the country slicer. I'll go to report connections and let me select all the pivot tables. And finally, we have the item type. So I'll right click, go to report connections, and then I'll select all my pivot tables. And let's hit OK. Alright, now let me just organize this a bit. So I'll place my pivot tables to the right. I'll just reduce the size. Let me scroll down. Now I'll add my region slicer here. Similarly, I'll add my final slicer, that is sales channel. Now in our next dashboard, which is going to be the profit dashboard, I'll show you how to add a timeline. Alright, now I have arranged all my slicers. So let's say you want to find the revenue that was generated for an item type, let's say beverages. So you can just select beverages here, and all your charts show the respective revenues. So you have the total revenue by year for beverages only. Similarly, here you can see the revenue by year and region only for beverages item type. If I scroll down, now this chart represents the revenue that was generated in each of the countries only for item type beverages. Let me just uncheck it. Alright, let's say you want to see the revenue generated for a country like India. So I have selected India here, and now you can see my graph has changed only for country India. You can see here it is showing only for India now. Now similarly, you can also filter your revenues based on the different regions. Let's say you want to know the revenue generated based on sales channel. So we have 2 sales channel, that is offline and online. Suppose you want to know the revenue generated offline. So I'll just select offline. You can see the values have changed. So these were the revenues generated for each of the items only for. This is our entire Excel revenue dashboard on sales. We created multiple charts and graphs. Then we applied different formatting, we added different icons, then we formatted the labels also. Next we added slicers, and finally we saw how we could filter our data based on these slicers. Likewise, now we are going to create a profit dashboard based on the same data. So before moving ahead, let me rename this sheet as revenue dashboard. I'll write REV dashboard. Okay. Now we'll move to our data sheet and start creating our pivot tables and pivot charts for the profit dashboard. Alright, so let me go ahead and create my first pivot table. So I'll create a new worksheet. This time I'm going to create a line chart to visualize the profit for each year. So I'll drag my total profit column to values and my order year to rows. So here you can see we have our pivot table ready. Now you can sort this data to get an idea as to which year had the highest profit and which year had the lowest profit. So from this pivot table you can see, since I've sorted this data in descending order, so 2014 had the maximum amount of profit and 2017 had the least amount of profit. I'll just do Ctrl Z to undo it. Alright. Now based on this pivot table, let me go ahead and create my pivot chart. So I'll go to recommended charts and click on a line chart. So this is the preview of the chart. I'll click on OK. Let me close this. Similarly, we are going to edit this chart now. So first I'll hide all the field buttons present on the chart, and I'll rename the chart title as total profit by year. Next, I'm going to remove the legend, so I'll delete this. Let's do some more formatting. So I'll go to style, and this time I'm going to select my style type. Okay, and if you want, you can choose the colors as well. For the time being, let's have this yellow color. Next, let me add the data labels. So again, if you see here, this is not formatted properly. So let's go ahead and format the data labels. So I'll click on number and I'll select custom here, and the type I'm going to select is in millions, and I'll click on close. So here you can see we have our line chart ready which shows total profit by year. Let's rename this sheet as profit by year. Alright, now let's move back to our data sheet again. Next, we are going to show the total profit by countries. For this, I'm going to create a map. So let me first create my pivot table. So I'll go to insert and I'll click on pivot table. Let me click on OK. Since I want the country names, so I'll select country under rows, and then I have my total profit under values. The next thing I'm going to do is I'll just rename the row labels as countries, and then I'm going to delete the grand total which you can see at the bottom. So here we have the grand total. Let me just delete the grand total. So I'm going to select this pivot table, go to the design tab. Here we have subtotals and grand totals. I'll switch off the grand total. Let me just verify it again. I'll scroll down. You see the grand total has gone now. Alright, now we want to create a map out of this. The way to do is I'm going to select my data, copy it, I'll go on top and I'll paste it here. Using this data, I can create my field map now. So I'll go to insert. Here we have the option to create a field map. There you go. You can see we have our map ready. I can expand this Now, as you can see, our map has a color scale which comes from light gray color to dark blue color. So the countries that are in gray, or you can say light blue, have the lowest amount of profit, while the regions or the countries that have been shaded in dark color or dark blue color have highest amount of profit. I will go ahead and delete this scale. Okay. Next, we need to connect this map to the original data source. So what I'll do is I'll right click on this map and I'll go to select data. Here, instead of the previous range, I'll give my new range now. So my new range will be my original pivot table that I had created. I'll go on top and click on OK. So we have our map ready now. Now if you want, you can change the color of the shade. So I'll just go to colors and let's say we'll keep green color. So the countries that are shaded in dark green have the highest amount of profit, while those which are highlighted in light green color are the countries that made least amount of profit. Okay, now moving on. Next, we want to create a pivot table that will show us the profit by year and sales channel. So for this we are going to create another line chart. So I'll go to insert and click on pivot table. So I'll select new worksheet. Here, since I want to know the profit by year, first of all I'll drag my order year column to rows, and then I'll choose my total profit column under values. Next, I'm going to select my sales channel under columns. There you go. So we have our pivot table here. Now based on this pivot table, let me create my pivot chart. So I'll go to recommended charts and I'm going to create a line chart. I close this. You see here, based on this chart, you can tell the profit generated with online sales were actually lower than that of offline. So here the blue line represents offline profit and the orange line represents online profit. If you mark clearly, in year 2012 the online profit was actually higher than the offline profit. So let me go ahead and edit this chart a bit. So delete the field buttons. I'll also delete the legend for now. Let me go ahead and add a chart title. So I'll write profit by year and sales channel. Okay, so this is my second report. Before moving ahead, let me just rename this sheet. So I'll write profit by countries. Similarly, let me rename this sheet as profit by year and let's say SC for sales channel. Okay, moving ahead, now I want to create a pie chart based on a pivot table that will show the profit by sales channel only. So this is going to be a simple pie chart. So I'll first go to insert, click on pivot table and click on OK. So I'll drag my sales channel under rows and then we'll have the total profit column under values. So this is my simple pivot table. Now let's create our pivot chart, which is going to be a pie chart. Let me explore the other types of pie charts we have. Okay, so I'm going to select a donut chart here. I click on OK. Let's edit this chart. I'll remove the field buttons. Let me now remove the legend as well. I'll just resize it, and this is going to be profit by sales channel. Okay, let's also add data labels, and here again I'm going to format this label. I'll select the category as custom and my type will be in millions. Okay, let me just move this to the left and this to the right. Okay, let's also delete the lines. Cool. Now let me just rename this sheet. So I'll write profit by, let's say SC, which stands for sales channel. Cool. Finally, I'm going to create a report that will show the revenue and profit by items. So I'll go ahead and create my pivot table first. This time I'll choose my total profit under values, and we'll also have the revenue column. So I'll put my revenue at the top. Then I'm going to select item type under rows. So here is my pivot table. Based on this pivot table, let me now create a combo chart. So you can see the preview of the chart. The blue bars represent the total revenue and the orange line represents the total profit. I'll click on OK. Let me close this. First, let's remove the field buttons. Let's also remove the legend here. Then we'll add a chart title. I'll name it as revenue and profit by items. Okay. If you want, you can also go ahead and change the color of the bars. So let me just select one of these colors. Okay. Alright. So we have our 5 reports ready that we are going to use for our profit dashboard. Next, let's create a new sheet and we'll get started with building our dashboard. So I'll click on a new sheet. Let me just rename this as profit dashboard. Alright. We'll continue with the previous drill. So first of all, let's go to the view tab and remove the grid lines. Now we'll insert a background image like we did for our revenue dashboard. So I'll go to insert. Under illustrations, I'll click on pictures and select this device. I'm going to have the same background. I'll click on insert. Alright, so you can see we have a picture of a company, or you can say an organization. Let's just drag this a bit to the right. We'll adjust the size also. Alright. Now let's copy the title of my profit dashboard. So here you can see I have brought my revenue dashboard, and I'll copy the title and the logos that we used for the revenue dashboard. I'll paste it on my new dashboard. Let's just align it in the center. Alright, the next step, let me now go ahead and edit the title. So this is actually going to be Excel profit dashboard instead of revenue. Now we'll copy each of the charts that we just created. For example, the revenue and profit by items, then we had profit by sales channel. All this we are going to copy one by one and put it on the profit dashboard. So let me just copy a few now. I'll paste it here, and later on we can make the adjustment. I'll copy this as well. Similarly, I'll bring the other 3 charts onto my sales dashboard. Okay, so here on my profit dashboard I have added all the charts and have aligned and reshaped it so that it looks good. I've also made some formatting. For example, I have reduced the size of the chart title. Now let me go ahead and show you a few more formatting that we also did for the revenue dashboard. First, Let's remove the white background from all the charts. So I'll select the first chart, I'll right click and I'll click on Format Chart Area. Here under Fill, I'll select No Fill. Next, I'm going to remove the grid lines, so I'll just delete it. Let me close this. Now we also have a outline, so I'll go to Design, actually Format, and I'll remove the outline. Next, I'm going to add a blue box at the back, like how we did for the revenue dashboard. So let me select a blue box from here and I'm going to paste it here. Okay, now let me just select the chart and I'll bring this to front and I'll move this to the back. Next, I'm going to change the font color all to white so that it's clearly visible and it's more readable. I'll do it for the x-axis as well. Okay, so here I have my first chart ready. The same I'm going to do for the rest of the charts. Okay, so now you can see here I have formatted all my charts. I've also added a blue background. You see here I have also formatted the Y labels in terms of millions, which is actually the profit. Similarly here I have added the data labels. This is for revenue. Some of the charts also have the data legends. So here you can see the blue color represents offline and the red represents online. Similarly here you have the legends. I've also formatted the map as well. Okay, now the next thing is to make this dashboard more interactive. So we'll add our slicers as well as timeline. First, let me show you how to add a timeline. So I'll select one of the charts and I'll go to Insert. Under Insert, I have the option to create a timeline. So I'll just click on Timelines. So timeline is actually based on date columns. So since in our dataset we only have two date columns, one is order date and one is ship date. So Excel has only shown us two columns. So I'm going to create my timeline based on order date. So I'll select my order date column and I'll click on OK. You can see here this is called a timeline. I can expand this. Now this timeline is based on months now. If I scroll this timeline, you can see here I have my order year 2010 and I have all the 12 months. Similarly we have for 2011, then we have for 2012 all the way till 2017. Now you can filter this in terms of years, quarters, months or days. Let me just select year now. So I have years from 2010 till 2017. Let me just squeeze this and I'll place it somewhere here on the right. Now let me go ahead and create a few slicers for my profit dashboard. So I have selected one of the charts. Under Insert, I'll click on Slicer. You can see it gives me the list of columns from which I want to create slicers. So I'll create a region. Let me also select country. Let's say I want the representative's name or the customer's name and I'll click on OK. So here I have created three slicers. Let me first resize it and I'll place it on the right. Similarly, I'll place the country column also. Then we have the region slicer. I'll resize this and I'll bring it here. Okay. The next thing we need to do is I have to connect all the slicers and the timeline to the pivot tables for the profit dashboard. So I'm going to click on the multiple select option and go to report connections. Here I'm going to select all the pivot tables that are related to profit. So here I have selected 4 and I need one more, which is pivot table number 10. I click on OK. Similarly, let's create or connect my region filter to all the pivot tables. So I right click go to report connections. Here I'll choose all my pivot tables which are based on profit. I'll click on OK. Let's do it for the country slicer as well. I'll click on OK, and similarly I'll connect my timeline as well. I'll go to report connections and I'll select all the pivot tables related to profit. Then I'll click on OK. Let me now go ahead and create another slicer based on sales channel. So I am selecting one of the pivot charts. I'll go to insert, click on slicer, and I'll select sales channel and hit OK. So I have my sales channel slicer. Now let me connect it to all the respective pivot tables that are based on profit. Click on OK. Now let me just bring it here. Alright. The next thing I want to show is how are we going to use the timeline first. So you see we have all the years here from 2010 till 2017. Now suppose you want to know the profit that was generated in the year 2012. So I'll just click on this range, and now you can see our charts only show information for 2012. So this dot represents there was 51 million profit in the year 2012. Similarly, you can see here the profit by sales channel for 2012. From the map you can see the different countries and the profit each of these countries made in 2012. If I scroll down, you can see the revenue and profit by items. Now if I select another year, let's say 2013, I can just drag this to the right, and now you can see our profit by year and sales channel for offline and online. You can see the map or the line chart for total profit by year. So in 2012 it was 51 million, and then it went up to 54 million in 2013. Similarly, our map has also changed. Now this is a sort of an information that we have. You can click on this and check the information that Excel has prompted. Alright, so this is how you can use a timeline. Now as I said, we checked by years. You can also see it for months and quarters as well. Let me just uncheck it. I'll send it back to the place where it was, and I'll reduce the size. Okay. Now suppose you want to check the profit made by different representatives. You can select them one by one. Let's say Adam Churchill. This is the profit generated by Adam Churchill. Similarly, you can select multiple persons as well. Now suppose you want to see the profit by different countries, so you can use the country slicer. Let me just bring this to the middle, and let's expand our chart a bit. Okay, so here you have the profit by different countries chart. I'll just bring this to the front so that you can see it clearly. Okay, now here suppose you want to see the profit generated in, let's say, United Kingdom. You can select United Kingdom. So this is the map of United Kingdom, and it tells you the total profit that was generated in United Kingdom, and below you can see the revenue and profit for all the items that was sold in United Kingdom. So you had beverages, clothes, household, office supplies. So you can see clearly office supplies item made the highest amount of profit in United Kingdom. Now you can also select multiple countries. Let's say I want to know for France as well. So my map will change accordingly. So now I have United Kingdom and France selected, and the other charts present in my dashboard change accordingly. Now I have my country selected as India. You can see the map of India here. and these were the respective profit values. Now one thing to note here is this is actually not millions, this should be in K, that is thousands, so please mark this as 1000 and not in millions. Even for this is actually K and not million. Alright, so we have successfully created our second dashboard, that is on profit. Let me just resize this a bit and we'll place it where it was earlier. Cool. So we saw how to create different pivot tables and pivot charts, and then we formatted our pivot charts based on our requirement. We saw how to edit the colors. Now let me show you one more thing. You can also change the look and feel of the dashboard by going to the page layout tab. Under page layout you have themes, so here you can select different themes. Currently we are with the office theme. Now let me just select another theme, let's say facet. You see the colors have changed and it looks really beautiful. Similarly, let me try out another theme, let's say organic. You see our chart has changed. Let me just delete this. Okay, so now once you change the theme, the text also change a bit. You can see the slicers are in a different font. Let me explore one more theme. Let's say this time I'm going to choose depth, and this is more of a green type of color. You can play around and select whatever theme suits the best. Alright. Now let me just move back to my revenue dashboard and see how it looks. There you go. So since we changed our theme, even our revenue dashboard is also impacted. So this is how it looks now. You can always go ahead and play with different themes, colors, fonts and effects. Alright, so in this demo we saw how to create a revenue dashboard. So we created line charts, this combo chart, pie chart, horizontal and vertical bar charts, and then we learned how to add slicers and connect it to different pivot tables, and we filtered our data to see revenue as well as profit by items, by countries, by different regions, sales channel. We learned how to create a map and lots more.
If getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit Skill-Up by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
So here I'll be discussing some important questions that you will come across when you face interview for Excel. And we will start with the basics, the beginner level, and most of them will be discussed here will be the beginner level at the beginning, and then we'll discuss it at the further level. Okay, so the first question that you might get asked is, what is a cell address in Excel? So a cell address is a combination of column, letter and a row number that identifies a cell on a worksheet. Basically, each cell will have an associated column number, column letter and a row number. So you have to keep in mind it will always be a column letter and a row number. Each Excel sheet will have, suppose for instance, if you take row 5, rows will be in numbers and the columns will be in letters, column A, column B, column C, column D and so on, and the numbers will be for the rows. So for instance, if you take this particular cell, the cell address is D5, column D and row 5. So this is the cell address. Now let's move on to the next one. Now you will be asked, what is relative cell referencing and absolute cell referencing in Excel? So relative cell referencing is usually the relative references change when a formula is copied to another cell depending on the destination's row and column. Okay, So this is called relative cell referencing. Absolute cell referencing, irrespective of the cell, you don't have to depend on the value of the cell destination. There is no change when a formula is copied. So this I'll explain it in the next slide. The basic difference is this type of referencing is there by default in Excel. Relative cell referencing, you just insert the formula. You don't need to put a dollar sign in the formula. Whereas absolute cell referencing, if you don't want to change in the formula when it's copied across cell, then absolute cell referencing requires you to add a dollar sign before and after the column and row address. So see, for instance, this is relative referencing. If you see this particular cell is having we put the value as A3 into B3. So what it will do is it will multiply A3 and B3 and it will give the product. This is relative cell referencing. Whereas absolute cell referencing is again the same thing, but you have to put a dollar sign before the column and the row number. So here you are specifying this as A3 into B2. Okay, A3 into B2, and it will give you this particular answer. Irrespective of that, it will calculate what is there in this and it will give you the answer. Okay, now we need to move on to the next point, is basic question. When you scroll across an Excel sheet, sometimes you have a header on the first row, and if you scroll down, you will not be able to see the first row. So there is a process there is a trick to freeze the panes in the Excel. So you just need to have the rows locked. So how do you freeze panes? This is the question. So what you need to do is you need to select the view tab, go to the view tab and go to freeze panes. It's a basic thing and you will see this. If you see here, select the third row and click freeze panes. So you just select this and click freeze panes. Okay, so you're going here and you're going to the third row and you are going to view tab and you are selecting freeze pane. So what happens is first two rows will be locked. Okay, these two rows will be locked. Similarly, for if you want to freeze the columns, okay, it's the same thing. I am going to select this particular column and then click on view and then click freeze pane. So what happens is the first two columns are locked. A and B will be locked. And if I scroll right, you will always see the customer name and category column. So these two we have locked and the next will be scrolled. So this is the function of freezing panes. Okay, now coming on to the next one, and you will be asked, and you have an Excel sheet or a spreadsheet and you want to restrict, you want to protect the data from anyone or from someone from copying the cell for your worksheet. So how do you do that? You need to select that particular data that you want to protect and then click Ctrl Shift F and then you will see the protection tab. Okay, you just need to go to the protection tab and select lock. Okay, and you will be asked to put a password, wherein you will be getting the review tab where you need to select the sheet, put a password and just save it. So I will show you across in one of the examples here. So this is particular data that you have and you need to protect. You select it. So here, as I said, I selected it and then I just press Ctrl Shift F. So here you see the protection tab. Click the protection tab and then click select and then locked and then click OK. And then you need to go to the review tab and then click on the protect sheet. And you need to select this protect worksheet and contents of locked cells. So you are selecting these and you are protecting the content, and you just need to put some password. Okay, and then click OK. Okay, so this is how you protect the data on a worksheet, and you are selecting this area, Control Shift F, and just put up a password and select locked sheet. So this is how you protect the sheet from anyone to copy it, the content. Now the next question that you might be asked is, what is the difference between a function and a formula in Excel? So you will be asked this question and you need to remember this. Formula is like an equation which is typed in by the user. You are typing it. Suppose A1 plus B2. You are typing this formula in one particular cell. Okay. Whereas functions are predefined calculations. It is like a formula which is already there in Excel and you can use it. So as it says here, it consumes more time and it has to be typed in manually. This is as per the need basis, and this is particularly, it's very quick and very efficient. You have inbuilt formulas in Excel, the sum and multiplication, product, and various other things that you will come across. So this is the basic difference between a formula and a function in Excel. Okay. Now the next question that you might be asked is, or you need to know basically, is the order of operations used in Excel while evaluating the formulas. So what is the order? You need to remember this acronym, PEDMAS, PEDMAS, or in other simple terms, you can use this also. Please excuse my dear Aunt Sally. So these are the acronyms, PEDMAS. Now let's see what happens first. And you in math, when you do some calculations, you have order of operations. Okay, BODMAS is the one of the order of operations. Now in Excel, similarly in Excel, when you put up a formula, Excel will calculate it in a particular order, and this is called the order of operations. And the order of operations is, first it will calculate what is there in the parenthesis. It will perform this function, and then it will see if there are any exponents in it, and if it is there, it will do that calculation the next, and after that it will see if there is any multiplication or division. So PED, and then it will see if there is any addition. Okay, and then the last one will be the subtraction. So Excel knows this, and you have to know this so that when you put up a formula, you will know what is going to happen first and you will not mess up with your formula. Okay, this is the order of operations. It is one of the important questions in the interview for a beginner Excel level. Now the next one is, how will you write the formula for following? Multiply the value in a cell A1 by 10 and add the result by 5 and divide it by 2. It is quite simple. Okay, so I'm just giving it an example in this slide, and you might be asked something else. So you will be given a task to calculate or put up a formula for this. So when you are asked, multiply the value in a cell of A1 by 10. So this is particularly thing. Okay, A1 is the particular cell that is being given, and you are multiplying it. Okay, you put it in parenthesis, and then add the result by 5. So it will calculate the parenthesis first. Okay, and if it sees if there are any exponents, you have to think in that way, if there are any exponents in it or not. And then first it will see the parenthesis and then exponent. There are no exponents here, and then it will do the multiplication and then the addition and the division. Okay, so you will get this particular answer. And if you put it simply in this way, your answer is wrong, because it will multiply it into 10, add 5 and divide by 2. So you have to check which one is right, and you have to make sure that you are putting the right parenthesis. Okay, so this is the formula for it. Okay, the next question is, there is a difference. What is the difference between count, counter and count blank? These are three particular important things that you need to. These are similar, but they are quite different when you actually see it. Okay, so first we will see what is count. Count is basically, it counts the number of cells which have numeric values. As the name suggests, it is count. It will count the number of cells which has numeric values. Okay, if you see this column, and we are at A11, we are putting it as count equals to A10 to A2 to A10. So you're taking this range and you're finding out what are the number of cells which have numeric value. If you see this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 5 cells have numeric values. It counts the cells which has numeric value. And the next thing is the counter. Okay, what counter does? It counts the number of cells which has any form of content. It can be anything. It can be a number, it can be a alphabet, it can be anything. It will see what are the number of cells which has any form of content. Okay, for example, this is the same example we here taken here, and we have put the function as counter A2 to A10. Now see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it sees that there are 7 cells have some content in it. It is numbers and letters. It can be anything, but it has some content. So counter is the function for this. Now the next one is count blank. Okay, as the name suggests, it will count the number of blank cells only. So again, the same examples, count blank A2 to A10. Okay, it will see what are the number of blanks. Okay, if you see, this is blank and this is blank, so 2 cells are blank, so it will count the number of blank cells only. Okay, now the next one is what is the shortcut to add a filter to a table? Why do we use filter? And it is one of the basics function in the Excel where you need to do some sorting, and it can be done by using a filter. What is the shortcut key? It's very simple, Control Shift and L. This is the key that is used to put up a filter. You just press this Control Shift L all together and you will find the filter and you can sort it. Now the next question that you will come across is how do you create a hyperlink in Excel? So it's quite simple. There is a simple shortcut, Control K. You press these two together and you will get the option. You will select it will select the cell where you have to insert the hyperlink. Hyperlink basically it redirects to any other document. It can be a web page, it can be a Word document, it can be another Excel sheet or so on. Okay, so these are the things. Okay, now another important question that is how to merge multiple cells text strings in a cell. So how do we merge the text strings in multiple cells into one cell? There is one particular simple function that you can use which is called as concatenate. Concatenate function is used to merge text strings present in multiple cells. Okay, and it's a very simple thing. You just need to put this equals to concatenate, and then if you, for example, this is the formula, concatenate text1, text2, text3, or this is concatenate A1, B1, C1. This is the data in our 3 cells. Excel is fun in A1, B1 and C1. So now if you want to put them all in one, and you can merge it in one cell using the concatenate function, and it's very simple, concatenate in parenthesis A1, B1, C1. Okay, and you will get it all merged in one particular cell. Okay, so this is how you use the concatenate function. And you can also use the AND operator to combine cell values. It is the same thing. You can use the AND operator instead of commas. Okay, and I will show it to you in the example here. Okay, now we have this. I'll just copy this thing to here. Okay, and let's make it simple. And now I want to put this here, equals concatenate and A1, B1, C. I just close it and I put enter. So you see this all the different text is merged in one particular cell, and it will, you can perform various merge functions using the concatenate function. It's a very simple thing, and it is a frequently asked questions in the interview. Okay, the next question, it is a very important one again, and a very basic as well. So how can you split a column into 2 or more columns? You have some particular text or a sentence written or data written in your cell or a column, and you want to put them across in two or more or many number of columns. So how do you perform this function? It's very simple. Again, you need to select that particular cell. So for instance, we have it here is India is a democratic country. India space is space a space democratic space country. So it's a different text here, and you want to split this particular sentence into different columns. Okay, you need to select that cell and then go to the data tab and then choose text to columns. There will be an option wherein you need to select text to columns. Okay, and you will see this screen. Okay, and you need to select choose the delimiter here, and what we are specifying here is first it is said a delimiter, and then we are selecting a delimiter as space, because we see that it is space here which is very common and we want to split it. So you will see a preview here which shows what your output will be like. India in one column is a democratic country. So the delimiter is space here, and you need to select this and then click next. Okay, so you will see the options. Select the columns data format and choose the destination. Now you see the data preview, and you need to select the destination where you want to put this output as, and you select that and then click finish. And this one, what it does, it splits the text into multiple columns. Okay, so you see this, you have selected this as the output, and it starts here, India is a democratic country. So you will come across some data which is huge, and there are spaces or obliques or anything that is differentiated it with, and you need to put them in different rows or different columns. So this is the function that you need to use to split the text into different or multiple columns. Okay, the next question can be very simple one, or most widely used in fact. And what is the use of VLOOKUP and how do we use it? So what is this particular thing in Excel? VLOOKUP function is used for looking up a piece of information in a table and extracting some corresponding data or information. So you have some set of values in one particular column, and you want to retrieve or extract the data corresponding to that particular column or a cell in the whole sheet. Okay, so the syntax is something like this. It is, you need to go to one particular cell where you want the output as, and you type the function VLOOKUP, and you are selecting the value where is the cell exactly where you want the output to be, and you are selecting the table here, and you are specifying the column index and range lookup. So value, this indicates the value that you have to look for in the first column of a table. Okay, and then the table basically this refers to the table from which you have to retrieve a value. We will show this in the example in the next slide. And the column index, it provides the column in the table from which we are to retrieve a value. Okay, you will specify the column index, which one you are looking for. The next thing is range lookup, which is optional. True with if you put true, it is approximate match, which is default, and false if it is exact match, if you are looking for the exact match. So what is the use of VLOOKUP and how do we do it? Okay, so find the product related to a customer name Richard. Okay, you have this sheet, and in this one you want to see what Richard has bought. Okay, what is the product that he has bought, and you can do this with the VLOOKUP function. Okay, so you just go here and you type in the function VLOOKUP. You are naming it as Richard, and first thing is the value, it is H4. Okay, and then the next thing is the table. Okay, table is A2 because this is the table. Okay, and you're looking for customer name Richard. Okay, and then you're selecting this, the whole column index, which is E15. I mean, you are selecting this whole table till 15. Okay, E15. You're selecting this, and then the next thing is optional, which is giving you the range lookup. Okay, what it does is it's optional. It is you are looking for an exact value or an approximate. By default, it is approximate map. So how it performs the function. Okay, so it gives you the answer as camera. It goes and lookups for Richard. In this particular, it will give you the output here, and the A2 is the table that it will look for, the customer name, and it will search for Richard, and then it will give you the output as camera. Now the next thing will be VLOOKUP, different from lookup function. How different they are. VLOOKUP lets the user look for a value in the leftmost column of a table. So as we've seen in the example, it allows you to look for a data in the leftmost column of the table and returns the value in a left to right way. Okay, it sorts in left to right way. Whereas lookup function lets the user look for data in a row column and returns the value in the another row or column. It will give you the lookup function in the next row or column. Okay, not very easy to use as compared to the lookup function. Okay, as we see, it's a bit complicated when you compare it to the lookup function. It's quite simple and it is used to replace the VLOOKUP function. Okay, so this is the different lookup and VLOOKUP function. Now Excel is basically used for reporting, mainly used for reporting to management. You have to extract different kinds of reports, and what are the report formats that are available in Excel? This is one of the important questions again for a beginner level, and there are three formats basically: compact form, outline form, tabular form. Okay, these are the three formats that are available, report formats that are available in Excel. Okay, the next question is about a function, which is how does if function work in Excel? Okay, the if function in Excel, it actually performs a logical test, and you will give a condition, it performs the test and returns a value. If the test evaluates to true, and another value which you again will specify if the test result is false. Okay, for instance, we have here a simple example which is shown in the slide, and what we are doing here is written record is valid if age is greater than 20. We have age here specified, and salary is greater than 40,000, else return the record is invalid. So we are giving two conditions, and it actually checks and evaluates whether these conditions are met, and it will give you then output whether record is valid or invalid based on the two conditions that are specified. Okay, and F2 to axis, which is these column, we are specifying it should be greater than 20, and G2 to G6, which is the salary column, and we are specifying the condition to be greater than 40,000. So based on this two things, it will check and perform. If these conditions are met, then it will give the desired result. Okay, so this is the function that is used in Excel, if function. Okay, the next thing is sumif function. Okay, again the sumif function adds the cell value specified by a given condition or a criteria. So you are giving a condition and you are actually doing another function which is performing the addition. Okay, it will add the cell values based on a condition. Again, it is shown here the total sum of salary where salary is greater than 75,000. Again, for example, the salary column is G2 to G6, and we are doing a sumif function. What the result will be, it will perform the addition of salaries which are greater than 75,000. So it will see which values are greater than 75,000, and then the output will be, it will be adding these salaries which are greater than 75,000. Okay, now coming to the next slide, we will discuss another important function, countif, and we'll find the data result based on the data that we have, and the countif function So we have a slide, their data here, and using the COVID data, find the number of days in which the number of deaths in Italy has been greater than 200. Okay, it's not shown here for some reason, but I will show you in the Excel sheet. Okay, so this is the data that we have, and we will try to find the function. So we'll use the countif function, and countif function is again simple. Countif, you are specifying the column, that is the source that you are looking for, that is G2, the column G, and it is 2. It starts from 2, row 2, G2 till G35777, which is the end of the column. And what you are looking for is Italy. You are specifying it in quotes, Italy, and then the next column that it will look for is the E column, the number of cases. Okay, here we have the number of cases, E22. Again, we are specifying the range, and what we are looking for is number of cases which are more than 20. So we'll perform this function and it will show you the output. Okay, I'll show you to you in the Excel. So here is the sheet, and I will try to get the answer here, and so we are performing count F. Okay, count F, and you are giving the brackets, parenthesis, G2, which is the countries column. Okay, countries column, you are specifying the whole range, 3, 5, 777. It is basically a long list of data, and you're specifying the range. And what you're looking for is particularly any country. You can pick up like Algeria. Okay, Algeria, and you specify it in quotes. Okay, comma. Then what is the next target that you are looking for is the column E, where it is mentioning the number of cases. Okay, so you specify the column range for the number of cases, which is again E, and then the 3, 5, 777. I mean, it's basically a long list of data that you're looking for, and then what is the condition that you want to know, and you have to specify it in quotes. And what you're looking for is number of cases which are more than, and you hit enter. Okay, so it gives you the output as 143. So there are 143 days in which the number of cases were more than 20. So let's refine our search further. Let's see 30, and it gives 140. So another example that you can take is, let's pick Afghanistan. And hit. So there are 119 days that you will see the number of cases were more than 30, and this can be done with the countif function. So the next question is about the pivot table. So what is a pivot table? It's basically is a summary of table of the data set. I mean, the data that is there, that can be multiple number of rows and columns which has different data that has to be that is there in the reports, and you need to analyze those trends, and you need to create a report and basically present it to the management or in a presentation. So pivot table is a summary of table. Whatever data is there, you can put it in a summarized format. They are useful if you have long rows or columns that hold values you need to track. Okay, so you have long list of data and you need to summarize it and put it in a presentation, or you need to track the values. So it's very simple. You have to select the data and then go to the insert tab and select pivot table. Okay, and then it will show up like this, and you need to select the table, which is a table or range, and then you need to specify where you want to put up this pivot table. Okay, and it's quite simple, and I can show it to you in one of the examples. Okay, so what you need to do is you need to select this, and once you generate, or as we have seen in the previous slide, you need to select this and you need to select the output where you want to put the pivot table. And then once you do that, you will see something like this, and you need to select these particular fields and put it in value. So it will, for example, you need to select the deaths, number of deaths. You can just simply click this, select this, drag and drop it in the values. Okay, so these are the different fields that can be put up in the table. Okay, we can show it to you in the example here. So this is our data and we need to show it in a pivot table. Okay, select this and then go to the insert tab and click pivot table. Okay, select that and it will show you the table or the range, and now where you want to put it. Okay, I will put it in the existing worksheet. Okay, and I'll just select which column. I'll put it here, for example, and it will show you this, and click OK. So this is the table, and now you need to select the fields that you want to show in the table. For example, we need to see the continents, the number of cases as per the continents. Okay, I selected and put it in the row, and we see immediately we see it in a table where you see the names of the continents. And now I want to see the number of cases, and I simply select it and put it across in the value. So this is quite simple and very informative, very short and crisp form of presenting the data in a pivot table. Okay, so this is how it is being used and it is being presented. You just need to go to the insert tab, pivot table, and it will generate the table, and then you can select the fields. Alright, so the next question here is how do we create a drop down list in Excel? This is particularly useful when you need to sort particular data with the drop down list, where a number of different variables are there and you need to select one particular field and sort the data. So you can do this by creating a drop down list using the data validation option present in the data tab. It's quite simple. You select the data and you go to the data validation tab in the data and click select data validation. So once you select that, it will ask you to specify a range. So you need to select what data you need to sort and put a drop down. So you need to select this and click data validation, and you select the list option, which shows you that there is a different option. Okay, I'll show it across in the Excel. For example, what we have here is some particular data and we have different variables. We need to sort or put a drop down list. So just go to data as said in the slides and go to data validation and click data validation. Now as you click it, it will ask you to data validation settings. Okay, and in the drop down go and select list option. So it will ask you to specify the source. So when you ask to specify the source, just click this particular column and click OK. So here we're mentioning the source is column B. Okay, B3 to B14. Okay, click OK, and then it will give you the option. So here you can put this in anywhere across the Excel and click the option. Okay, so this is the way to drop down using the data validation option. So in the next example we will see how do we apply advanced filters in Excel. We use the advanced filter option present in the data tab. So this is the scenario wherein you have multiple set of data and you need to sort it, and it's actually huge data, and you need to sort a particular column or a field with this criteria, and you can select it and specify the criteria and specify a range what you want to select, or based on what criteria the range can be specified, and you can just get it in a single click. So this is the option. You have to go to data tab, advanced, and you have to apply the advanced filter, and then you need to specify the list range, that is basically the source, and then the criteria wherein you specify the criteria present here. I mean, you are specifying In this case, we will take an example wherein we are trying to sort the data or the number of cases based on number of deaths and in a particular country, and we are specifying the output. The copy to field is the output where you will see the output. So I'll show it to you in the Excel. So here we have a spreadsheet wherein you will see all the data, COVID data that we have, and based on the countries and the continents and the number of deaths, number of cases, and so on. Okay, and it also has different fields like the date, year, and month and all. So here I am going to sort the data which is particularly for Europe and which has deaths of more than 200 in a day. So how do we do it? Go to data, advanced, and you need to select copy to another location. Okay, and this is the list range, so it's basically given in this countries. Okay, and the criteria range you have to specify this. So I am going to select this as my criteria. Okay, and then I have to put the output in one particular cell, so I need to select it again, let's say here. Okay, and then I just click OK. See, it's quite simple. Instead of running through the whole thing, we can just do it with a simple function. Okay, so it shows me the deaths which are more than 200 and for which particular country and for which particular continents. Alright, so this is basically made very simple with this option. The next question is you need to highlight some particular cells using a particular criteria. In this case, we are trying to analyze or highlight those cells where the total sales is more than $5,000. So what we do is we use conditional formatting to highlight the cells based on the criteria. It's a very useful tool in analyzing data, and visually it helps. You can have a look at the data in quick flash. You will see the data and it's quite visible using the conditional formatting. So how we do that is I will show it to you now. So as said in the slide, we have the data of the sales that is provided to us, and we need to see who has done more sales which is greater than the $5,000. So just go to home and you need to say go to conditional formatting. So for that you need to highlight or select this, go home, conditional formatting, highlight. Okay, and you have different options here. You select greater than and you specify the value. Here my criteria is $5,000. Okay, we can select which color. So let's go for green. Okay, see this, you will immediately see the option. You don't have to dig or look in deep into the data and find out which one is more than 5,000 or any particular value. Okay, so conditional formatting. Now moving on to the next question, the index and match function. You must be familiar with the index and match function and why it is used. Basically, index function is a very powerful tool wherein for example, you have a table of planets in our solar system and you want to get the name of the fourth planet, Mars. So you can do it with a formula using the index function, and at the same time you can use the match function. Okay, with the match function together you can play wonders with it. Okay, match function is another function that is designed to find the position of an item in a range. For example, we can use the match function to get the position of a word or in this case we have a name, and we can use the index and match function to find the city. How we do that is shown here. Okay, it looks quite complicated here when you see the formula, but I can show it to you in the Excel and explain it further. Okay, so here I have, and I want to know where these people are and where they belong to. Okay, so let's see how it goes. We have seen it, and we use the index function. Okay, index. Okay, now when I have to specify the range, okay, So the range is A2, whereas it selects the name, and I want to select it from A2 to A7. Okay, E7, sorry, E7. Okay, so as you see, it highlights the whole table. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I want to match it. Okay, match it with a condition. I am specifying a condition A10. Why? Because I have to specify a name here, and it will show me the city where he belongs to. Okay, where it shows is A2. Okay, if you see A2, it shows the name. Through A7, I have to specify the range here. Okay, not just one name, we are specifying the whole range. As you see, if you put the values, it will show you the selection. Okay, A7, and what it should be the exact match. So 0 denotes the exact match, parenthesis close, and I am putting another match condition. Okay, what is this? And this will give me the output. What output is? Okay, B9. Okay, this is my city. B9 is the city where I'm trying to find from. Okay, and what it should look for is A, column A1 through E1. Okay, it should select this particular row, and what it should be the exact match again. Okay, let's see how it goes. It will give you an error because you haven't put the value here. Okay, so let's see. Andrew. Okay, hit enter, and you will see the city where he belongs to. Okay, now let's see where Anna belongs to. Enter, and it shows Dallas. Okay, so this is the one other function, index and match function, being used, and it can be asked frequently in the interview questions. Okay, the next question will be how to find duplicate values in a column. Okay, there are two ways that you can actually do this, and one is basically the very simple one, which is the conditional formatting, and the other one is, we have seen this before, countif function. Okay, how we do that? You need to simply select the data and go to conditional formatting and select duplicate values, and it's quite simple. And there is another way which give you the color coded conditional formatting. Okay, and there is another way, that is the countif function. How we do that is, again, you have to put another column and put up a countif criteria, countif function, wherein you see that you are specifying the range and the value which is being twice or entered duplicate, and you have to put up a condition. I'll show it to you in the Excel. So here we have the data, and I need to find the duplicate values here. So I just select this, and as I said, it's quite simple. Go to conditional formatting, home, and then go to conditional formatting and select highlight cell rules, and simply go down and select the duplicate values. Okay, it will give you which color you want. You can simply select red or anything. As you see, the moment you select, you will see the duplicate values highlighted. Okay, so I just cancel this, and there is another way, then countif function. So I'll put another column where it says duplicate names, and I will put up a countif function here. Okay, so let's see how a countif function works here to check or find the duplicate names. So as I said, I will put up a formula function here for the countif, and we'll drag it to other cells. Okay, countif, and since it's an absolute reference, I have to put up a dollar symbol. Okay, my reference here, it will be H, the column here, H2. Okay, and again dollar, because I'm using it as an absolute reference, colon, through, dollar symbol again, 9. Okay, so it drags till the whole, it drags till all the names. Okay, the H9. All right, and then what I'll do is I'll put a comma. In why I want to do is I have to select H2. Okay, this is my criteria. I mean, it is repeating twice. All right, and I have to close the parenthesis, and if it is more than 1. Okay, so this is my formula. I just put enter and it should say true. So this is the condition and it is true. Okay, I simply drag it, the whole thing, and whether events is repeated, yes, it's true. Andrew, it's a duplicate entry, false. Emmy is a duplicate entry and it says true. And as you see, Emmy and events are duplicate entries. So this is how we use the countif function and the conditional formatting to sort duplicate entries in the data. Now let's move on to the last question for the beginner level. And since we have duplicate entries, there is also a problem to remove duplicate entries. So how can you remove duplicate values in a range of cells? Okay, to simply do that, you can delete the duplicate values in a column by simply selecting the highlighted cells and press the delete button. So you go in each column and you see the duplicate values, select it and delete it. Okay, and this is one tedious way of doing it. And you can also, after deleting the values, you can go to the conditional formatting, choose clear rules to remove the rules from the sheet. So this is one way. Okay, the next thing is again a simple button that is there in the data tab. That is one of the tools present in the data tab, which is simply called as remove duplicates. It's quite simple and it's there in the data tools. Let me show you in the Excel. So here we are, and we have this data and we need to check and remove the duplicate. So as I said, go to the data tab and simply click on remove duplicates, and when you click on it, it will ask you want to continue or expand this selection. I just say continue with the current selection and remove duplicates. Okay, select all, click OK. 2 duplicate entries that were removed. Previously we saw that Evans and Anna were there, Emmy were there, so that has been removed. Okay, so that's it for the beginner level, and we'll go to the intermediate level in the next slides.
Choose from over 300 in-demand skills and get access to 1,000 plus hours of video content for free. Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
So here we are at the intermediate level questions, and these are like higher level or intermediate level compared to the previous things that we have discussed with the basic level questions for the Excel interview. So let's move on to the next thing. And so there are some scenarios where you enter the date or some dates in particular data sheet, and you need to find out what is the day of the week. Okay, so you might be asking a question, how do you find out the day of a week for a particular date? So that is the function. We have a specific function, and that is the weekday function to find out the day of the week for a particular date. Okay, so as we know, these are the 7 days of the week, and we just put the function as it says equals to weekday, and we need to enter the column or the area or the cell address here. So weekday is the function, and it will give you the which day it is of the week. Okay, week as it says 1, it denotes Sunday. Okay, and 3 is again Tuesday. Okay, so this is the function that is used to find the day of the week. So now we move on to the next one, and there might be a question: what are the wildcards available in Excel? So basically, Excel supports 3 types of wildcard, which are asterisk, the star. It represents any number of characters. It can be used in different formulas and all, like multiplication and all. So it represents any number of characters. Okay, the next wildcard is the question mark. It represents one single character. Okay, you just need to memorize this, in the back of your mind that it represents one single character, okay, whereas asterisk is it represents any number of characters. And the third one, which is rarely used in Excel, it is the tilde. It is used to identify a wildcard character, that is tilde, asterisk, question marks in the text, okay, and it is very rarely used. So you need to memorize these three things, that there are three types of wildcards. We can see the functions of these in the later sessions, okay. The next one is we have a question here. What is the data validation? Illustrate with an example. You might be asked this question and you have to know what is data validation, what is it used for, and you should know how to set up in an example, okay. Data validation is a feature in Excel that is used to control what a user can enter into a cell, okay. So you have, with the data validation, you're not allowing a kind of data that should be input in the cell, okay. For example, you have the authority by setting up the data validation that you can enter either a number or a text or just a number and so on, okay, using the data validation. And where is it available? It is in the data tab, okay. Select data validation option present under data tools, okay, and you just need to select the particular cells where you want to set up the data validation. I'll show it to you in an example. So this is how it looks like. You just need to go to data tools and click on data validation and it will show you. And you have the options here, allow, and if you click on the drop down, you will see different options. Like I will show it to you in the example here, okay. For this particular thing, if I want, this column should have only names, and it should have, if you insert a number, you will be thrown with an error, okay. You will get an error message saying that this is not a valid option, okay. So there are some columns where you have to put only names or you have to put only numbers. So you can set this up with the data validation technique, okay. You just allow it or customize it as per your requirement. So this is how it looks like when you set up an error. So here we have set up a data validation saying that it should not allow you to put any text, okay. So you will get an error when you put a number here. The value does not match data validation restrictions defined for this cell, okay. So here as an example, I have some data where I am putting the names here and I'll put the salary here. I want to make sure that we cannot enter any numbers here, okay. It should be only text, it should have only names. So how do I perform that? How do I restrict any user to that they should not be able to enter any number and it should only enter the text, okay. So there is a function, okay. You just need to go to data validation, click data validation, and here in the settings I'll go to custom. There are different options here. You can choose whole numbers, decimal, list, date, time. So these are the options, and I go to custom and I'm giving a particular formula here, okay. What is that? It should be only text, okay. So it's a simple thing, it should be text, and I need to define the range, okay. So how I'll define the range? I just select this, okay, and I select the range, okay. So I have selected the range here, and if you go to input message and error alert, you can customize it, and here we are taking the default one, and this is the input message if you want to set or customize something, okay. So let's see how it works, okay. I have set this and then I try to put a number here and it throws me an error. The value you entered is not valid because we have set a restriction. A user has restricted values that can be entered into the cell. So this is how the data validation works, okay. The next thing is you will be given a situation wherein you have to you will be given data and you have to perform a function. Like in this example we are taking a condition wherein you will have data and you have to specify the result based on the data. You have to formulate it, okay. So given below is a student table. Write a function to add pass or fail to the results column based on the following criteria. You will be given a criteria. So this is the student table. You're giving the student names, marks and attendance, and then based on that you will have to specify a formula wherein you will see the result. Okay, based on the past student data, you have to put a pass fail results in the column based on the following criteria. What is the criteria? And for example, here in this example, what they're saying is you have to say that the student is passed if his marks is more than 60 and the attendance is more than 75%. Okay, so how we perform this function? As it says, you have to use the if function and check with the and condition to fill the results column. Okay, so let's see this in the example here. So here is the example, and we will perform the if function and check with the and function. So how we do that is here. Okay, so I have to put the if function here, okay, and check with the and function. Okay, and I have to specify the conditions. I have to specify where it should see the or check the conditions. Okay, so we are checking the conditions here, and the marks should be in row in the column U, and it starts with U5. So let's see U5. Okay, it will immediately go to column U and 5, row 5. Okay, and then what is the condition we are specifying here? It should be greater than 60. Okay, and the other condition is the column V, that is the attendance column. Okay, and what is the condition we are specifying? V5 should be greater than 75. Okay, and we just close this conditions with the parenthesis, and now we have to specify the result, whether it is pass or fail. Pass, comma, in quotes again, fail. Okay, so let's see how this works. Okay, okay, see this works. Okay, the marks is 50 and attendance is greater than 80. So he is failed because his marks are 50. His attendance must be more than 75, but yes, he has not scored marks more than 60. So we drag the same formula to the whole thing, and you will see the result. Okay, this is quite simple, and you will see this formula and using the if and check with and condition. Okay, now moving on to the next question. You might be asked to, this is a simple function wherein you will be asked to calculate your age in years from the current date. Okay, so how we do that? There is a particular function, and it's very simple. Use the year frac or dated if function to return the number of whole days between start date and the end date. So you specify a start date, which will be today's date, and the birthday, and then the end day will be today's date, for example. Okay, and you will get to know the age using the year frac function and dated if function. Okay, so here is a small example, and this is how we use the year frac function. Okay, you specify this function and then specify the input dates, that is the today's date and the date of birth and the today's date. Okay, and this is one of the ways to get it, and there is also dated if. Okay, this again, it is dated if function, and you specify the input cells. Okay, so let me show you an example for the same. So here we are, and we have today's date, that is 4th of May, and date of birth for anything it could be. So I will specify the year frac function. Okay, equals year frac. Okay, and then I should, as soon as you enter, you specify the start date and the end date. Okay, and I will specify the start date as today's date. That picks the column, and then I put the comma, and then the end date should be this thing. Okay, and just close it, and it will give you the age. Okay, so this is the age. For example, if you want to find out my age, I don't want to reveal my birthday, but it's okay. Okay, let's see if it calculates. I'm 32 years old. Okay, alright, so this is one of the ways, and similarly you can use the dated if function shown in the example. Alright, now moving on to the next question. You have nested if statements. This is very important, and you will definitely be coming across this question. How are nested if statements used in Excel? What are nested if statements? The if function can be nested. I mean, it can be loop when we have multiple conditions to meet. Okay, it can be nested. The false value is replaced by another if function. Okay, you have specified some condition and you are putting up a condition, and if that condition is not there or not met, then if it will be replaced with another if function. So the syntax will be like this. Below is an example. So we use two if statements in conjunction. Okay, so here is an example. Here we are specifying a condition wherein the result is excellent if it is more than 80, and if it is less than 60, it is bad or average. So this is very simple. You perform one if condition, and if that is not met, it will go for the next if condition. So we are nesting two if conditions. We are joining two if statements. Okay, I'll show the same example here in the Excel. So here we have some data and the students and their marks. Okay, and we are specifying a condition wherein if the result or marks are more than 80, the result is excellent, and if it is less than 60, it is bad or average. Okay, so how we get this is we use two if conditions, if statements. So as we have seen it, if now the first condition is our source, or the source is B2. Okay, so B2, and what I'm specifying is it should be greater than 80. Alright, I just close this, and the result should be excellent. Okay, excellent if it is more than 80, and if this condition is not met, it will go to the next if statement. Okay, we are nesting another if statement. What is the condition here for the next statement? It will check B2 is less than or equal to 60. You can specify any marks. Alright, so if it is less than 60, it should give the result as bad or average. Okay, specify anything and you and just close the double parenthesis. So let's see how it works. Okay, see, it works like this. Now let's pull up the same formula for the other results. Okay, see, if it is more than 90, it is 90, it is excellent. So it is checking the first thing. If it is greater than 80, it is excellent. Okay, and now in this case for mark, it is bad. Why? Because it will first see whether it's excellent or not. If it is not excellent, then it will check the other condition. If it is less than 60, it will give you the bad result. Alright, and similarly so on for the other marks. Alright, so this is how we use the nested if statements. You are adding two if statements, the first condition and the second condition with another if statement. Okay, when it comes to Excel, it is basically involves a lot of data and a lot of data to be analyzed, and we have some powerful tools which are used in Excel to analyze the data. One such important tool is descriptive statistics that is used to analyze the data. So we might come across a question, and you will be given a data or a table, and you need to find the descriptive statistics of the columns using data analysis tool. Okay, so you will be given maybe for example anything, and you will have a lot of data. You have to use the descriptive statistics option in Excel for the data analysis. Okay, how you do that is you have to add a pack. Okay, you should be knowing that you need to add a pack which is called the analysis tool pack, which you go to file options and then just click on the add-in and select the analysis tool pack, click Excel add-in and just click go. Then it will add the option, and then when you select the data, you have to go to the click on the data analysis option, which will show up when you select the add-in or when you add the add-in. Okay, and then you need to select the descriptive statistics. What we need to do is we need to analyze this data, and it will show you the values like mean, and you can also customize. You have these data, and for you to check each and every row and find the mean, the smallest, the maximum number, and things like that. So this can be easily done using the descriptive statistics for the data analysis. I'll show the same thing in the Excel, how it can be performed. So here we are, and I'll show you first how to add the option to it. Okay, go to add-in, select analysis tool pack as shown in the slide, and you need to click go. If you just click OK, it will not add, so just click go, and then you need to select analysis tool pack. Okay, it will give you these are the different options. For now we are selecting analysis tool pack, and then click OK. As soon as you do that, you will see the data analysis. This option gets enabled when you add that pack. So this is the data that you have. You need to find or analyze using the descriptive statistics. So as you see it, click data analysis and click select descriptive statistics. Okay, and it will show up the option like this, and you need to select the input range. Okay, for some reason it's already there, and if you want me to show, I will show it to you across. You have to select the whole data. Okay, this is my input range, and you need to select this labels in the first row so that you know it doesn't take the first row. Okay, I'll show. Okay, and now I'm putting the output in another worksheet. Okay, you can specify or you can specify a new worksheet, and these are the options that you can select. So you are getting a summary statistics, which is the default, and you can select the confidence level, that is the mean value, and you can set it up by whatever value percentage you want, and you are selecting the largest one and the smallest number. So all these data will get analyzed, and it will open up in a new sheet, and just click OK, and you will see this. So these are the, if you see, this is our data: paid, organic, social, and revenue. So this is okay, make it more precise. Okay, so with a single click, all our data is analyzed. Okay, this is the mean value, and this is the minimum is 0, maximum is certain set. This is the total, and the number of count is 1000. So you don't need to scroll down and check what is the largest amount that is paid. So this is the largest amount for the paid. Okay, and so on. So the largest revenue generated, all these things are generated with a descriptive analysis. Okay, descriptive statistics with a data analysis tool. So the next question is about a pivot table, and this is more refined or more advanced compared to the last one that we discussed in the beginner level. So here you are asked to create a pivot table to find the total cases in each country belonging to their respective continents. You are being asked to put up a table or pivot table with two variables, basically each country and their respective continent. So again, we have the same data, and we need to set up a pivot table which shows the continents and the countries with the respective continents, the number of cases. Okay, so let's see how we get this in the example. So here we are, we have the same data. It shows the days, months, year, cases, countries, and their continents. Okay, continents here and so on. Okay, so I'll go to the insert tab and select the pivot table. Okay, again the same thing, I will be asked to enter a input range. Okay, so I select this, and since it's huge, I'll just put the number to be 7777. Okay, let's assume. Now this is our input data, and where you want the output to be, it's already selected. You can put it anywhere. I'm putting it here. Okay, just click OK, and it will give you the option to select the fields. Now what we want is number of cases, okay, which will show you the value, and the countries and territories, their respective continents. So okay, so this is how it looks like, and we have to check. Now it is asking us to find the countries. Okay, so with their respective continents. You see this, you see Africa as a continent, and you will see, okay, you will see Africa. If you just remove this, you will see the number of the cases with the respective continents. And if you want to include these countries, territories with their respective continents, you will see as such. If you just expand this, you will see the countries that are having the cases in the continent Africa. Okay, so country wise sorted with the continents. Okay, this is another advanced step to get the data or show the data in the pivot table. Okay, another question that you might be asked, this is a basic, and we have already seen this in the previous example that I have shown. How do you provide the dynamic range in data source of a pivot table? You have to select a particular data source in your input table to show up in the pivot table. So you have to select the input range. But how do you create, or how do you create or provide a dynamic range in this data source? So just need to create a name table to provide a dynamic range. So where is the data of your table? So as we have seen in the previous example, you will be able to select the input range, and you just need to put this value, any number, so that it will pick up the dynamic range for your input source for the table. Okay, so now we move on to the next one, and this is about the pivot table again. Is it possible to create pivot table using multiple sources of data? Yes, you can create a pivot table from multiple worksheets. Sometimes you will have different data in different sheets. Can you create a pivot table for all the worksheets in a single pivot table? Yes, you can. But there is a condition. There should be a common row in both the tables. So you cannot have different types of data. There should be a common row. Okay. So then only it will act as a primary key for the first table and the foreign key for the second table. Okay. So this is something that you have to remember, and you need to create a relationship between the tables and then build the pivot table. So you have to analyze what kind of data it is. It should have a common row in both the tables on both the sheets, and then you have to establish a relationship between this table and then build the table. Okay, there is a wizard for that. We'll see that later. Now let's move on to the next question. So the next question is again, with the pivot table, wherein you will be asked to further refine or refine your search and show it in the data. So here we have with the COVID data example again. You will be asked to create a pivot table to find the top 3 countries from each continent based on the total cases using the COVID data. Again, as we have done this before, we have created a pivot table for this, and we need to further refine it, showing the top 3 countries with the number of cases. And I will show that same thing in the Excel, and we already have created a table, and we'll refine it further to show the top 3 countries which are having the highest number of counts in the respective continents. So here we are, we have the table already with us, and I just click on the show field list, it will show me the countries and territories. What we are asked is, to show the countries with the top 3, that is number of cases. So you just need to go here and you need to select the value filter. There is a filter which you can select with the value, and now I select top 10, and what I need is top 3. It's very simple, and you just need to know these things, okay, and based on the number of cases. Okay, this is our field already. Then just click OK, and it will show you the top 3 countries. So it's quite simple, and it is very important to know this field and how you play with the value of the filters for each particular field in the pivot table. So it shows you these things. All right, and now you can refine it further with the continents and all. Okay, so different continents, and you can see this. So you go there and there is a value filter you can set up. All right, we have set up a value filter. Okay, now there is another one. How do you create a column in a pivot table? Okay, like you will be given a situation where you need to add one more column and show it in the pivot table with a particular calculation or with a particular value, and you don't have that actual value in your data, but you have to calculate it and show it across in the table. So there is another option which is called pivot table analyze, and you need to create a calculated field from pivot table analyze option. So when you go to your table and then go to pivot table analyze, you will see the option to add a calculated field. Okay, just go there and click select calculated field, and you need to define. So in this example we are going to define another column where we calculate the bonus of the sales, and there is a particular formula. The formula is you put an if and statement, and then you calculate the formula. You specify what is the bonus and what is the way that you are calculating the bonus, and it will particularly add it another column to your table. So let's see how we do that in the table act. So here we have this table, and I have inserted a pivot table, and I am putting it in output here. Okay, and then you will get the table. Okay, now you need to select the customer name and the unit sold, unit price, sales. Okay, so we'll add another column to it. How we do that is this: go to pivot table tools, and then you go to analyze. Okay, click on field items and set. Okay, you need to select calculated field here. Select that, and we are defining a new field here, which is the bonus. And as I said, we will put up a formula for this, and we will define it how we calculate the bonus. Okay, with an if and statement, which we have seen before, how we put up an if and statement. Okay, now I'm going to say it as like this: sales, my sales should be, I'll specify a condition how they will calculate the bonus. If sales is greater than 4,000 and the unit sold, okay, I am trying to put it as the unit sold. It also depends on the units sold is greater than 1,000. Okay, for example, let's say 1,000. A person who is able to do sales of 4,000 and the unit sold should be more than 1,000, then the sales, what is this? The bonus will be sales into, that is the amount of sales he has done, into 5%. Okay, let's say 5% bonus, and sales is, if it is 2%. Okay, we are adding this field bonus and click add. Okay, So we have added this and we have put up a calculation for the formula, and you will see this in the. So this is a simple way of adding the column to your existing data, and we are doing the calculations and showing it up. Okay, so this is one way. Go to pivot table, analyze, and field, items and sets. You can select this option and add it. Okay, you can customize this, as I said, with adding different fields. This is pretty handy in analyzing the data which does not exist in the table, and you add some value to your pivot table. Okay, the next question will be about slicer. You must be familiar with what a slicer is in a pivot table and how do you use it, what are the purpose of using it, and how do you put up a slider in the pivot table. So how does a slicer work? Basically, slicers are used to further filter data in the pivot table. Suppose you already have some data, and it's for ease that you can do it by just adding a slicer. You can select particular data in or a field, and you can see the output for that particular field that you have chosen in the slicer. Okay, so it's very simple. Go to the insert tab and select slicer under filters. Okay, and then it will be like this. Okay, and here, if for example you see this is our pivot table, we have added two slicers to filter our table, that is month and countries and territory. So this will be the general pivot table that looks like, and we have added another two slicers, that is month and country. So if you go for example, if you want to see what is the number of cases and some of the deaths for a particular month and for a particular country, you can just do it by a single click, and it will show that particular data only in the table. Let's see and do this in our Excel. Okay, so there is a table or pivot table already created for this, and I want to add a slicer. So how do I go ahead and do this? Is I go to the options and insert slicer. Okay, at the moment you click on it, you will see what are the options that you want to add. You can select different fields and select the slicer for it. For this example, we are choosing month. Okay, this is one of our sliders. You can just put it here, adjacent to the, and again this will be our slider. Okay, let's add another slicer here. Okay, and this will be the countries and territories. Okay, click on that and you will see two simple badges here that you can choose from. So if I want to know in the month of Feb how many number of cases were there for particular, let's see, the moment I choose the month, it will show that particular number of the corresponding table for the whole. And now I want to further refine it to a particular country. So for example, Australia. Okay, so there were a total number of 18 cases and 0 deaths. At the same time, if I go for Algeria, it is like this. So as you see, it goes like this. Okay, so this is one of the very important tool that you can use to show the data in a much simplified manner and ease. Okay, so the next question is about the pivot table again. What is the percentage of contribution of each country and continents to the total cases? Again, the same example for our code, the COVID one. In this time, we want to show the output as the percentage of contribution for each country and continents to the total cases. So we have the same data and we generate a pivot table, and we should show it as the sum of the cases to be percentage. Okay, and this is how we do it. This is our data, and I'm going to create a pivot table for this. Okay, so it shows the table, and here I have to show what is the fields that we need to select. Okay, for ease, we are just selecting the cases and the countries and territories. Okay, so cases to be the values. Okay, so this is how it looks like. Now when I see, okay, let me show it to you. See, it shows the number of cases. Now if I just want to refine it further and see it as number of percentage as the number of cases. Okay, so how I do it? Show field list. I go here and I go to value field settings. Okay, then again number format, show the value as, okay, show the value as, you need to select this thing, percentage of grand total, and then just click OK, and you will see this to be the percentage. So it shows the data in the form of percentage. Okay, this is very simple, and you just need to remember, as we have seen before, show field and then value field settings. Okay, this is the thing that you need to check. Okay, grand percentage. There are other options also, and you can select from whatever you want to, but in this case we are showing it to be the percentage. Okay, guys, now the next question is about a very important aspect of presentation when we come to pivot charts. How do you create a pivot chart in pivot tables? This is very basic or very important aspect of pivot tables, that you can represent data in a form of a chart, and there are different types of charts which I'll show it to you in the example. Okay, so we have a data here and we want to show it right now it is in a tabular form. Okay, we have put up a pivot table for this, and now the same thing can be put up in a pivot chart. Okay, so what you need to do is go to the insert tab and select the pivot chart. It depends on different versions of Excel that you have different forms or different buttons, so I will show it across to you, and this is how it looks like. Okay, it's very simple. It can be a pie chart, it can be a bar chart, it can be different forms, and we can see that in the example here. Okay, so let's go to the example, and so we have the pivot table generated here already. What you need to do is you need to select the table and go to insert and see the options. There is a column chart, there is a line chart, there is pie, bar, area, scattered, and other parts. Okay, there are different forms. Okay, so right now what we do is we will select the column chart here. Okay, you need to select the pivot table and click on the column chart. Again, there are different forms which can be seen in some time now. So this is the basic form. Okay, and it will show you the countries. It will show it as a form of a chart. Okay, again, you can change the chart type. You can change it to pie. Okay, this personally is very good in presenting or doing presentation, and you can select different forms, different styles. Okay, it will also show you the percentage. So this is one form of presenting your table into a chart. Okay, again, bar type is also there. So this won't suit here in our example. There are different ones. I'm just showing it to you as how it looks like. So depending on your the aesthetic, you can see and select what kind of chart is best suitable. Okay, so this is how you put up a pivot chart in pivot tables. Okay, so this is one last for the intermediate level. And what are macros in Excel? Create a macro to automate a task. Basically, you have some daily tasks that you perform in Excel. Okay, and you can do this with quite ease using the macros. Okay, it basically is a program that resides within the Excel file, and it is used to automate tasks in Excel. Some daily tasks that you run, like when you come across any data and you have to scrub that data, and you do some daily routines, and by removing some columns or adding some formulas, and adding some colors and changing the fonts, or be it anything that you perform, and you have to do a repetitive task. So all that can be done by recording a macro, and this is what macro is used for in Excel. So how you capture those steps in Excel is through a macro. To record a macro, you can either go to the developer tab in the Excel and click on record macro, or you can use or access it from the view tab. Okay, so these are the ways to access macros. Okay, just go to the developer tab and click record macro, wherein when you click record macro, it will record the steps that you are performing in each step, and it will capture that, and you can save that. It is like a daily routine that you run, and you can do all these multiple steps, maybe n number of steps, within a single click by running that macro later on. Okay, so you record a macro and run that. Okay, you do it through the developer tab. Go to developer tab and click record macro, and it records all the steps that you are performing. Okay, you need to name it, and you just need to perform the actions, and it will record the macro, and you just save it later on. Whenever you come across the same daily task that you run, you can just click it by running that macro. Okay, wow. So in a single click, it will perform all the actions that you have done, or steps that you have performed on that particular Excel sheet or any other Excel sheet. Okay, this is very handy when you have similar data and you do the similar task each day. Okay, so this ends the intermediate level, and in the next slides we will see the advanced level. So now we discuss the advanced level interview questions for Excel. And when it comes to the advanced level, you will come across, definitely you will be asked about what if analysis. How does it work? How does what if analysis work in Excel? So what if analysis, as the name suggests, you have to have an analysis done, okay, with the help of different complex mathematical calculations like formulas, and using different formulas and calculations, you can experiment with the data, and you can analyze if this particular input changes, what will be the scenario, how will your output turn out to be. So as you can see, it is about different variables to see how your changes would affect the outcome of a situation. So this is what if analysis is, and the same thing can be done with Excel. And how it is done is, you need to go to the data tab and click on the what if analysis under forecast. Okay, so there are three options, and one is the scenario manager, goal seek, and the data table. So these are the three situations or three tools which are available in the what if analysis in the data tab. Okay, so goal seek is basically for reverse calculations. Okay, and you have some idea, you have some set goal in mind, and you have certain variables, and what you need to do and what you need to achieve to have certain set goals. Okay, you will set a value for the goal, and with the goal seek option you can get to know what value you have to achieve to come to that level. Okay, so this is what goal seek is. It is one of the simplest sensitivity analysis tool. And so for example, you know that a single outcome you would like to achieve, like you have a set goal that you have to achieve this particular grade. Okay, and the goal seek feature in Excel allows you to arrive to that goal by mathematically adjusting a single variable within that equation. So you set the goal and you will do the what if analysis goal seek option to know what you have to do or what you have to achieve for the set goal. The next option is the data table, and it is basically used for sensitivity analysis. Okay, so in this scenario, the data tables allow the adjustment of only one or two variables within a data set, but each variable can have unlimited number of possible values. Okay, so basically they are used for side-by-side comparisons. It makes it very easy to read the scenarios. Okay, but you need to set up the data table correctly. Okay, and what you do is you give the input in the table and then you set up the formula. And for instance, you need to calculate the monthly payments for a loan. Okay, you provide the principal amount, like whatever amount you're taking, 2 lakhs, 3 lakhs, and you set the interest rate in a formula. Okay, and you set the term in, and then you need to provide different input options, like what loan amount that you're taking, and you set the formula and go to data table, and go to what if analysis and select the data table, stretches across, and then you will see the monthly payment options or the monthly EMI that you can calculate. There are different things that you can calculate. You can calculate the target or the sales bonus or things like that. Okay, giving different scenarios in the variables. Okay, but you need to set up a data table. It might be a little challenging, but yes, it is a very powerful tool. Okay, so the next one is the scenario manager. It is a bit more complicated compared to the other two, but then it is more advanced than goal seek, as it allows you to adjust the multiple variables at the same time. Okay, and this is very complicated compared to the other two, and it is even it gives more better output when it compares to the other two what if analysis tools. So here, when you go to what if analysis and the scenario manager, you have to select the data and provide different scenarios, that is different values for each scenario, and then it will analyze, calculate, and create different scenarios. Okay, so it becomes very easy for you to analyze what if you are changing the value of your interest amount or the term of loan, or your targets, like monthly targets or an yearly targets and things like that. And you just have to see what the scenario will be when you set this particular value for a table or for data, whatever targets that you need to set. You can use this what if analysis in Excel for the different scenarios and different calculations. Okay, these are very powerful tools and you need to know this. Now, as we move on to the next one, you might be asked, what is the difference between a function and a subroutine in a VBA? Okay, even though these two are used quite frequently, there is pretty much different from each other. Okay, so a function always returns a value of the task it is performing. Okay, so when you are writing a module, you will have a function. When you have a function, it will always give you a value. Okay, for example, you are performing an addition, using the function, it will give you a value for sure, whereas subroutine, it does not return a value of the task it is performing. Functions are called by a variable. Okay, you can set up a variable and you can call the function. Okay, whereas subroutines can be recalled from anywhere in the program in multiple types. Okay, in many different ways you can recall a subroutine, like we have seen. We write a subroutine and we put up a button, and we can, when you click the button, it will recall the subroutine. Functions are called by variable. Okay, you have to set up a variable, and when you enter it, it will come up. Okay, functions are used directly in spreadsheets as formulas, whereas subs cannot be used directly in spreadsheets as formula. Okay, this is very important difference. And the next thing is the functions can be used to perform repetitive tasks and return a value, whereas users must insert a value in the desired cell before getting the result of the sub. So this is particularly limited, okay, whereas functions can be used to perform different repetitive tasks and return a value. User input is not required, whereas if you see the subroutines, user must insert a value, okay, in the desired cell, that too in a particular cell which is defined in the subroutine to getting the desired result. Okay, so these are the differences between functions and subroutines. Now the next one is what is the difference between this workbook and active workbook in VBA? So when you work on modules and different Excel spreadsheets and workbooks, you will have these different workbooks open, and there is a particular difference, and you might be asked what is the difference between this workbook and active workbook. So as the name suggests, this workbook refers to the name of the workbook where the code is actually running from. Okay, you are running a code, VBA code, and it is the actual workbook where you are running the code from, and that is this workbook. Okay, and you have multiple spreadsheets open and you are working on particular, suppose for example you are working on sheet X. Okay, and active workbook is the workbook that is currently active from the different open workbooks. You have different open workbooks, but you are working on one particular workbook, and that is called the active workbook. So this workbook is refers to the name of the workbook where the code is actually written, whereas active workbook is the one that is currently open, currently active. Okay, so this is the difference between this workbook and the active workbook in VBA. As shown in the example, this is a simple sub that is written, a code that can be written to find out which workbook is the this workbook in the VBA and the active workbook as well. Okay, so this is a simple thing that you can run to determine. Okay, it shows the active workbook and this workbook. Okay, so as we move on to the next one, so this is the question: how will you pass arguments to a VBA function? Okay, there are two ways. Basically, arguments can be passed to a VBA function as a value or as a reference. So this is an example that you can see. It is by reference. The key word for this is by reference. Okay, so when you are passing an argument by reference, the keyword should be by ref, whereas by value, you are specifying a value and the keyword is by val, value. Okay, so these are the two ways that you can pass an argument in VBA. So when you pass an argument by reference in a procedure, the variable itself, okay, the variable itself is accessed by a procedure, and it is to the location or the address in the memory. Okay, the value of the variable is changed permanently by the procedure in this case. All right. Okay, so to pass an argument by reference, you should use by ref. That is the keyword before the argument. Okay, so in this example, it is clearly shown what is the keyword that is being used. Okay, and by reference is the default in the VBA unless you specify something else, which in this case is by value. Okay, and as I said, the keyword for by value, passing the argument by value, is by val. Okay, so when you set the keyword by val, the variable, what happens is the by value argument function or argument is passed through by value. Okay, the number function is called here, which means it assigns a value to the variable x here. Okay, because the variable was passed by value in the function, any change to the value, okay, any change to the value of the variable is only the current function. So it ends after it performs the function. Okay, then it reverts back to the value when it is declared again, where it is set to 0. So if the variable has been passed by reference in the function, then the variable would have permanently assumed the new assigned value. So this is the basic difference by reference and by value. So now we move on to the next one. So there might be a question that you will be asked that how do you find the last row or a column in a VBA? Okay, so to find a last row, sometimes you have long list of data and it has like n number of rows and n number of columns. So instead of scrolling down altogether to find the last row, you can use this VBA code. You can write this code. It's a very simple one, and it will give you the last row. You will find the last row with a single click. Okay, let's see it in the VBA. So here I have a sheet which it has long list of rows, and instead of scrolling down, I can just find out the last row with this VBA code. Okay, I just click on this, and as seen in the slideshow, I have just written it, and you will see you just run it and you will see the number of rows. It will give you the last row in the sheet. Okay, similarly we can do this for the column as well. Okay, in case if you have long list of or large number of columns, instead of scrolling right, you can just run this VBA, and you can know the last number of columns. Okay, number of columns. So as we've seen in the last row, now we'll see the code for the finding the last column. It's the same thing. Instead of row, you will see it as column. All right, and when you run it, it will give you the last column. Okay, now let's move on to the next one. So you might be asked this: how do we check whether a file exists or not in a specified location? There is a code, simple VBA code that you can write and you can run. You can use this utility to find out whether the file exists or not. Okay, and you need to check whether the file exists, and if it does, it will give you a message that the selected file exists, and if it doesn't, it will pop up with a message box saying that the selected file doesn't exist. So what you need to do is you have to specify this function. Okay, and check file exists. This is what it does. Okay, you have to specify a variable, that is the store file name, where you will give the location of the file and the name of the file. Okay, and then you will also specify whether the file name is there or not. Now, so it runs this and it will see whether the